Getting summoned to another world once is an isekai dream. Getting summoned again is unlucky. Getting summoned over and over, that's psychological damage. Each summoning stripped away a piece of his humanity until emotions became optional. Now he doesn't care about heroes, kings, or saving worlds. Only stats, power, and survival. When you've been isekai'd too many times, you stop being human and start becoming the final boss. Let's go. This story began rather unusually. The goddess greeted Inori and said that she was what humans often call a goddess, and that she would briefly explain his current situation. Then she looked at MC and asked, "Didn't he come by some time ago?" Inori looked at her and answered positively, then said that it had been a while since they had seen each other. Or should he have said it had been 10 minutes or so? If possible, he would like an explanation of his current situation in 20 words or less. Takafuji Inori, humanoid stats. HP 105, Strength 105, Endurance 110, Intelligence 100. Human stats, MP 105, Vitality 96, Agility 121. Gifts, Growth Speed increase, EXP increased by 50%, EXP requirement reduced by 20%. MC thought that the space between worlds, those who are summoned to another world will be transported to this place without exception, and here, they will be granted one ability. The gift will be given as a blessing for sending to another world. However, if the same person visits this place multiple times. This is a story about another world captured by an unusual person who received many blessings, or so it might be. Inori thought that if he had to explain what this space where the goddess resides is, it is the so-called transfer to another world, which more and more people are entering lately. His name is Takafuji Inori, right? Just 10 minutes ago he was sent to another world from this place, the Hygen kingdom of another world, Belze. They summoned him along with his other classmates as heroes from another world to fight against the demon king and all that, or so it was supposed. MC's classmate called out to him. Inori turned to him, then he saw a magic circle under his feet. He thought, a magic circle, what is it? Or rather, why was it right under his feet? He asked why this light was the same as before. He told the king that one of the heroes had disappeared. The king became angry and asked what he had said. MC now said that before he realized it, he had already returned to the starting point. What was going on? What had happened to him? Had he died? The goddess replied that she was very sorry, but she also had no idea. Inori told her that he really didn't understand this system, but if he had returned here, didn't that mean he would be summoned again? The goddess replied that it was possible. For now, she would give him a gift, since that was the rule. She thought this was his second summoning, but rules are rules. She anointed him and said, well then, she doesn't quite understand, but he must try hard there. MC wondered what kind of carefree part-time work this was. After that, a light appeared. Inori thought that as soon as he said this, he was enveloped in a stream of light again and sent to another world. The professor laughed madly and said that he did it. He did a great job. Now he can continue his experiment again. Then he greeted MC in another world. Inori was sitting tied up and with a bandage over his mouth. He thought that he would prefer not to wake up in a critical situation immediately after the summoning. The professor approached him and told him that he saw a strong will in his eyes. The thought that from now on he would be able to conduct experiments on his body excited him. MC thought, God, this creepy man is irritating him. He's too close. His nose is about to touch him. By the way, what the hell is going on? He can't move because of the chain. The professor said enthusiastically that it looks like his magical eye of restraint is working just fine. This is excellent work. Noticing the knight's eye, Inori thought, this eye. The professor, noticing his gaze, said that it was a magical eye, and as for the subject he would be experimenting on, he would be experimenting with the magical eye he possessed. After this, the professor frantically said that those summoned from another world appeared with magical eyes without exception, and it was his job to conduct experiments on them. MC at this moment thought he understood. This magical eye was a gift from the goddess before arriving in this world. The professor said that then he should stop chatting and it was time for him to begin. It was time to evaluate his eyes. Then the knight said that he understood. After that, he approached Inori and picked him up. Looking at MC, the knight said that, looking at him with his magical eye of evaluation, it seemed to him that he had two magical eyes. The black right eye is the magical eye of vision. The magical eye of vision specializes in vision, that is, evaluation and photographic memory. The golden left eye is the magical eye of formation. The magical eye formation allows him to store magical information in his eye. Inori thought, weren't both his eyes black? He now has different eyes. What? It makes him feel like he's got 8th grader syndrome. At that moment, the professor laughed madly again and said, so he has two of these. This is brilliant. It makes his heart flutter. He should put it on the bed and bring his tools. They should start the experiment. At that moment, the professor looked at MC. Inori began to disappear and said, what a great time. After that, MC appeared again at the goddess. She turned to him and said, wait, did he know that this was already his 3rd time? What's going on? Had he fallen in love with her by any chance? Inori thought that the goddess was already speaking in a completely normal tone. No, it doesn't mean that he keeps coming here because he wants to. He just has no control over it. But if she asks him if he likes her or not, he will answer that he likes her. She's pretty, and she has a nice figure. Oh, but if it were possible, he would prefer her to wear something less revealing. They should wait. No, what's the point of him messing around with her? The goddess took the book and said, nevertheless, this is the first anomalous situation like this. and she will try to look into the matter. She then closed the book and told him she'd let him know if there was another chance. MC looked at her and said with a smile that he was counting on her. He then lay down and thought, if there's another chance, they say that if something happens twice, it happens 3 times, but it would be nice if it didn't happen 3 times. After this, Inori was transported to another world again. Rita delightedly said that she had done it. Reina told her, as expected of her. Rita grabbed her hand and said that she had done it. The summoning was successful. MC, watching this, wondered, what's going on? She seemed overjoyed. Then he noticed the long ears and thought that his summoner this time was the one called the elves. Reina stroked her head and said, but this is truly amazing. As expected, she's very talented. To think that at her first summoning ceremony, she summoned a humanoid demon. Inori chuckled to himself. She said that it looked like he was a vampire. Those sharp fangs are their characteristic feature. MC asked, what is that? Has he stopped being human? Rita was startled and shouted, he's talking. Inori introduced himself and said that he was pleased to meet them. Reina said thoughtfully, to think he has a name, that's interesting. Then she called out to Rita and said that only a small number of high-ranking demons can speak. Rita was surprised and approaching MC said, Baron, no, perhaps he's an Earl-class demon. Inori thought he knew she was happy, but at that moment she started touching his head. MC wondered if they took too much time. Can they see? It's a pity, but time was up. Inori teleported to the goddess again. She asked him if he felt sick of being summoned again and again. Well, if he wanted to get it over with quickly, maybe he should make a contract the next time he was summoned and bind his soul to that world. MC thought, a contract, right? The first time he was summoned with everyone, compared to that creepy professor the second time. One could say the third time was the jackpot. There was a pretty good chance he'd get something even worse the next time he was summoned. Good. The goddess waved at him again and told him to take care of himself. He thought that in the other world, if everything looked good, he'd try to do it seriously. At that moment, he teleported to another world again. Kana called out to him and thanked him for answering their call so late at night. She was happy to welcome him to this world. She, Kana Sulfia, the first princess of the Sulfia kingdom. She asked him to save this world from the evil hands of the demon lord. Inori was approaching her at that moment. She called out to him. MC thought, a beautiful princess with light blue hair and light blue eyes? They should wait, this isn't it. The summoning detail is that he must be a hero. It seems they won't mistreat him. Kana, blushing, called out to him, saying he was too close. At that moment, the man grabbed his shoulder and said that even if he was a hero, he was being rude to Her Highness. The next moment, Inori forcefully pushed him away. He thought, God, what an annoying person he is. Well, he doesn't hate being in this place. He grabbed her and said that they don't have much time. Is there a way to form a contract with a hero? She answered him positively, taken aback. The oath ceremony will take place in the next spire. MC thought, damn, a ceremony, so will they make it in time? Kana told him that she appreciated his quick decision, but they could send him back in a month, so he could still change his mind. Anyway, she had to prepare her heart first. Inori thought, 1 month? Even when you don't know what will happen in a minute? He answered her negatively and said that there was no need. He had already decided everything. He wanted to exchange vows with her as soon as possible and spend the rest of his life here with her. Kana was shocked by his words, vows, the rest of his life. MC let out a sigh and thought that he should hold on to this pure-hearted girl and quickly seal the contract. But just when he was saying all that, damn it. After that, he apologized to her and said that time was up. It wasn't long, but it was fun. She, watching him disappear, said that he should wait. The goddess welcomed him back and said, what a misfortune, isn't it? He almost got himself a princess. Inori thought that he didn't care at all. The goddess said he was sulking. MC meanwhile lay down and just decided to laze around. The goddess thought that, however, every time he came here, he became less and less like a human. She told him that it might be strange to hear from her who gave him these abilities, but right now he has several of them, and one could already say that he's a cheater. Inori just laughed at this. Then he thought, he got it. That's how they accumulate status, right? Oh, it appeared. MC summoned the information window. He thought there were more of them than he expected. The information window listed growth speed increase, 5-fold increase in experience, half the required experience, magical eye of vision, magical eye of formation, hatred of the sun god, vampire, baron class, skill robber. He thought about demonization and magical eyes, and each of them was different, which is why it began to stand out. What should he do? Maybe he should start wearing an eye patch. Skill robber. Well, there are also skills. Or rather, it was exhausting him mentally. The goddess asked him if he had relaxed too much. He should get up already. Inori pretended not to hear her. He thought it was so bad that he just wanted to spend his whole life with the goddess. Come to think of it, at that moment, he looked at the goddess and wondered if she had changed her clothes. The goddess looked at him and answered positively. She had changed while he was gone. MC was a little surprised and thought, he didn't say that out loud, did he? The goddess answered him positively and said that he said so. He himself said that he would prefer it if she wore something revealing. Inori responded, Does that mean she also heard compliments directed at her? She asked him if he was embarrassed. He answered her negatively and said that those were his pure thoughts, so not really. The goddess answered him that he is amazing, right? Although no, she thinks it's because, by the way, what does he think? Does it look good on her? MC gave her a thumbs up. At this point, the goddess, pleased with herself, said, well, enough jokes. Since there is little time left, they need to summarize. She will share with him her thoughts on this abnormal situation. Summoning basically means choosing someone with a strong soul, since soul strength is necessary for the transition between worlds. Inori asked her, is this why he is summoned again and again? She replied that it was a good observation. He had a very strong soul, one that could be classified as rare. At that moment, MC was transported to another world again. However, he was no longer surprised and said that this was already the 5th time. At that moment, Inori saw Sheena and wondered why the summoner seemed exhausted this time. She told him that thank goodness she had made it in time. Her name was Sheena, and she was the best dark mage in the world. She was almost collapsing, exhausted. She said that she had summoned him so that he would inherit her magic. MC only chuckled at this. She replied that the people of this world shunned dark magic, but she believed that this world could be saved with this magic. And after dedicating her last 200 years to this, she had finally reached the top. However, even because of this, she didn't have much time left, so she asked him to save this world with her dark magic. Inori smiled and answered her negatively, saying that he refused. Sheena was very shocked by this. MC turned over and said that, to put it simply, it smacked of deception. Sheena asked him, deception? What was he talking about? No, she thought it was natural that he refused. He was suddenly summoned. Even if she had unilaterally asked him, it would have been impossible. But she would not have a second chance. If he agrees, he will inherit her magic. He would be able to do whatever he wanted with her body. Even if there was very little time left, the body itself was still young, and it would be her first time. Inori said that this was a very interesting offer, but it was impossible. She asked him why. MC answered her because she should look. He pointed to the white light below him and said that he would soon disappear. Before she could come to her senses, Inori had already disappeared. She said that this couldn't be. MC found himself back with the goddess. She said that this pathetic girl, that world, was more or less under her jurisdiction, so she knew a little about that girl. She was sure she regretted wasting the last part of her life trying to summon him. Inori wondered, was he really being blamed? He said she could have just summoned him again, right? The goddess replied that summoning wasn't something that could be done so easily. She had forcibly exchanged her remaining life for magical power to perform the summoning, so now it was impossible, even if it killed her. MC rolled over and said it was her fault for summoning a loser like him. He hadn't done anything wrong. The goddess said he was sulking, but that girl was undoubtedly unhappy. If only she had delayed the summoning for even a day. What is called a twist of fate, no doubt. Well, if they are talking about fate, she didn't have time to finish, as Inori was transported to another world again. The goddess finished her sentence. One could say he was also a sacrifice. This time, MC appeared in the monster world. The monster said the time had come. The demon lord had come to life. The demon lord had returned from hell. Inori found himself on what looked like a throne and thought that he had now been summoned as the demon lord. He chuckled to himself. The monster said they needed to see this magnificent figure of a demon lord who wasn't even surprised by the summoning. MC mentally replied negatively and thought he was just lying there because this whole thing was too much trouble. The monster turned to him and asked what kind of weapon he would make this time. Inori thought, what? He had a weapon creation system? Even though he was the demon lord, it didn't matter. He'd just wait a bit. Meanwhile, the goddess was looking at his skills. Increased growth speed, 5-fold increased experience, half the required experience, magical eye of vision, magical eye of formation, robber skills, weapon creation, sun god's hatred, vampire, baron class, true dark magic. She said, honestly, he's received so many cheats, it's simply disgusting. What has he done? Looks like he could be both a hero and a demon lord. MC, who had once again appeared in her world, said that he probably really has been summoned as both a hero and a demon lord. The goddess told him to come here. Since the next summoning would be his last, she would put all the cheats he'd accumulated in order. She touched his head and said, well, this time she's saying goodbye to him for real. It's been a long time since she's had such a long conversation with a human. It was fun. Inori's surroundings glowed again, and he told her he had fun too. At that moment, MC found himself in another world again. The king looked at him and said there were supposed to be 3 heroes. Inori got angry and asked if he had been caught in another summon at the last moment. MC thought he had shouted. Miara said she understood what was going on. They should be thanking her. The 3 of them were the heroes they had summoned. She looked at Inori and said, that's usually a commoner who got caught in a summon. In any case, they should be grateful to her, since she was the one who summoned them. She is the first princess of the kingdom of the rising sun. They should be falling on their knees and thanking her. MC looked at her and thought with disgust, how many times should he thank her? Miara said they only wished for one thing, for them to become their special squad and help them fight the Demon Lord's army and, in general, demons. Inori thought, and here's the Demon Lord with his army. Miara said that in this world, there are races such as humans, demi-humans, and demons. The demons are trying to establish their own country with a Demon Lord at their head, so their attacks on human lands continue. Therefore, the Makard Empire, the head of the Confederation of Nations, summoned the rulers of all countries, and to prevent a crisis, it was decided to summon heroes, and also, by raising and training them in each country, create an army of heroes. MC thought, not quality, but quantity, right? Miara asked them, did they understand? They should become worthy heroes, so as not to disgrace their country. MC thought that after this, they all received the blessing of heroes. Shinzaki Ryuto, blessing, breaking the limit. Hirasawa Tamaki, blessing, magical affinity. Isekai blessing, barrier art. Takafuji Inori, blessing, surveillance. Inori wondered, a blessing? Spying? He didn't know what it was, but somehow he felt like it was something bad. After testing their physical and magical abilities, Ryuto showed superhuman strength in the physical test, while Aoi and Tamaki showed extraordinary results in the magical test. And what about him? He was weak, his physical strength below average, his magical power almost non-existent. And then night fell. Each of them was assigned a room in the castle. MC used the status skill. After that, an information window appeared which said Takafuji Inori, Demon, Vampire, HP 815, MP 8067, Strength 956, Vitality 856, Endurance 935, Agility 1056, Intelligence 2556. Increasing the speed of growth, acquiring abilities, gaining a level, and learning new techniques takes less time. Experience increased 5-fold. The experience gained increases 5-fold. The required experience is half as much. To level up, you need half as much experience as usual. The magical eye of vision, it remembers everything it sees, down to the smallest detail. The magical eye of formation, it can create what it sees. A magic circle of summoning. While only a tenth of the required mana is spent, it stores only one magic circle. It is possible to rewrite true dark magic. This is the ability to freely and effectively use high-class dark magic, without the need to cast a spell. A significant increase in mana reserves. Vampire, the blood of living beings, restores health and mana. Drinking more blood than is normal for this creature makes it a ghoul. If the victim is a human, it will become a vampire if they are a virgin. Baron class, it is less susceptible to all vampire weaknesses. It can also subjugate low-class undead. Skill robber. After drinking the victim's blood, it gains the skills of that victim. If the victim doesn't have any skills, it gains the victim's best ability. Sun God's Hatred. Limited skill use, reducing each stat point by 10 when exposed to light. Weapon creation. The ability to create weapons using magic. Surveillance. The ability to sense the location of living beings within its range. Leveling. It can level up by killing creatures and gaining experience from them. Skill acquisition. It can gain skills during certain events. Inori looked at this and thought, how many are there? Sun God's Hatred? That's why he failed the physical ability test. Oddly enough, his magic was practically useless too. Oh well, he wouldn't despair. He still had a lot to try. It seemed the experience multiplier from the growth rate increase also applied to skills. The essence of the skill stealer had changed slightly. Now he needed to drink the victim's blood for it to work. In a world without the concept of skills, it was still possible to steal abilities through blood. Inori recalled the goddess's words, saying she would fix his cheats. He thought, so that's how it was. She was the one who adjusted everything. And finally, surveillance. It might seem like a very modest blessing for a hero, but surveillance is actually an incredibly useful ability. No matter how thick the walls, he can easily sense the presence of living beings, as if they were right in front of him. And here's the maid. Just by understanding where everything is, he can see almost everything with magical eye vision. It's definitely a cheating ability. He can even see through others. Oops, he went a bit overboard. At that moment, MC looked through the maid's clothes. He thought, well, he can see through walls, and personality analysis works too. Nara, humanoid, human. Inori thought he understood, so her name was Nara. That was good. He was also interested in this. Well, he should try creating weapons. MC took a candlestick and tried to create a weapon from it. He thought, and then he tested it without making any unnecessary noise, and that's how his first day passed. Day 2. Igiana said that was good. Now that everyone was gathered, she was in charge of their physical training. Her name is Igiana Ie. She is the commander of the Knights of the Kingdom of the Rising Sun. Whether it's Igiana, I, or the commander, it doesn't matter to her. They can call her whatever they want. Inori thought, so in this country the knight commander is a girl. Igiana said, well, they should start training. The Valkyrie squad will be training Ryuto, Tamaki, and Aoi. They should approach them. And he. After that, she looked at MC. After a while, Inori thought, seriously, why is he the only one working out? MC looked really tired. Sweat was pouring down his body. Igiana said that he needed to really tone his muscles first. Inori answered her positively and thought that was cruel. Well, fine, he'll just wait and try to escape. Igiana said that she was keeping a close eye on him. He should give it his all. MC thought there was no escaping her. Igiana called him and asked, why is he lying down? He only did 30 push-ups and was already tired. Inori thought she should have mercy on him. Besides the fact that he hadn't slept all night, This sunlight was just killing him. He mentally addressed her and said that he was actually a vampire. At that moment, Miara approached them and apologized. Igiana turned to her and asked what brought her here. Miara said she personally came to observe her training. They should thank her. Igiana asked her, "Is that so? Then she should sit down in this place." MC thought, this is her? Thank her? Which everyone ignores, some kind of habit or something? By the way, after training there are supposed to be theoretical lessons with the princess. Okay, first thing he does is use analysis on them. Inori used analysis and saw, first princess, humanoid, human, HP 75, MP 3000, blessing, witch's blood, titles, princess of the rising sun, gratitude collector. MC thought, what kind of gratitude collector is this? And one more. Inori looked at the second princess and an information window appeared. Second princess, humanoid, human, HP 150, MP 1048, blessing, witch's blood, genius, titles, princess of the rising sun, princess of tragedy, doll princess. MC wondered if they both had princess written instead of their real names, or if princess was their name. And there was another strange thing, the second princess. So she's her younger sister? But no matter how you look at it, she doesn't look younger than the first one. After a while, Inori sat at the table and thought about how he had a very interesting lecture waiting for him in the afternoon. The second princess greeted MC and said that she was the second princess of the Rising Sun Kingdom, and that she was responsible for his theoretical and magical training. Inori thought that, in the end, he was the only one studying in a separate class. And the reason? MC remembered how Miara said that she, the first princess, should teach something to some commoner. That was simply unthinkable. Inori thought that's exactly what she said. MC smiled evilly and thought that she was a little fool, and he would teach her a lesson someday. Inori said that it was nice to meet you. Aaliyah said that they needed to start the lesson. First, they'll talk about their kingdom. The kingdom of the Rising Sun was created by a witch from 5 heroes who defeated a former demon lord. Since the country's founder is a woman, a peculiar witch cult has taken root in society. Furthermore, the succession to the throne depends heavily on the candidate's witch bloodline. Therefore, women often become successors. The kingdom's main goods are various monster materials, as well as various magical tools. After this, Aaliyah called MC and asked him to wake up. Inori opened one eye and thought he'd accidentally fallen asleep. Aaliyah, book in hand, asked him if he'd been listening carefully. MC answered affirmatively and thought, in short, this is a country where power passes from hand to hand among women. It's only logical that there's a Valkyrie squad here, and the Knight Commander is a woman. Aaliyah asked him if he had any questions then. Inori answered affirmatively and asked what magical tools were. Aaliyah said that these are devices that are powered by the user's magic. MC thought he understood now, meaning magical technology must be well developed in this world. Apparently, this pen was one of those devices. It wrote smoothly even without ink. Aaliyah asked him if he had any more questions. Inori answered yes, and asked what her name was. Aaliyah said she didn't have a name. Basically, the second princess was her name. When a royal daughter gains the right to inherit the throne, she is stripped of her name. MC thought, what? So that's it? But then, what about their usual conversation? Inori imagined the first and second princesses conversing with each other. He thought, really? This was nonsense. He dozed off several more times before the end of the lesson, but the princess, without showing any anger, woke up a lazy person like him each time. She simply continued to smile, her expression unchanged. She behaved like a proper princess, unlike that capricious girl. But for some reason, he sensed something strange about her. And finally, night fell. With the onset of night, MC's fangs emerged. He thought that this was his time free from the sun god's hatred. He was using it to test his own abilities, and that night he realized something. The magical eye of the formation. It said that he could store and use the magic circle he saw, but it seemed that he could only use magic circles from the world the eye came from. So that's it. Nara bowed to him and answered positively, and then she asked if there was anything she could do for him. Inori asked her if she could get him a pen and paper, and also, what color underwear was she wearing? She answered, surprised, black. MC thought that it seemed she really was under hypnosis. Advanced mind control magic. The magic circle he had seen that mad scientist use. Normally, it's impossible to memorize them in the blink of an eye, but his magical eye of vision has the ability to produce photographic memory. It allows him to store everything clearly in his head. There's another circle he saw in that world. Inori asked her to help him a little. She answered positively. MC drew the circle and thought it was much more complex and larger than the ones for magic and mind control, but naturally he filled it in too. This is a summoning magic circle. Initially, the magical eye of formation can only store one circle, but given that it can remember anything with the magical eye of vision, he only needs to draw the desired magic circle on paper. This way, he can switch between 2 different magic circles. Inori said with a smile that this is excellent. He thought, well, he should overwrite this circle in the magical eye of formation in place of the old circle. It's a combination of both eyes at once. Magic eye of vision, long-range application. Magic eye of formation, summoning magic. After that, a glow appeared around MC again, and he thought, this is it, this feeling. After that, Inori teleported to another location. He said that the teleportation was successful. Now he can go outside freely. Good, he doesn't have to hold back here. At that moment, a monster appeared in front of him. MC looked at it and asked, what is that, a bird? No, is that some kind of monster? An information window next to the monster stating, unnamed monster Ketso bird. HP 765, MP 132, Strength 778, Vitality 593, Endurance 376, Agility 1087, Intelligence 42. No blessings or titles. Inori thought, it's kind of strong, right? This one has high stats, but it looks weird. At that moment, the monster decided to attack MC. Inori thought, right, he'll have to fight the bird. MC jumped back and dodged the attack. He thought, wow, if he remembers correctly, Ketso is one of this country's special products. Do they hunt things like that here? At that moment, Egiana approached Aaliyah in the castle and called her. She asked her what was wrong. Walking around the castle alone at night was dangerous. She needed to stop wandering unguarded. She was asking her to do so. Aaliyah said she had something to talk to her about. Today, Inori asked her what magical tools were. Hadn't she explained that during training? Egiana answered affirmatively and said that they were giving those 3 training weapons, and MC was building up his physical strength. Aaliyah indignantly remarked that only a few could confront monsters with just their magic or physical strength. Other heroes were fine, but Inori was just a human. Without a magical tool, not only would he be unable to stand against the Demon King, but even ordinary monsters would be dangerous for him to fight. If they don't give him any power, how quickly will he die as soon as he leaves the castle? Meanwhile, MC was fighting a bird. Inori used the true dark magic skill, Shadow Movement. After that, he teleported to another location. The bird turned its head, looking for MC. Inori used the Domination skill, True Dark Magic. He thought this magic was incredibly useful. He was interested in it. He could hide in the shadows and even control nearby objects. He could play with them as he pleased. However, he could only control inanimate objects, and he couldn't directly attack anything he controlled. Well, no matter, he just needed to use his brain a little, and at that moment, MC, perched on the wall, attacked the bird. He used the Domination skill, Remote Control. The bird growled from the blows. Inori thought that with remote control, he could control objects from a distance. By infusing energy into them, he simply redirects the attack onto the monster, thus being able to direct the attack as he pleases. Egiana said that undoubtedly, using such devices could significantly increase their strength, but that would be the strength of the device. By forcing them to rely on something external, they could sow weakness in their hearts. She believed that they first needed to thoroughly harden their bodies and spirits to avoid this weakness. Aaliyah said she heard her. Afterwards, she apologized and said that since she held the title of the strongest of the human race, it seemed she was worrying for nothing. After that, she asked for her forgiveness and decided to leave. Egiana called her and asked if she would no longer smile at her like before. Aaliyah replied that she would like that herself. Egiana told her that she could ask her to think of the first princess. What did she think of the first princess? Aaliyah replied that it was obvious. She was talented, smart, and popular, perfectly suited for the throne. Egiana asked her if she really thought so. Aaliyah turned away from her, then, smiling, asked what she meant. Did she know that anyone could be eavesdropped on at any time and anywhere? Negative remarks about the first princess could be considered insulting the first princess. Egiana agreed with her. Then she said, "Is that what insulting the first princess means? Informers? She shouldn't worry about that. There weren't any here." After that, Aaliyah turned to look at her, but she had already left. At that moment, MC was sitting on the bird and thought he'd sucked all the blood out of it. 2 weeks after he was summoned here, he began to feel like he was in trouble. Some time ago, Inori was training with the others. After training, he lay exhausted and thought that the first reason was that the healing was a bonus only for the 3 of them. The second reason was the country, the Kingdom of the Rising Sun. It was struggling financially, so their summoning could be because the Confederation of Nations would generously reward all the countries that summoned heroes. MC held up the documents and said that they didn't look very good. This was a document obtained through Nara's manipulation. Inori thought about the last reason. Aaliyah called MC and told him he needed to wake up. Inori apologized to her and said he accidentally dozed off. Aaliyah, smiling, asked him to pay more attention next time. MC thought he must have fallen asleep in class again, and she still had the same expression on her face. And anyway, the second princess in charge of his class had shown almost no emotion this whole time. She was a doll princess. Inori remembered, right, she was the most boring heroine in this world. After all, MC was lying on the bed in his room. He thought, damn, to be dragged into a conscription in a poor country, and this princess is like a doll. Hearing someone knocking on the door, Inori thought it was time to go. He opened the door and answered positively, he's already on his way. Nara stood in front of him. She brought him an eye patch and said, here's the eye patch he asked for. Does it fit him? MC said that it was great, then he thanked her. He thought that because his golden eye, the magical eye of the formation, was so conspicuous, he asked her for an eye patch. She said, by the way, she heard that Inori is in a separate class from the other heroes. So how is he? Does he like Alia's lectures? Nara covered her face with her hand and, asking her to forgive her, said that the second princess's lectures. MC thought, Alia? Is that the name of the second princess? Inori thought thoughtfully that this was already interesting. He used advanced mind control magic and his curiosity grew, so he decided to learn more. This country, the Kingdom of the Rising Sun, is ruled by a queen. The queen's daughters have inherited the throne in each generation, and they continue to do so to this day. However, the current queen had not had children for many years, so to continue the royal line, 19 years ago, the king had to take a concubine to bear him a daughter. Thus, Aaliyah was born. Her name literally meant heir to the throne. Incidentally, she was smarter than all her peers and in fact a genius. Although her magical powers were weak, she absorbed everything she was taught, be it magic or imperial studies. As her name implied, she strove with all her might to become worthy of the title of queen. However, 7 years after her birth, the current queen gave birth to a biological daughter, Miara, who, as a full-fledged member of the royal family, was destined to inherit the throne. MC said, well, it's a very simple and very cruel story. He thought that from that moment on, she was no longer the first princess, although, in fact, she wasn't. Everything she worked so hard for was in vain. The meaning of her name as heir to the throne and the meaning of her birth were taken away. A true princess of tragedy, a doll princess who has lost her feelings, despairing for her country and its future. She probably wishes for some prince on a white horse to come to her rescue, just like in a fairy tale. But of course, that prince is definitely not him. Running away with a boring, emotionless princess? Are they kidding me? Aaliyah called Inori again and asked him to wake up. MC greeted her and wished her good morning. He thought, oh, she sighed today. Well, even without listening to her, he can easily remember everything written on the board, so he has nothing to worry about. And she's not mad at him anyway. After all, she really is just like a doll. Whether he's asleep or not, it doesn't matter. Aaliyah sighed again. Inori, noticing this, thought, inhale. A second time? And now this sigh was more than obvious. Aaliyah told him that 27 times. Does he know what that number is? That's the number of times she woke him up so far. She thinks he should work harder. MC thought in shock. What? What happened? Doll princess. Aaliyah asked him. He knows this too, right? He thought, is this some kind of lesson? Aaliyah told him that he's a hero like everyone else, but everyone around him doesn't take him seriously. They think he's weak and even laugh at him. But nothing's holding him back. He just has to try. But Inori replied with a smile that he's an unusual hero, like the three of them, but not a genius like her. He might seem lazy at first glance, but he's actually trying his best. Aaliyah told him she understood. Smiling, she said that then they should change their schedules a little. They'll have a special lesson today. MC wondered, a special lesson? Inori looked around and asked, is this a special room for learning magic? Looking around, he thought it was impressive, and it seemed to him like it was reinforced with magic. Aaliyah said that the walls in this room are highly soundproofed, and the glass ceiling isn't so simple either. It's impossible for the outside to see what's going on inside. For example, after that, she screamed really loudly. MC looked at her in bewilderment. She said, look, he sees that even if they scream at the top of their lungs in here, no one will move outside. Inori thought, wow, the atmosphere has gotten tense. What's wrong with her? Aaliyah took a step towards him and said that she really hoped he would take himself seriously, but he continued to fool around. She had enough. She was changing her approach. She turned to MC and said that he shouldn't take this as a threat, but at this rate, he would be banished from this castle. He doesn't try at all, he doesn't develop his abilities, and he is very irresponsible. Even the queen says so. Inori thought in surprise. This was the first time he heard this. Aaliyah, with a fake smile, said that if he continues in this state, he will probably die soon. Therefore, at that moment, she took a step forward and tried to kick him. She said so that he would have a chance to survive. MC looked at her in surprise and thought, this is a princess. As soon as she led him into a soundproofed closed room, she immediately started beating him. She acts like some kind of tomboy. Aaliyah continued to attack him and said she would force him to evolve. Inori thought in shock. Where had the former doll-like princess gone? Aaliyah turned away from him and asked if he wasn't ashamed. He'd been summoned as a hero, and all he could do was run from the enemy. MC mentally answered no and thought it would be better for him not to engage in battle, but he couldn't handle it without his tricks. Aaliyah calmly said that his behavior now proved it. Everyone knew what would happen to him if he were left alone against an enemy, even a weak foe like her. Her words were like a blow to Inori. He thought, how is she? Is his helplessness already on everyone's lips? Aaliyah loudly asked him if he was happy with this. He could still become stronger. After all, he's not like her. He's not yet left behind. He's not stuck in a bad situation. MC looked at her and thought that from the very beginning, her behavior towards him was simply a desire to assert herself. Dodging another of her blows, Inori laughed. His fangs emerged again. The next moment, he was gone. Aaliyah lost track of him and started looking around. She looked back and saw that he had appeared behind her, still laughing. She looked at him in shock and asked how he dodged. MC used a true dark magic skill, shadow movement. Inori, grinning madly, replied that it was a secret. He thought it didn't matter now. He told her that she had cleverly fooled him. She was just playing a role. In reality, She was more than that simple. Now he sees this storm in her, this envy. Emotionless? A doll princess? This is genius. She asked him why he was laughing like crazy. MC laughed even crazier and said that she was strong-willed and never gave up. Now he was really interested, the second princess of the Kingdom of the Rising Sun. Although no, Aaliyah. Inori approached her. Aaliyah asked him, surprised, why that name? He should let her go. She'd call security. The MC interrupted her and asked how. It was soundproof here. He thought that, frankly, of all the girls he'd met in parallel worlds, this girl seemed the most boring. However, now, how should he put it? This girl is the best. After that, Inori said out loud that she was cool. Aaliyah, hearing this, sheepishly asked him what he was talking about. The MC answered positively and said that she was cool. She was abandoned and rejected, and that was hopelessness, and her envy, and her behavior towards him. Aaliyah sheepishly told him that he should stop talking nonsense. Inori told her, and does she know? He admires her. She is such a strong character that her heart will never calm down, and even if she loses her way, despair will not rule her. No matter how much she played the role of a doll princess, that fire would still burn inside her. At first, she disappointed him, but he couldn't even imagine that she was so strong. Aaliyah, hearing his words, lowered her head and said that she was weak. She wanted to become stronger, or rather, she wanted to. I mean, she didn't want him to break, and she thought she could make him stronger. MC said that's how it was. After that, he turned around and replied that then she shouldn't worry. Well, maybe he was resting a lot, but his drive to achieve his goal was very strong, much like hers. Aaliyah looked at him in surprise. She replied that now she understood. It seemed she had started this in vain. The special lesson was unnecessary, but he should stop sleeping during the lessons already. Did he know that it was much more fun when you have a partner who is just as eager to achieve the goal as she was? Inori thought that the special lesson ended there. Heading for the exit, she reverted to the role of a doll princess. He felt sorry for her. He wished she could remain real for a little while longer. At that moment, someone shouted loudly, an alarm, an intruder had entered the castle. At that moment, a knight shouted at him that he must stop. Idiot, he must not interfere. The knight was fighting Masayoshi. He said he was a fool. Who was he anyway? Masayoshi said that he was certainly no one. Well, he had better introduce himself. He was a hero named Masayoshi Date. He had come to fight Takafuji Inori. They must bring him to him now. The knight asked Masayoshi, a hero? Whatever country he was from, he must not think he could get away with this. Masayoshi exhaled and angrily said that he was fed up with them. They needed to shut up already. Ijiana said that he must report to her. Who were these bandits? How did they get in? And how many did they allow inside? The defeated knight answered her. No, only he, who entered through the front door. Ijiana asked him what he said. Something had to be wrong here. Why now, when they've invited heroes from neighboring countries? They're having a social gathering today, and they'll all be here soon. The knight denied it and said, it's hard to believe, but this bandit says it is. Ryuto ran up to Masayoshi at that moment and asked, what the hell happened here? Did this guy really do this alone? Masayoshi noticed them and said, modern clothes. He thought, are these the heroes of this country? 2 girls and 1 guy. Then by process of elimination, he must be the MC. At that moment, Masayoshi started attacking Ryuto. He asked him, here he is? Aoi said in surprise. He's fast so suddenly? The knight asked them to be careful. He's a hero. Masayoshi said he came all this way to meet him. They need to duel. As they continued to fight, Ryuto wondered what kind of sword that was. He was just swinging it awkwardly and stupidly. There was no sense or style to his movements. But this sword is sharp and refined, as if driven solely by the idea of slaying the enemy. It's strong, too strong for a human. No, he's a hero. His power comes from a blessing, but he doesn't know what kind of blessing it is. Afterwards, he said, that's excellent. In that case, so am I. At that moment, he began to use the blessing of limit breaking. However, before he could finish, Masayoshi knocked the sword from his hands. Everyone was very surprised. Masayoshi told him it was over. Ryuto thought it couldn't be. He was going to die like this. At that moment, Ijiana approached them and said thoughtfully, this sword? It's from the Grant Kingdom, right? Masayoshi turned toward her to strike, but she blocked his blow. She asked him if he thought he was going too far. She called him a distinguished guest from the neighboring country. Masayoshi asked her, who the hell is she? Ejiana replied that she was the commander of this country's knights. Her name was Ejiana Aie. Masayoshi said, commander, that's not surprising, but whoever it was, if necessary, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Ejiana glared at him and said, is that so? Then she'll have to give him a rude welcome. After that, they began sparring. At the beginning of the battle, Masayoshi seemed very confident, but after the battle was over, he laughed, breathing heavily, and asked why the hell she was so strong. Ryuto wondered what this guy, the atmosphere had suddenly changed. Masayoshi said he hadn't used his blessing in a long time. Ryuto thought, blessing? Hasn't he used it yet? Ejiana asked him if he could please lower his sword, otherwise she was afraid she would have to stop holding back. Masayoshi replied with a smile that he couldn't lower his sword because he hadn't finished with his target yet. Ejiana asked him again, target? Masayoshi replied that his goal was to defeat Inori. Ejiana asked him in surprise, with MC, then why was he fighting Ryuto? Masayoshi asked in surprise, Ryuto? After that, he used his blessing, Kenjutsu, the art of the sword. He asked, who the hell is Ryuto? After that, he felt something behind him. He thought, what is it? From behind this pressure. Turning around, he looked up and asked, Who is he? He thought, is it his imagination? Inori stood above and said in surprise, wow, he's attacking him so suddenly. MC thought, but what's going on here? Beaten soldiers apologizing high-ranking officials from a neighboring country. As for Ryuto, what happened to him and his harem? And this guy? Masayoshi asked, did he find him? Is he Inori? MC answered positively and said that it was him, Inori. But who is he? After his question, everyone standing nearby was very surprised by this. Aliyah asked him, don't you know him? MC thought he didn't know anyone who would be so eager to beat him up. Judging by his status, his name was Masayoshi. Masayoshi. Seriously? A brilliant name? Well, the name Masayoshi, justice. He could practically smell the hypocrisy emanating from his name. Well, that was another headache. Masayoshi called him out and said he was challenging him to a duel. Inori was surprised by his offer. Masayoshi approached him, and calling him an idiot, said he would prove himself unworthy of the goddess. MC looked at him with a smile and asked, goddess? He recalled the image of the goddess he met when he traveled to parallel worlds many times. The goddess thought, a pure white place. A complex world beyond human understanding, and in this world, all alone, there lies a beautiful guide to another world. That's right, it's her, the goddess of the transformation of souls. She was relaxing and basking in the sun. However, she took off her glasses and said it was a summons after a long time, but she thought everything was as usual. She changed her clothes and returned to her usual state. She said it was just that when he appeared, everything was so abnormal. Well, she welcomed a new hero to a place called the intersection of worlds, where she is what they call a goddess. So, Masayoshi interrupted her and said, she. The goddess asked him again, she. Masayoshi looked at her and said, she. After that, he abruptly asked her to marry him. The goddess abruptly refused him. She thought it was a conditioned reflex, and the one she shocked by her rejection was Masayoshi. Afterwards, he was summoned to the same world as Inori, and in the present, Masayoshi said that he had met a goddess. MC responded in confusion, saying he didn't quite understand what he was talking about. Masayoshi asked him, really? Inori thought the only thing he'd learned from his story was that he'd been rejected by a goddess. So why had he suddenly proposed? Was he crazy? He didn't like this guy. He knew he shouldn't have gotten involved. Masayoshi told him that he should listen then. He asked the goddess, didn't he? He knew it was useless. The goddess awkwardly apologized to him and said it was very sweet of him. But could he see that she was a goddess? Masayoshi asked her, then is there a guy she's in love with? At least she should give at least one reason. The goddess thought for a moment and said, that's right, he was summoned, just like him. A guy named Takafuji Inori. She fell in love with him at first sight, so if his soul is stronger than his, then he might consider proposing to her. Masayoshi said it, and there he was. MC thought, what? It seems he realized what was going on. This goddess just decided to dump all the troubles on him. The next time he saw her, he'd hit her on the head. So what should he do? Masayoshi said they needed to stop talking. He'd let him activate his blessing and trample him completely. Inori thought he was a real pain in the ass. At that moment, Ryuto appeared in front of MC and told him not to give in to his provocations. He probably had a strong blessing. He could be seriously hurt. Inori thought that he wasn't planning on fighting him, and he wasn't advised to. This guy was fighting the commander on equal terms without her blessing. He was an idiot, but that's the situation. He remembered Aliyah telling him he'd be banished from the castle if he continued like this. MC thought, why not try using him to his advantage? He answered positively and said he wasn't quite sure what he wanted, but he accepted his challenge. Everyone was shocked by his statement. She told him to think again. He was going to die. She told him that the most he could do was 30 push-ups. Inori thought he didn't care about those 30 push-ups. Masayoshi said that was a good answer. Apparently, he was worth something. MC smiled and said, by the way, what format of duel would he like to fight in? Masayoshi asked in surprise. Format? What format? He was going to fight him right there. Inori said, well, for example, if a person with a firearm and a person with bare hands were to fight, it's time for a fair fight. Can it really be considered a duel? Masayoshi asked him what he meant by that. MC smiled crazily and said that his blessing is surveillance, and his blessing is kenjutsu, right? He's afraid that his blessing isn't quite suitable for combat, but he has some advantage. Does he really want to use it to surpass his opponent? Masayoshi got angry and replied that he must be joking. Who would make such a cowardly lunge? Everyone present thought it was very clever. Inori thought he finally got it, that's better. MC looked with his skill and saw, Masayoshi Date, blessing, kenjutsu. Inori thought he was a simpleton. Takafuji Inori, blessing surveillance, magical eye of sight, magical eye formation, true dark magic, vampire, weapon creation, robber skills, and so on. Masayoshi asked, then what duel format should they choose? MC answered then. The next day, Inori asked, how about this? Masayoshi asked him, is this a dungeon capture? MC answered positively. He thought he noticed this place during his nightly strolls. The night commander told him that the small floors of this dungeon are used for night training. Inori said the victory condition is defeating the boss. In that case, he could use his blessing of surveillance, and he could use his blessing of kenjutsu, so they would be on almost equal terms. Masayoshi agreed with him. MC told him the deadline was the day after tomorrow, before the public meeting. He didn't have time to finish, as Masayoshi rushed straight to the dungeon. Inori chuckled to himself and thought, well, he wishes him luck. MC also headed to the dungeon. He went down and headed forward along the corridor. He thought, now that with the blessing of surveillance, he will get lost in this dungeon and can avoid encounters with monsters as much as possible. The only thing left to worry about is him. Inori looked back and saw someone watching him and then hiding. Aaliyah peeked around the corner and thought, is this a dead end? No, she can't lose sight of him. Where the hell is he? The MC appeared behind her and said they just needed to see who was following him. What was she doing here? Aaliyah got scared and asked him how he got behind her. Inori answered, well, through a hidden passage. That was a lie. He said that it was sneaky anyway, like some kind of thief or something. Aaliyah replied that she was a little worried about him, so she came to keep an eye on him secretly. The MC asked her if she even had suitable equipment. She replied that she asked Nara to find suitable clothes, and she gave it to her. Inori thought, right, Nara was one of the few people the second princess trusted since childhood. The MC told her that she looked good. Aaliyah awkwardly told him to stop teasing her. Inori thought, well, it's true that she can't just come into the dungeon in her usual clothes, but he supposes if she told him, he could make equipment for her with his weapon creation skill. Although he doesn't think he can speak for others, his shirt is not exactly exploration gear. And by the way, he forgot one important thing. There's no concept of night in this dungeon. No morning, no noon. The hatred of the sun god, limited skill use, a decrease in each stat point by 10 times when exposed to rays of light. MC thought this meant that he was now free from the sun god's hatred, and he could cheat without restrictions. He said that he thought he should change his clothes too. Aaliyah asked him where he was going. Inori disappeared around the corner. Aaliyah followed him and said that he shouldn't leave her here alone. She called out to him and saw him changing. He took off his clothes and threw them towards Aaliyah. Aaliyah asked him, are you kidding? She saw him throw underwear towards her. She loudly called out to him, Inori. MC stood in front of her completely naked. He asked her, did she call him? Aaliyah screamed even louder. Inori, already changed, said she was being too noisy. What was wrong with her? Aaliyah opened her eyes and asked, what are those clothes? MC answered positively and holding out his hand, told her not to be surprised. He was simply putting on the equipment he found with the blessing of surveillance. He thought, right, that was a lie too. He had just made this equipment using the weapon creation skill. Ever since he was summoned to this kingdom, he had been hunting monsters and collecting demonic materials from them. He combined this with the materials he collected in this dungeon and created this equipment, a pitch-black robe created by Takafuji Inori and other sets of equipment. He also imbued it with dark magic, which is why it's so black and smells so strong. He said, okay. At that moment, Aaliyah hit him in the back and asked, what okay? What kind of man takes off his clothes right in front of a woman? She's a princess. He will be punished for his insolence. Inori turned and looked at her. He said that she kicked much harder now that she was not wearing a skirt. Aaliyah, embarrassed, said that he was not even going to repent for his misdeed. MC at that moment saw a monster behind her. He agreed with her, and then he pulled out throwing knives from the ground and used skills, true dark magic, throwing technique, dark silver daggers, creator Takafuji Inori, dark threads, creator Takafuji Inori. After that, he attacked the monster. He told her that they should stop with this childishness. They were in the middle of their game. Aaliyah turned around and saw that Inori had defeated the monster. He told her that she should follow him. He would show her his way of fighting. Takafuji Inori versus Masayoshi Dade, 6 hours after the start of the battle for the goddess. And finally, one of the heroes reached the waiting boss. Masayoshi reached the boss. Then he entered the room and began to fight it. After some time, Masayoshi cut the monster in half. The result, the winner, is Masayoshi. He looked at the monster and said that it sucks. He thought about MC and asked where the hell he was. At this time, Aaliyah returned home. Nara turned around and greeted her. However, when she turned around, she saw that Aaliyah was covered in dirt. Aaliyah told her that she was too loud. She'd like to take a bath. She needs to get it ready. Nara responded positively and said that everything would be ready in a minute. After that, she helped Aaliyah undress and said that she was so dirty. What happened to her in the dungeon? And what about Inori? Aaliyah replied that he should already be with the queen. At that moment, MC was in the throne room. The queen looked at him haughtily and asked, so it was he, Inori, right? He answered positively. She asked him, doesn't he want to explain himself? Why did he start a duel against a hero from a neighboring country, and yet he lost by a large margin? MC replied that he had no excuse. He thought that the queen was speaking to him in a very exhausted voice. And as he could see, he was completely defeated in this duel, not only because he didn't defeat the boss, but also because he didn't even make it to the boss's room. The queen became angry and said that until now, due to his laziness, she had overlooked his incompetence. But now he had caused damage to their country. She no longer had to feed the incompetent. He was banished from this castle. Did he have an objection? Inori replied that he did. The queen, surprised, asked him what. MC replied that to begin with, she had said damage. But what did she mean by damage? The queen, surprised, replied that he had lost the duel. Hadn't he? Inori responded positively and said that he had lost the duel. So what? What was at stake in this duel? The queen didn't know about that, did she? The queen replied that she hadn't been told about that. MC stood up and, smiling, said that this duel was about dignity. The condition was that whoever won this duel would be worthy of a certain woman. The queen covered her face in confusion and told him that he should wait. And that was it? Inori answered positively. He thought that dueling was a long-standing tradition, and they say that anything wagered in advance has absolute power. But this time, that wasn't the case in this duel, so the country wouldn't suffer any losses from losing this duel, and He said that besides, in that dungeon, not only did he do nothing, if he couldn't win, he thought he should at least take something with him. After that, MC handed the queen the bag. He said, well, now, they need to look inside. The queen looked into the bag and was very shocked. A few hours ago in the dungeon, Aaliyah called Inori and asked him if he really wanted to abandon the duel and hunt for treasure. MC opened the chest and answered positively, saying no problem. The Knight Commander knows. Duel? This is complete nonsense. First of all, what benefit does he gain from fighting this monster? His goal in entering this dungeon from the start was treasure. He can feed his tasteless victory to a dog, but when he puts aside his shame, beauty, and humanity, he can find another way to profit from everything. If he doesn't know how to do something right or successfully from the start, then he can simply do everything wrong from the start, and he will do anything for it. Aaliyah didn't answer him and just sighed. Some sounds were heard behind him, and Inori said, wow, well, they need to finish here already. MC took the bag and headed forward. At that moment, Aaliyah looked back and told him that there was still one left. Inori responded positively and said that it was fine, she should leave it alone. Aaliyah began to open the chest and said that it was a great loss not to explore the precious treasure chest. If he didn't want to, then she would. At that moment, a monster emerged from the chest. MC turned around and said he'd told her so. Coming closer, he saw that Aaliyah was half in the chest. He said it was funny how royalty in this country could need such help. At that moment, Aaliyah loudly called out to Inori and asked him if he could hear her. He had to help her. How disgusting. MC thought, well, judging by the monster's status, it didn't look like it was threatening her life, so he thought he could just watch for a while. Back at home, Aaliyah put her dirty clothes in the hamper and took a bath. She said that the opportunity to explore the dungeon under the pretext of a duel and prove the usefulness of surveillance in the country, bringing back treasures, in which case, instead of being blamed for defeat, he even solved the problem of exile. She said that Inori was much stronger and more sinister than she thought. MC lay in the room and thought that, in addition, when he checked his status after returning to the room, he noticed that he had gained the new skill Cheating at level 1, and the new title, Bad Actor. Inori thought that this damned status should be silenced. The queen said that was good, and now they should begin their social gathering between the heroes and heroines of the Kingdom of the Rising Sun and the Kingdom of Grant. Everyone there raised their glasses. MC thought, oh right, he'd completely forgotten, but originally it was only planned to be a social gathering of heroes and heroines between the two kingdoms, and a duel wasn't part of the plan. The main culprits were Ryuto and his harem from the Kingdom of the Rising Sun, and two other heroes along with Masayoshi from the Kingdom of Grant, and the incompetent hero sitting in the corner. That was him. He sarcastically thanked everyone in his mind and thought that originally they were just going to ignore him, excluding his existence and presence at this gathering. But since Masayoshi intervened, and thanks to the treasures he'd given them the other day, they decided to do him a favor. Obviously, he wouldn't be treated as a hero at this gathering because he was incompetent. Well, that was true. They only had to look at Ryuto and the others. They'd specially prepared formal hero attire for them. And of course, they were good-looking, unlike him. Let them explode and die, happy people. Oh well. He should stop being angry already. He'll take this opportunity to look at the hero's status from a different perspective. So, he needs to look, the evaluation. He prepared to look at the other hero's status, but Gresti appeared in front of him. Inori thought he should move out of the way. He didn't mean to use the evaluation on him. Stern Greste. He's blocking his view. Yuichi approached the MC and said that they were sincerely sorry for the inconvenience Masayoshi caused him. Tanaka Yuichi. Blessing. Notes. Hikari nudged Masayoshi and said that he should be the one apologizing. Hikari Goda. Blessing. Light magic. Inori thought, here comes Masayoshi. Hikari told Masayoshi that he selfishly started a rebellion on his own and caused trouble for this country. Can't he just be honest and say he's sorry? Doesn't he think that's uncool? Masayoshi called her a plank and told her to shut up. She replied that small breasts were her status. Masayoshi laughed. She asked, did that blonde idiot just laugh? Okay, then it's war. Yuichi said she should calm down. MC thought, right, it looks like they have a lot to do there. Anyway, if Masayoshi sees him, he'll be in trouble, so he better get out of here quickly. Hikari noticed Inori and asked, is this guy one of this country's heroes? He dueled against Masayoshi. She pointed at him and asked how strong he was. Tamaki tilted her head and replied that he didn't even pass the physical fitness test. Did he? Aoi answered positively and said that he can barely do 30 push-ups. Ryuto agreed with them. Hikari asked, is he that weak? So Masayoshi got to this country before everyone else, alone, to bully the weak? At that moment, Masayoshi heard her and looked at her madly. He asked her what she said. She was scared and said that violence was forbidden. Masayoshi was rude to her and then asked if she thought he bullied the weak for no reason or raised his hand against them for nothing. That's not true, and he doesn't care if it's not cool. She's an idiot. She should stop crying. As if he made her cry. She should stop. Ryuto looked at Yuichi and asked, does this happen often? Yuichi replied that it happened again. He apologized for bothering him. He wondered if the hero Masayoshi had started the duel with had one eye. It was covered with an eye patch, right? Was it by any chance Masayoshi who had wounded him? Aoi approached them and answered in the negative. She said that wasn't true. He'd had the eye patch almost from the start. She didn't think it was due to an injury or illness. Yuichi wondered if Masayoshi was the cause. Then why was he wearing the eye patch? Tamaki said, by the way, that under the eye patch his eye was a different, unusual color. She thought he used contact lenses or something to change his eye color. Yuichi thought that the strange eyes with contact lenses under the eye patch meant he definitely had 8th grade syndrome. He was seriously ill. At that moment, he felt sick and vomited blood. Hikari screamed that he'd vomited blood. Yuichi denied it and said it was the juice he'd been drinking. She asked him what was wrong with him. Ryuto thought at that moment that what they'd just talked about had opened up some old wounds in Yuichi. He quietly realized as much. MC mentally apologized to Ryuto and said he'd leave him to deal with Masayoshi and the others. Now that he'd looked at the status of the blessings, he didn't need them anymore. Besides Hikari's light magic, did Yuichi have any recordings? Some kind of mysterious ability? He was a little intrigued. Inori approached Miara. He thought, here comes the first princess. Miara told him they just need to see who it is. Does he know why he's here now? She invited him to this social gathering, which, by the way, he shouldn't have been at. He should be thanking her. MC thought sarcastically, right? He was grateful to her. He said he was glad she liked the souvenirs he brought back then. Miara looked at the jewelry and said, that's right. She put it on for him. He should be thanking her. And anyway, if this gift had been given to her. Inori wondered in surprise, what happened to her? When did this happen? Miara said, in any case, he should be grateful and he should continue to enjoy the feast. He thought, but this feast in honor of the gathering is quite luxurious, considering how poor this country is. True, this country's finances are in a very sorry state, so the treasures he brought back the other day played a huge role. But then he thinks, it's no wonder all the nobles here are so fat and the queen is covered in expensive jewelry. Apparently, they are the type of people who waste money and then don't understand where it went. It's funny, and yet, in a place like this, it's quite hard to be alone. He doesn't even know what to do. At that moment, MC noticed Aliyah. He approached her and said that he was saved. That's where she was. Inori called her by name, but she didn't react at all. After that, MC called her the second princess. And finally, Aliyah answered him. Inori thought he understood. It was all because of this place. Aliyah asked him how she could help him. MC thought she was back to being a doll princess, and that didn't make sense either. Damn, what should he do? Where else could he go? At that moment, Masayoshi approached him and greeted him. Inori thought in surprise, come on, Masayoshi. Masayoshi called him aside. He asked him why he'd even agreed to duel him. He'd heard that he'd simply given up on dueling him and gone treasure hunting. MC thought, oh, right? Masayoshi asked him, dueling for a goddess, more nonsense? Inori mentally answered him, something like that. Masayoshi told him, well, no matter how much he regretted it now, it won't change the fact that he won. MC thought he didn't regret it. Masayoshi looked at him and said what a smug and creepy idiot he was. He wondered how a goddess could even like such a freak. As he said this, he took a bite of food and then, without looking, threw the rest at Inori. MC, seeing this, instinctively dodged. He thought, damn. He reflexively dodged. Masayoshi, seeing this, laughed and called him nimble. Inori then thought, this damn goddess, how annoying she is. At that moment, somewhere in another dimension, the goddess sneezed and asked, she wondered who remembers her. God, how hard is it for her to be a beautiful goddess who can be proposed to within seconds of meeting someone? Speaking of which, she wonders how he's doing. She thinks he's already causing a stir in the neighboring area, although she doesn't think he'll be easy to defeat. It's his soul power. She even thinks defeating him is completely impossible. Soul power is the power of the spirit, meaning he's more arrogant, more greedy, more selfish, more insane, and more exceptional than anyone else in the world. A man who could be called the complete opposite of justice. A man who can make everyone in the world his enemy and destroy them one by one with complete impunity. She's very excited about what will happen next. MC looked thoughtfully at the information window, which stated, Takafuji Inori, Demon Vampire, Baron Class, Level 8, HP 6000, MP 18,073, Strength 6,167, Endurance 5,709, Vitality 5,747, Agility 6,497, Intelligence 4,580. Inori said, leveling up is getting more and more difficult. Although this is not surprising, there are no other monsters here besides Ketso. There are so many of them that they are enough for mass production of something. MC thought, Commander, Masayoshi, it seems this world is full of cruel and strong people. He thinks he should expand his search to areas with stronger monsters. Now, a few days after Masayoshi's appearance, he's finally done it. He's entered this place. He doesn't know that his first defeat and impending death await him here. A fantastical forest amid ordinary mountains. This place was hidden by hallucinations, illusions, and other special powers, but his magical eye's ability, Illusion Breaker, revealed it. In the fantastical forest, cut off from the outside world, he saw magnificent nature, as well as a wolf-like monster he'd never encountered before. And Inori walked through the forest and came to a large field with a huge tree in it. MC said this was definitely a bad place. This looks like some kind of RPG, right? Apparently this is the boss stage. Now he understands everything. It's dangerous. He'll just pretend he didn't see anything. He'll just turn around and go home. However, after that, something attacked Inori and he was thrown into a tree. He thought, What the hell? His right arm. What? Where is it? He didn't understand what happened, but he was thrown back, and the next thing he knew, he slammed into a tree trunk. No, with the vision of his left eye and his right eye, his magical eye vision, he clearly captured this figure. He was Fenrir. That's a mythological beast. Fenrir, a white wolf phantom, HP 40,500, MP 12,600. Blessing, royal vessel, title, Wolf King. MC thought this was an unusual monster and a phantom? Isn't it the kind of monster that should appear in the middle of the game? Inori made a sound of pain. Fenrir looked at him and asked why he came here. MC thought in surprise, wow, it can talk. After that, Inori told him what he wanted. What if he said he was simply lost? The beast asked him, lost? MC thought, well, he wouldn't be completely lying if he said he was lost. The thing is, he didn't plan to go so deep into this forest. In fact, ever since he entered this forest, his tracking skill went crazy and stopped working. Tracking is a blessing in this world, so there may be times when the powers of this world resist it. He was too well off. Fenrir asked him what he would say if he said he killed his brothers. Inori thought he was just trying to fight back, so he drank all their blood. After that, Fenrir said that in any case, he couldn't leave him alive. Now that he knew about this place, MC calmly asked him, then what was the point of asking him questions if he was going to kill him anyway? The beast replied that he had neither a right hand nor magical instruments. He had no chance of winning. Afterward, he saw Inori's arm fully recover. MC smiled and said that he was mistaken. He didn't want to die. The beast said his arm. Inori asked, is that it? He thought it had regenerated while they were talking, although he was losing HP in return. Fenrir told him he wasn't human. MC responded positively and said he was a vampire. After his words, the beast pounced on him, declaring him dangerous. Inori thought he needed to act as quickly as possible right now. Afterward, he dodged the beast's attack and leaped high into the air. MC thought he was about 3 times more agile than him. But when it came to reaction time, he had the advantage because he had a magical eye of vision. If he hadn't missed the first move of the attack, he wouldn't have been able to dodge its blow. The beast, noticing Inori, ran at him and growled. MC tried to defend himself from its attack. He thought, was it his fur? Damn, this is really bad. After that, Inori dodged the attack again and used the skill True Dark Magic, Control, Cancel. Numerous daggers appeared around the beast, and then they all headed straight for it. MC thought that right now he had no aces up his sleeve to kill it. In other words, if he continued fighting, he would die. He would gladly use summoning magic to teleport to another location and escape, but there was one problem. Right now, a mind-altering spell was active in the formation's magical eye, and he wouldn't be able to switch until he saw the summoning magic circle again. And by the way, the paper he drew that circle on, this is what it looked like after his surprise attack. He doesn't know what to do now. Fenrir told him that such a simple attack wouldn't harm him. He's wasting his time. After that, Inori saw Fenrir attack him with his fur, which pierced MC. The attack caused Inori's eye to fall out. Fenrir told MC that he should finally understand that no matter how much he tried, it wouldn't work. He should stop wasting time on pathetic attempts. He had to die. After that, he began to approach Inori and said that he was sure he had killed him, but what the hell was going on here? Where was his body? At that moment, MC appeared from above and attacked the wolf. He dealt it a powerful blow, causing the beast to growl in pain. Inori said that his eye, there it was. He thought the counterattack had been successful because he hadn't just thrown knives at random. He had carved a magic summoning circle, which was very difficult. But he managed to get there in time and rewritten the spell into the formation's magic eye. Of course, that's good, but the problem remains. The atmosphere around Fenrir changed, as if he now saw him as an enemy, not prey. The wolf cried out loudly and headed toward MC. At that moment, Inori used his teleportation skill again. He appeared near a large wall. Looking back, MC saw Fenrir running after him and bid him farewell. After that, he jumped into the portal. Inori thought this battle had ended in a draw. He would say that even if he had stayed to fight him, he still wouldn't have been able to kill him. He would accept this as his defeat. He had indeed taken a beating, but he had much to gain from this duel. First, the lack of firepower, or rather, the lack of weapons. What he had now could hardly be called a decent weapon. It was just a bunch of random materials he mixed together as an experiment. It was nothing special, but now he had proper materials to work with, and he could try to make something decent out of them. Secondly, yesterday's battle revealed the secret of his body's regenerative ability. His body can regenerate all wounds, and of course, his HP decreases as a result, but the law of HP decrease is a mystery to him. He could sustain multiple internal injuries and still lose almost no HP. But on the other hand, there were times when he lost more HP than he thought, even when it turned out he was fine. Fenrir's attack. The needles from his fur hit various points on his body. If they hit his head, they only deal 5 damage, but if his arm were torn off under any circumstances, he would take around 80 damage. He believes the damage is precisely proportional to the volume of the body parts that were lost. And regarding the weaknesses of such a body, his regeneration works on the principle that his blood becomes flesh. Since he is a vampire, his blood has the ability to regenerate. Therefore, the heart, which is the pump for blood, is most likely his kryptonite. That is, a vampire's weakness. This also has nothing to do with Fenrir. He did some research on other vampire weaknesses, and it turns out there are vampires in this world too, and their weakness is mithril. But for him, mithril isn't a weakness. His weakness is silver. He became a vampire in the third world, which means he's different from the vampires in this world. In a world where the concept of leveling up and skills doesn't even exist, he can still level up and acquire skills. The magical eye of the formation can record the magic circles of this world in this world, and the magical dimension in this world can't even measure his strength. His skills operate against the laws of this world. Increased growth speed, increased experience by 5 times, required experience is halved, magical eye vision, magical eye formation, true dark magic, baron class, robber skills, hatred of the sun god, equipment creation, surveillance leveling up, obtaining skills, kenjutsu level 5, stealth art level 5, throwing technique level 5, tenkenjutsu, technique of handling knives and daggers level 5, Tobi Mei Gari, a kick in the Kyokushinkai karate system performed in a jump, level 10, cheating level 1. MC thought negatively, or perhaps he ignores the laws of this world. It was funny how much he'd learned about his abilities in the last few months. He'd researched, he'd developed his own skills, and now it was time for him to move on. Well, now that he'd sharpened the daggers, he needed to cut something to test them. As his curiosity grew, he wondered what he could do in this world. And right now, he had a suitable enemy to take revenge on. He'd return there tonight. He was his enemy, and it would be a shame to miss such an opportunity to fight and kill him with his own hands. Inori nevertheless headed back to the same forest. Fenrir said that these forests were lands under a witch's contract. The witch gave them safe haven, and in exchange, they were bound by the contract to destroy those who threatened their land. MC looked at him and asked, was it because of him that the forest was almost empty except for Ketso? The wolf responded positively and said, but he's still alive, and he can't forgive him for this. He can't allow him to continue to exist. He once let him go, and he dared to come here again. This time, he won't let him leave alive. Inori laughed and said he was very angry. MC thought, well, he's waiting for him to take action. Inori asked him, what's the matter? Has he already forgotten how much pain he caused him? MC thought he should be even more angry. First, he needs to fuel his hatred for him. To defeat Fenrir, who overwhelmingly outranks his other opponents and himself, he needs him to take the bait. Inori asked him, is this place really that important? The beast responded positively and said that this place, his brothers, they are worth his life. MC thought, from the very beginning, his motives were the same, protecting this land, protecting his brothers. It all comes down to this. It's as if protection is a way of life. It's better than he thought. It's great. It makes him want to kill him. At that moment, Inori decided to attack the wolf. Fenrir asked what? MC asked him if he had a good sense of smell. Then he surely knew what it was, right? Fenrir sniffed and said that it couldn't be. It's his brother, right? Inori smiled madly and said that he was very sorry. His former brothers were now his followers. How does he feel now? How does it feel to be attacked by those he tries to protect? How does it feel to see the manipulated dead bodies of his brothers? They are not his brothers anymore. Fenrir became very angry at his words and shouted at him that he was an idiot. After that, he rushed to attack him. The wolf's eyes glowed black. MC said, okay, he needs to get going. His anger level should be at its maximum now. He's planning to destroy everything around him to make it easier to attack, but he can't let him do that even though everything is going as planned. The wolf continued to attack Inori. MC thought it was time to use his family, since they were so good at blocking Fenrir's movement. Fenrir asked, what's the reason for all this? Inori wondered how many times he'd said, and the wolf finally managed to land a blow on MC. Inori fell to the floor from the blow and thought his ribs were broken and they'd pierced his intestines. His body was being eaten away by the escaping stomach acid. He laughed to himself and thought that there was only one downside to all this. Vampires don't care about such injuries. Just when Fenrir was about to bite MC, he used teleportation. The wolf told him he couldn't escape. Inori thought, doesn't he understand yet? Teleportation is an excellent emergency escape, but it uses a lot of mana. After that, MC got wings. He thought, so he needs to leave a bit to get back to the castle, so he'll have to try. At that moment, Inori pointed several daggers at him. The wolf, seeing this, shouted that it couldn't be. The next moment, the daggers cut Fenrir. MC thought that the new blades he invented had borne fruit. It's a rather weak ability, but if you stick them deep enough, they'll be difficult to remove. Fenrir asked, why the hell is a person so smart? Inori thought that true dark magic is the space of shadows. After a while, he said that it couldn't be. Finally, another blow, thanks to which he gained altitude, and he's getting further and further away. Fenrir understood his words and began to prepare to pounce. MC thought he was preparing to pounce. Now he had to think about whether a long-range attack was a good idea. After that, the wolf finally jumped after Inori. He almost bit him, but MC used his teleportation skill at the last moment. He appeared on the ground and said that it was good. It was time for him to subdue him. At that moment, Inori called his brothers. The wolf headed towards MC. Inori said, capture Fenrir. After that, numerous chains grabbed the wolf. Fenrir asked him, what is this? MC told him that he didn't need to try. The trees around him were 300 meters long, and besides, he had woven everything so that the power was distributed evenly. He wouldn't be able to break free from this vine. He wouldn't be able to escape death. An information window appeared, which read, Vine, author Takafuji Inori, quality A+, price 5 million, abilities, binding, crystallization, hardening, compression. Fenrir asked him, when did he manage to do that? He didn't even notice. Inori said that he could completely control what he created. He could even erase the smell. He did everything, even the smell of the vine, after which he allowed himself to relax a little. MC thought, and in general, all the shadows of things he decided to control belonged to him, meaning things connected to his shadow space. And with the shadow knives he'd stabbed into various trees during the battle, he created a vine and controlled it remotely. He then used it as bait, then teleported into the sky and slowly, deliberately lured it into a trap. At that moment, the wolf tried to escape. Inori said that apparently he was resistant to cutting blows, but it wasn't enough to tear them apart. This was the end for him, so at that moment, MC bared his fangs and wished him bon appetit. After a while, Inori stood next to Fenrir's body. An information window appeared. Takafuji Inori, level 13. He received unique skills. Enhanced, Tool of the King. Added some skills. Bite 2, Jump 1, Fly 1, Dodge 2, Thread Weaving 1, Control 1, Set Trap 2. Received the title Titan Slayer. MC thought in surprise. He raised the 5th level and acquired a couple of skills. And the unique skill is the King's Tool. The King has the ability to adjust the skills of his servants, as well as increase their intelligence and facilitate communication. Inori thought that this was the blessing that Fenrir had. Now he wondered, is it possible to take away or deprive someone of their blessing and skills and give them to another person in the form of a unique skill? MC stood thoughtfully and said, what do you mean? At that moment, a phantom wolf approached him and called the master. Inori asked him, so he could speak? Phantom replied negatively and said that now suddenly he could. MC thought it was because of the king's tool. He asked him, so what did he need? He replied that he meant the master who lay at his feet. And could he do them a favor? Their former master, he desperately tried to protect them all. He fought for them all. Was he going to kill all the inhabitants of this forest? Inori answered positively and said that he was going to hunt them all. He told him, then they asked him to become their master. MC looked at him and thought that now he understood. So Fenrir wanted to protect them, and he was offering him to take his family under his care, and with a bunch of wolves. Fenrir's family, he didn't think it would cause him many problems, if any, and they also didn't need food, especially since they could make a good weapon. Inori, after thinking, answered that he agreed. They thanked him for everything he had done for them. MC thought, sucking blood from Fenrir was quite a labor-intensive task. And this huge white wolf, he wondered if he would turn black after becoming his servant. Inori said that if they made all the wolves in this forest their family, it would be a very large and powerful black family. By the way, his clothes were also black. And when all was said and done, the sky began to brighten. MC asked, did they ever return home in the morning? If not, he would say that it was utterly disgusting. He couldn't imagine how he would stay awake during class today. Inori sat with Egiana at the table. She asked him if he would like to join the order. MC asked in surprise, the order? He thought they would call him to expel him from the kingdom. But then he was offered to join the order. Egiana told him he could temporarily avoid worrying about exile by dueling a hero from a neighboring country. But this was only a temporary reprieve, as he wouldn't be able to fight the Demon Lord as a hero. Inori thought he understood now. He's a hero after all, and if he can't fight the Overlord, then the special treatment he gets as a hero will soon come to an end. So she's asking him to join the order since he can't be a hero? Egiana said that before she continued, she'd say she didn't think he was useless because his skills could be channeled in a more positive direction. MC looked at her in surprise. She asked him if she surprised him. Inori replied that he wasn't surprised at all. It was because everyone generally considered him completely useless. He thought that, frankly, he'd always tried to spend as much time as possible training, but even so, they still thought of him as a loser or something. But that was fine, because if it weren't for that, he'd fall asleep in an instant during these training sessions, and besides, thanks to it, he observes and memorizes the skills of other heroes and trains them at night. MC took the cup and said he couldn't give her an answer right now, but Egiana interrupted him and said that when he had nowhere else to turn, he could come to her. Inori replied that he would remember that. He thought he had nowhere else to turn? That meant when he was kicked out. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, and Egiana said he could come in. Ryuto apologized and entered. Egiana asked him if something was wrong. He replied that he had been told to tell MC that the first princess wanted him to come to her chambers, preferably alone. Inori looked at him in surprise. Egiana asked him if he could tell her what he had done. MC went to the first princess's room. He thought that he had done nothing, that he had no idea what was happening now. Ryuto called him and said that he had actually been the one who had suggested the first princess to talk to him. Inori, surprised, thought, what? He said that he had noticed for a long time that the first princess liked him, and thanks to this, she had been more open lately and was willing to discuss various topics with him. MC wondered, why was he telling him about their romantic comedy? What was he getting at? Ryuto said that she had actually been worried about the second princess all this time. That's why he needed his help. Entering the room, he said that they had arrived. Miara ran up to Inori and said that she had done everything she could to talk to someone like him, so he should thank her. MC asked her if he could just go back. Miara asked him why. Inori exhaled and thought that the moment he entered the room and saw her, he had an overwhelming desire to go back. Miara asked, She heard from Ryuto that he is on good terms with the second princess, although she absolutely didn't care how she was. MC asked her if they had a fight. She replied that he didn't need to know. Inori asked, then maybe she was worried? Miara turned to him and said that she wasn't worried about anyone. MC thought he couldn't help her. He turned around and said, well, if she was okay, then he was going. Miara suddenly answered positively and said that there was no need. He was so incompetent that he had to use Ryuto, who was like a goblin with the authority of an ogre. Inori, surprised, thought, is this some kind of fantasy proverb? She, as always, was acting like a stupid first princess. Miara said, so he was on good terms with the second princess? MC thought they were finally getting down to business. Ryuto had told him what he needed to do on their way here. Ryuto told him that the first princess wanted to make peace with the second princess, and since he and the second princess were getting along well. At that moment, he looked at Inori and told him that he shouldn't look at him like that. He better listen further. He wasn't asking him to do this for free. In exchange for the favor he provided, he would find a way to invite him to the next banquet. He again asked him not to make such a face. MC asked, what, you mean he's going to throw another lame party? Ryuto asked him, what, so he doesn't know? The first princess's birthday is coming soon. Inori replied that he hadn't heard about it. Ryuto apologized to him and said, then? MC thought he understood that the lives of these two were taken away without any hope, because for them, the titles of first princess and second princess are a curse. Miara said that she calls her her sister, but she wants her to treat her like her sister too. Inori replied that he understood her feelings. The thing is, she also wants to make peace with her and call her her sister, and she's not going to cut her out of her life. Okay, then he'll talk to her sister, and she'll take the opportunity to make peace with her. Miara happily asked, is that true? MC said, so when that happens, she'll have to be honest with herself. Miara said that if everything goes well, she'd like to thank him. After that, she thanked him. Inori asked, so what about going to the first princess's birthday banquet? Aaliyah asked him, what, a banquet? MC said he wouldn't be invited anyway. He thought he didn't have to say that. She said she didn't need to attend the banquet. Nara said no, and it wasn't that she didn't need to attend. It was that she wasn't worthy of attending. Because it's a banquet in honor of the first princess, there's a lot of flattery and extremely silly grandstanding, as well as food, more decorations than usual, and all this is done to please the first princess as much as possible. Because of this, the second princess is left alone again and again. Inori thought that Nara seemed very angry. Well, it's because of the first princess, and nothing can be done about it. She talks so much when it comes to Aaliyah, and because of this, she might say something that might hurt Aaliyah's heart. Nara said it was because she was denied the opportunity to enter the banquet, but she still continued to smile and laugh sweetly. She's not sure the first princess will say this, but she must do what she wants. Aaliyah hesitantly said that she would go. Aaliyah said that if this is what she really wants, then what should she do? Then she will reciprocate her feelings, so she will go. The MC asked, so, what's on their agenda today? Nara replied that the first thing they needed to do was go into town to find out about changes in market prices for goods. He needed to remember that. Today's lesson would be on social issues. She asked Aaliyah if that was a good idea, right? Aaliyah hesitantly answered yes, and said that today she thought they could act less respectfully. Inori thought that Aaliyah had used some kind of magical artifact to change the color of her hair, so she looked like they really were sisters. Today, they were going out to town to shop. This meant that the purpose of this trip was a gift for her. The MC said, okay, then they should begin their journey. By the way, what should he do? The girls simultaneously answered that he should be a guard, a servant, of course. Inori said that they urgently needed to have a conversation about how they treated him. Aaliyah said that, therefore, as her guard, he should use honorifics. MC thought she was stupid. After that, the three of them walked around the city, trying to choose a gift for Miara. Inori thought she looked at that display case for a long time, and then she said she couldn't decide between two accessories. She asked MC what he thought was better. Inori replied, isn't that a gift for her sister? So why was she asking him? She replied that she didn't know. She was just curious what he thought. Besides, he saw her the other day. So what did he think would suit her better? MC replied that he couldn't know that since he only met her yesterday. Aaliyah asked him, but he's good at understanding people's emotions, isn't he? Inori thought it seemed like she was studying his strengths, but good. He answered her in the negative and said that he doesn't understand their emotions and desires. Well, he can't even sympathize with them. He's always been like this, since he's never felt either joy or sadness. He thought he just knew that emotions were nothing but trouble. He told her, and he understood this perfectly. After the pain he had to endure as a child, he tried to understand emotions, but there was only so much he could do in theory, so he had no idea what would make her sister happy. Aaliyah stood and just looked at him, saying nothing. MC thought it was just awful, and the atmosphere was tense. He couldn't help her with this, partly because he was just too lazy. Inori turned to her and asked if she thought she was too uptight. Aaliyah asked him if that was true. MC answered positively and said that this was a common occurrence for her. She was an unusual doll princess, shopping today, right? She should just relax. Aaliyah was embarrassed and replied that nothing could be done then. After that, she finally relaxed and continued walking around the city. After a while, she chose a gift for her sister. Inori said that he thought she had chosen a very nice gift, Aaliyah asked him if it was true. The first princess was used to receiving gifts, so she wasn't sure she'd be happy with what she was giving her. MC asked if she was used to receiving gifts from strangers and people, right? If Aaliyah chose what she wanted to give her, then that's the most important thing, right? Aaliyah didn't answer him, but only looked a little embarrassed. Nara said he was very kind. Inori bowed his head and said he didn't do it on purpose. She said Aaliyah was gradually changing, and she was absolutely sure it was thanks to him. She would never have gone out like that before. Even last year, she decided to refuse a gift for her sister. If he can't do it right, then can he do it wrong? She said the words MC had once said. Hearing this, he became angry and turned towards her, but she had already run off to Aaliyah. She told her to wait a little. Inori felt like he'd been tricked. How frivolous Aaliyah was. Night had fallen. Somewhere below the castle, Betray asked her what was on her mind. Igiana replied that it was the kingdom's safety. He asked her what she wanted him to do. She replied that she wanted him to make a new sunrise. Betray asked, "Is this the sun?" She replied that it had already faded. After that, he asked her who she was. Igiana replied that she was from the kingdom of the rising sun. Knight Commander Igiana Ie. He told her that he had been waiting for her. She was the strongest knight in all of humanity. 5 days later, the first princess's birthday celebration went as planned. Just in case, he decided to act as butler to support his princess. And today's star of the show is, Ryuto approached Miara and said that today's dress suits her very well. Miara thanked him and said she was very happy. MC thought the first princess was so overjoyed by Ryuto's compliments that she wasn't even embarrassed in front of people. The seats were at the top of the hall. They belonged to the queen and king, and next to them was the knight commander. And not far from her was a short man who, judging by his appearance, was the prime minister of this country. And of course, the celebration itself was quite large, so it wasn't surprising that there were faces he hadn't seen before, like the prime minister. The girls called out to Inori. He turned around and saw Aoi and Tamaki. He thought, well, it's time to exchange gifts. Tamaki replied that she wasn't sure if it would work. MC thought Ryuto had also told Tamaki and Aoi about their plan. He doesn't know what they're thinking right now, but their faces showed they were quite worried. They could learn from him how to stay calm. After that, Inori looked at Aaliyah and thought in surprise. Teacher? Aaliyah stood there, looking very nervous. MC was surprised. What is this? Where did the standard doll princess smile go? How nervous is she? Inori called her and asked if she was okay. Aaliyah answered positively and said that everything was fine. She had no problems. Aaliyah mentally answered negatively and thought, isn't she acting stupid now? She needed to have several rehearsals. MC said that he didn't understand her. Was it probably difficult for her to enter this hall? Aaliyah answered positively and said that when it came down to it, she started to get a little nervous. She didn't know what she was allowed to say in these situations. Inori said, however, after that, he pushed her to go forward. He said that this was her holiday too, and she was needed there for it to be perfect. Because of his push, she found herself in the room. She was standing right in front of Miara. They were awkward. Afterwards, Aaliyah told her that it was her birthday and that she was congratulating her. Miara laughed awkwardly and said that she should be grateful for letting her attend the celebration. Aaliyah smiled and said that she was here today to give a gift to the first princess. Miara asked her, a gift? Aaliyah opened the box and said that she had chosen the gift that she thought would best suit the first princess. Miara was initially delighted with the gift, but then her expression changed as she heard someone in the crowd say, oh my god, what a shame, she couldn't even choose a decent gift. This gift clearly isn't suitable for the first princess. However, Miara wasn't afraid and saw that Aaliyah's hands were shaking. She ordered that they put it on. The assistant said that she would obey her. Miara hurried her and said that she should hurry. After that, the assistant helped her put Aaliyah's gift on. Miara asked, so how is it? She turned and asked Ryuto what he thought of it. He replied that it was very beautiful. MC thought he was extremely surprised, such a simple accessory, but it suited her so well. Miara hesitantly asked if she could ask for another gift. Aaliyah asked confusedly, one more, right? Miara replied that it was from her for her. Could she call her sister? Everyone present was surprised by her request and stood waiting for an answer. Aaliyah answered positively. After that, Miara became happy and rushed to hug Aaliyah, calling her sister. Inori thought that this was just great. The operation was a success. Next, he would see what the queen thought about it. He looked at the queen, who was crying, and said that she called her sister, how happy she was for her. MC thought in surprise, she's crying, what the hell? What are they both crying? Are these people stupid? What foolish parents they were. Ryuto approached Inori and thanked him for it. After all, he had to trust him with everything. MC replied that he was right. 90% of the credit went to him, so he would definitely have to pay extra for it. Ryuto laughed and said he would think about it. But really, he was very grateful to him. He looked at the first princess's sad face every day, and it made him quite sad too. The queen and all the princes, they were much better people than he thought. Did he know, when he was first summoned, he was very worried, but now he began to understand that he could succeed in this world. After all, at the end of the evening, Betray approached the queen. He said she'd lived the best of her days. The queen didn't understand, so Betray continued. Now she had nothing to regret. After his words, he killed the queen and the king and said that they were witches. They were a nation of witches that stood on their own 2 feet. Miara was shocked by what she saw. Betray said their country was in dire straits, and instead of doing anything, They were summoning fools from another world to help them. It was outrageous. Aaliyah, seeing this, decided to use magic. Inori thought the country's prime minister had everyone's attention on him, and even the heroes who were there couldn't do anything. But the magic circle that appeared before him meant only one person could do something about this situation. Aaliyah tried to confront Betray. He shouted that witches are a brave people who should have a brave ruler, and it was the former queen who made the extremely foolish decision to summon heroes, and the former king who didn't even try to stop her, and who summoned them, the first princess. He looked at her with the desire to kill her too. At that moment, Ryuto stood in his way, protecting the princess. Betray said she was the one with witch blood in her veins, but she hadn't even tried to save the kingdom, so he would send her to the former queen by his own hands. She had to do it. Igiana approached Mayara, drew her sword, and prepared to cut off her head. Seeing this, Aaliyah tried to stop her, but she was too late. Igiana struck and severed Mayara's head. Betray thought this country was rotten. Not only the royals, but also the aristocrats. Everything in this country had long been rotten and needed to be rebuilt. He must make sure a new sun rises in this country. Aaliyah was shocked by what had happened and went to her sister, whose body Ryuto was holding. He turned to the knights and loudly declared that the witch was on their side. Then there were the aristocrats, who until now had allowed corruption to flourish and taint the glory of the lands that belonged to noble witches. Then there were the barbarians from another world. All of them must be killed. The knights began to kill all the people in this building, and they screamed loudly in pain and horror. Inori looked around and thought that he had a feeling that this country was in great danger. He had been summoned a few days ago, but he sensed it immediately. The people are extremely poor, and the aristocrats can't stop spending money on all sorts of nonsense. They even called upon heroes just to get financial aid. He knew it wouldn't end well. However, he never imagined a coup d'etat would occur. In the midst of the financial crisis, the only thing that could keep people from a coup d'etat was the belief in witches and their bloodline. However, the queen was killed along with the king. And now that the first princess, the heir to the throne, is dead, this belief is over. At least the current Rising Sun Kingdom is over. The man lying on the floor loudly asked, if it was because of the barbarians from another world, then why was he killing them too? Betray looked at him and asked, does he think he doesn't know? This banquet was organized through massive embezzlement, which was only possible because of bribery and excessive taxes. He only kills those who cause the country and the royal family to rot. He will say this, no one present deserves to live. Ryuto gritted his teeth in anger at what had happened and called out to the princess. He used Limit Break and his lightsaber. He tried to attack, but Aegiana blocked his attack. He said loudly in a very angry tone that there were no people who could deserve death. Tamaki noticed that the knight was about to attack Aaliyah and used a blade of light spell to stop him. Her magic had no effect, so she turned around, called out to the protagonist, and said that he must find a way out and bring out the second princess. If she remained here, she would be killed. The knight was about to attack her and loudly said that if they interfered, they would be killed on the spot. Aoi stood next to her and blocked the attack with a magical barrier. She turned around and loudly said that he should hurry. He ran up to Aaliyah and loudly said that she could not help her anymore, so they should run from here. He grabbed her hand and began to lead her out of the hall while the others fought. One of the knights was about to shoot them, but the second knight stopped him and said something quietly. Thanks to this, they were able to escape, and Tamaki said that somehow they managed to save the second princess. Betray asked, do they really think they succeeded? They were standing in the corridor, and he thought that, as he thought, everything couldn't be that simple. With his detection skill, he roughly understood the situation. It was not surprising that they let them leave the hall so easily. However, they would not be able to leave the castle so easily because all the corridors were under their control. They were in the palm of his hand. To put it bluntly, they were powerless in this situation. He called Aaliyah and said that now that the first princess was killed, she was their target, and they would kill her without a second thought, since she was an obstacle to their desired kingdom. Although he, of course, had no idea how he was going to rule people who believed in witches. Aaliyah said that the prime minister, or rather Betray, is a distant relative of the royal family who possesses royal blood. MC was shocked by what he heard and said that this is the end. He thought that either his chances of carrying out a coup d'etat have become many times higher. He said that in this case, they are left with two options, escape or surrender, life or death. They can still take revenge. She said that the king was quite a loving father, and although the queen did not show her love, she was still her mother. The first princess was also very kind, and they finally became real sisters. However, the prime minister, she hates him with all her heart. She wants to kill him with her own hands. He smiled and thought that he could not remove the smile from his face after hearing this. She said in a serious tone that she could not die here, so she will escape and survive for the sake of revenge. He thought that he knew that she was strong. He extended his hand to her with a wide smile and said that he would do it for her. He would use his detection skill to find the enemy and protect her. So they should escape from here together and survive. At the same time, two knights were walking down the corridor and said that they needed to find two people who had escaped. The first was the second princess. Whether she would be alive or dead, it didn't matter. One of them started to choke. The second knight walked on and said that they needed to go around everywhere, although they were unlikely to escape anyway. He turned around, noticed that something was happening to his partner, wanted to call for help, but he also started to choke. Inori peeked out into this corridor from around the corner and said that everything was fine. He thought that it looked like she had just used magic that worked like a vacuum. Thanks to a combination of his detection skill, you can get something like this. He killed the knights with his sword and thought that he could pinpoint their location, and she could put them into a coma, a seemingly invincible tactic. However, the knight's armor is called the Talanter magic armor. If the power of this armor is activated, its magic will be cancelled. Therefore, it is only effective against surprise attacks. He seemed to know that he had no aversion to killing people, but he still didn't understand why he didn't have the same reaction as ordinary people, which was nausea. He threw the sword on the floor and said that they should move on. Aaliyah walked down the corridor and said that they needed to go this way. He thought that where they were heading now was known only to the royals. After all, this was an escape tunnel for emergency situations. This was the route to their salvation that the knights would never know about. Or was he wrong? She ran through the tunnel and said that they needed to turn here and they would come out to the servants' room. She called to him and asked if there were any knights ahead. The protagonist touched the wall and said that there was not a single knight there. She opened the door and screamed in shock at what she saw. She saw a room with many dead servants lying on the floor. He entered this room and thought that killing all the servants, even those who served them, was already too much, even judging by the fact that they did it to prevent treason. They are not even afraid that posterity will remember them as tyrants. They are purposefully seeking to coordinate a coup d'etat. He called her and said that there are no knights here. They must go further. He called Aliyah, and she looked in horror at the dead Nala and called her by name. A little earlier, when they were walking through the tunnel, she thought that they should turn here and they would come out to the servants' quarters. Right. First she needed to find Nala and then run. She was like a sister to her when she was all alone. Even if she had to leave this place, she had to say goodbye to her first. Right now, she held her head close to her, started crying, and said that if only she had come earlier. He thought that up until this moment, he hadn't even thought about her. However, if they had prioritized saving themselves over fleeing in this situation, she might have survived. However, would that have been the best option for them? He was telling her that she had two options to choose from, but he had two more. One was to hold out until sunset. However, it was possible to do without that if he could somehow get rid of the sun god's hatred, after which, break through the siege and keep moving forward. The last one was to go over to the Prime Minister's side. He was not a hero and was unknown to the outside world. In addition to all this, he had a useful ability for the Prime Minister: detection. Regarding the knight's conversation in the hall, could it be because of the Knight Commander's previous request? When he had nowhere else to turn, he should come to her. Now that he thought about it, she was implying that point. The problem was that they would now have to act categorically differently, since the last option he could resort to in case of failure was joining the order, and he would prefer to avoid knightly service. Therefore, an option that should be used as a last resort. Or, he could give them the second princess and gain temporary freedom. Whatever the case, first he needed to see how she would act. MC said there were no knights around at the moment, so he didn't mind if she cried a little. But this room was a dead end. He also wanted to leave this room before the knights arrived. Aaliyah said she didn't want to leave Nala here. However, he was going to leave now, right? He agreed, and she thought her heart would break, but regrets were part of the battle. She turned to him and said that he was really strong. He thought he had a pretty convincing reaction. She had 50 minutes to the fact that they found someone dear to her dead. After that, she closed her eyes and prayed silently. He looked at her from the side and thought that this is what it feels like to mourn the dead. He can understand why she is crying, but he doesn't feel any grief. Usually, human corpses are mourned after death or they rot alone. But they can also just be eaten. After all, after death, he's nothing more than a piece of meat. But none of this will change the fact that she's already dead. When a person dies, that's the end, right? Then the two of them started to leave. She looked at Nala, said goodbye, and said that she was very grateful to her. They returned to the palace, and he thought that he was going to use his detection skill to find out the situation in the hall and not fall into a trap. He used his skill to look at what was happening in the hall, where the battle was taking place, and thought that it was already bad. It seemed that he was already pretty battered. How strong is the Knight Commander? Tamaki and Aoi were tied up, and Ejiana asked what they wanted to do, and what was their plan. Was it revenge for the first princess, or a feeling of grief? Perhaps he wanted his friends to die, or maybe he wanted to stop them. However, none of this mattered, because he lost. Ryuto used Limit Break, released a powerful burst of energy, and it blinded all the opponents nearby. He started running, his expression tense as he thought that at least then he would protect them. He was very surprised when she grabbed him by the throat, threw him to the ground, and said that she could fight even with her eyes closed. He was too naive to think he could save them if he deprived her of her sight. He lost because he wasn't prepared for killing. It seems that the effect of breaking the limit wore off, and this was the price for greatly increasing his strength. Thanks to this, he lost the ability to move his body. He can consider himself lucky, because now she won't have to cut off his limbs. The three heroes will be sent to prison. At the same time, Inori thought that while they were walking down the corridor, Aaliyah briefly told him about the two of them. The commander is the strongest person in this world. The prime minister is a former military man who managed to achieve great fame within 10 years. It seems that she hoped that the heroes would cope with them, and that after that they would join them. Such an outcome of fate was simply impossible. However, it was better not to tell her about it. He called her and said that at the turn, 15 steps away from them, the enemies were approaching and would notice them now. He thought that he could not worry about it, but the stealth skill cannot even reach the first level due to the fact that it is daytime. The best he can do with them is to get her lost in the crowd, but it is useless. They hid in the nearest room, and he asked if they really had no choice but to fight. He thought that, however, would they be able to do it, because now he is absolutely powerless to fight them. She was breathing heavily due to fatigue and said that she can handle it. The knight tried to open the door and said loudly that whoever is there, they must show themselves. If they do not come out, then they are enemies. At that moment, she used a spell, and the knight asked loudly, "Is this a smoke screen?" They didn't see anything, and at that very moment, she jumped behind them. The protagonist thought that he needed to use the magic eye to see what was happening in the smoke. She used a 2-step jump. I think it was called an air step or something like that. It's a powerful stream of air that throws a person into the air. This skill is also called juggling, because after using it, he changes position. Aaliyah landed behind the knights and attacked them with the shock bolt spell. She defeated them, and he thought that the knights raised their shields, thereby creating a barrier in front of themselves. But they didn't take into account that their backs are their weakest point. He began to applaud her, praised her, and thought that she shouldn't look at him like that. Does she really want him to go into battle with his characteristics? He refuses. He looked away and said that because of the commotion that the second princess escaped, they would meet more and more knights. They went further, and she said that the hidden escape passage was already nearby. He thought that, judging by her words, they had one last turn left. After going down the corridor, opening the secret door to the underground passage, and that's it. He asked her to wait and thought that he was sorry, but they would have to stop here. He said that they had fallen into an ambush from which there was no way out. He thought that after that, he decided to try every means of escape known to mankind, and the result was the same. For her, this fact was the same as a death sentence. He already knew that they would find themselves in this situation, but he decided to remain silent until now. Her parents, sister, and also Nala's death, it was immeasurable emotional damage for her. However, be that as it may, they were still walking to their deaths, so he wanted her to keep her last hope of salvation until the last minute. Later, he carried Aaliyah in his arms along the corridor. She asked him to put her down and said that they could not leave. Where should they run now, and what if there is no way out at all? She looked at him with a very worried look and asked what they should do. MC said that he just heard the knights talking through detection. They were talking about another force heading to the palace to save the royal family. She was surprised by what she heard and said loudly that it turns out they still have hope. They will be saved, right? He said that reinforcements should arrive at sunset. She asked, however, will they be able to survive until sunset? She stood on the floor, grabbed his hand, called out loudly, and said that he must answer her. Where are they going, and what will they do? He led her along the corridor and thought that the reinforcements were a lie to give her hope, but her answer was not what he expected. Now, they just need to wait. She grabbed his shoulders and asked, how long will it take? When the sun sets, and when will help arrive? She called his name loudly, but he remained silent and thought that her psyche was already at its limit. Understandably, he thought she was much stronger. Now this girl has entrusted her fate to another person. However, this is not surprising, because she is just a doll. He said that she should go straight ahead and then turn left at that corner. She was about to object, but knights were running after them and agreed to go there. They ran to this place, and the knights loudly said that they were idiots. This was a dead end. They had backed themselves into a hopeless situation. Aaliyah was very worried about this, called him and asked what they should do now. Knights were coming after them. She looked at the dead end they found themselves in with a shocked look, and he sat on the floor, denied it, and said that here they could not be afraid of being surrounded. She was very scared when the knights loudly said that they should quickly come here. Inori said that there were 15 minutes left until sunset. He disappeared into her shadow and thought that the rest depended only on her. But for now, she had to become his shield. She became even more worried about what had happened, called out to him loudly and asked where he was. She began to look around with a worried look and asked loudly where he had disappeared to. The knights caught up with her and asked if she really decided to run away to talk to herself for a few minutes. There were 14 minutes and 49 seconds left until sunset. 8 minutes had passed since the collision with the knights, and the knights loudly said that they should attack. She was breathing heavily due to fatigue, but continued to reflect their attacks with magic all this time. The knights were surprised by this and asked what was wrong with her anyway. One of them wondered how many minutes she had been fighting in this state. Every time their blades almost reached her, they were immediately reflected by her magical defense. The weapons of the knights in this castle are powerful magical tools that simply cannot be reflected so easily time after time. She said that by reducing it to an extremely small size and then increasing its strength to the limit, she would be able to deflect any angular strike. Over 10 years of practice, She developed and improved this spell and brought it to perfection. This is a spell that only she can use. The knight loudly said that she should give up already and finally die. She refused, held out for another minute, and said loudly that help would come for her and she would be rescued before sunset. So if she held out, she would be saved. He told her the truth, because it was he who said it. A large army was coming here, so she had to hold out until they arrived. A voice in her head said that they would not come. No one would come to her aid. She had to face reality, because it would be better this way. Besides, she believed him, but he had already abandoned her. So does she think that she was believing in nonsense? She loudly denied it and said that he definitely had not run away. He had found a passage and simply found a hidden exit. Otherwise, how could a person disappear so suddenly? She was sure that he had gone for help. The knights looked at her with a puzzled expression, called out, and asked if she had just told them this. She loudly denied something and said that they would come soon to help her, so she definitely would not give up. She continued to reflect their attacks and the knights asked how she did it. Unbelievable. Is this really a princess doll? When there were 4 minutes left before sunset, the captain came to them and asked what the situation was here. One of them said that they had cornered her. He took off his helmet and asked, I wonder what she was trying to achieve? They should bring soldiers with magic pistols. Strange, shouldn't the guy she was protecting be here? Then they have nothing more to worry about, so they can die in peace. 40 seconds later, knights with magic pistols came to them and fired at her, but she was able to block this attack. However, she could not reflect all the attacks and began to receive wounds in different parts of her body. The knight said in a dissatisfied tone that she was so stubborn. The captain stepped forward and said that they should retreat. He completed the creation of the magic circle. The second princess held up very well. However, since she is a member of the royal family, it seems to him that she understands that he must kill her. He used the fire spear spell and released a powerful beam of flame. She tried to parry the attack and screamed loudly in pain. He was surprised when he noticed that she had withstood the attack and said that it couldn't be. After another minute, Aaliyah thought that even though her clothes had burned, she had managed to survive. Although it didn't matter, because now she was being attacked with a slash from the left above, directed downwards to the right. Even though the blow was weak, she didn't have enough mana to parry it. She needed to further reduce the size of the barrier, which would entail reduced mana consumption. It seemed she would be able to parry this blow. The knights were perplexed by the fact that she was still parrying these attacks, and the voices in her head told her to reduce her mana consumption. However, this would only prolong her suffering. She knows what's really happening, right? In reality, there is no help. It's all his blatant lies. She refused to believe it and said that he found a way out with his detection skill and went for help. She believes him. Lana's voice asked, she's just holding on thanks to faith, isn't she? Because if she throws away her faith, she'll just break. She knows about this, doesn't she? She knows about his cruelty and black heart that wants to take advantage of her. She loudly denied it and said that this can't be. When there were 2 minutes left before sunset, the captain said that she had made good progress. He called the knight and said that from now on they should not only attack her, but also say nasty things to her. The second princess's magical barrier reminds him of juggling, and if he's right, then it's easy to break. It's enough to simply break the juggler's concentration, and he will immediately make a mistake. The same with her barrier. As soon as they break her concentration, her barrier will immediately disappear. The topic of tonight will be, although what difference does it make? They just have to call the first princess, who died so tragically, and how fun it was to kill her. The knights ran to her and told her not to worry. He would cut off her head as carefully as he could. After which he placed her head next to her sister, so that they could talk. Because of this, she lost concentration, and they were able to strike her with a sword. He stood to the side and said that let this vile royal family die a horrible death, in the name of a new rising sun and for the good of the kingdom. They hoped for a new morning sun to rise. Blood flowed from her wounds, and the queen's voice said that she was cursed from birth and trapped in a trap from which there was no escape. She lived like this her whole life, receiving nothing even from her parents. In the end, she will die like a doll that he manipulated. Can we even say that she ever lived? Aaliyah didn't lose hope and said loudly that help would definitely come soon, because he had promised her. She had to listen. The sound of reinforcements' boots could already be heard. The voice said there wasn't a single sound. What was she even talking about? When less than half a minute remained, she said loudly that she needed to hold out for a few seconds. They were already approaching. She started calling loudly for help, but the voice said no one was coming. She continued to repel the attacks, loudly asked the voice to shut up, and said they were already approaching. She called loudly for help. The knights were a little confused by this and asked what she was talking about. Had she really gone crazy? Although it didn't matter. They had to hurry and kill her already. She raised her hands and said that reinforcements were almost here. The voice said how pathetic she was. She didn't pay attention to it and said that they should come here. She was here. They should have arrived already. The knight ran up to her and struck her stomach with his sword, causing a very deep wound. She felt intense pain, fell to the ground, and a voice said that she was seriously injured. She started coughing up blood and wondered. She sees the floor. Did she really fall? But why did that happen? There is something else strange that she sees now. Wet, red, shiny. These are entrails, but whose is it? She looked at her bloody hand, felt intense pain in her stomach, and wondered if she was dying. She started using magic to heal her wounds, and a voice said that she could calm down. She has already made a great contribution, hasn't she? However, she still wonders why she wants to live so much. Family, home, friends, she has none of that left. She had a rather complicated life before this whole situation. Besides, it doesn't seem like she has any regrets or anything, does it? She said that nevertheless, she doesn't want to die. She started crying, bleeding, and said that she wants to live and be free. A knight approached Aliyah, put his foot on her head, was about to kill her, and she thought that in just a little while she would be free, but she wanted to live. He swung his sword and said that he had no other choice. She heard her sister's voice say that if she just gave up now, she wouldn't feel pain and suffering. But she can't do that, can she? She's always dreamed of being free, to live her own life. She wanted it madly. She's selfish to the extreme, without a doubt, but that's precisely why she's of royal blood. Thanks to this, she will be able to live a full life, even if it makes her suffer even more. However, she's grateful to her for being there. Before the blow, the knight loudly wished her death, but at that moment, the protagonist said loudly that a new dawn would now come. The knight who was about to attack her dropped his sword because something attacked him. The knight standing nearby was surprised when he saw that part of his comrade's head was missing. Several small objects flew along this corridor and extinguished all the candles in this place. Immediately after this, something began to attack the knights, and they died one after another. The captain stood to the side, only hearing his comrades screaming, and loudly asked, "What's going on there?" He was very surprised when many monster faces appeared from the darkness. The monsters attacked him, and he began to emerge from the darkness and said that it was time for sunset. The knights became very worried when they saw their comrades being killed. MC walked towards them and began to attack with chains, and they began to scream loudly in pain. He looked back and saw Aliyah lying on the ground and asked if she was still alive. It was amazing. She was all dirty. Her clothes were torn to shreds, and she was lying on the floor with a large wound on her stomach. She was still clinging to life and still managed to survive. She looked at him and breathed heavily, and he thought that by looking at her status, he saw that her health points and mana points were decreasing at the same time. She continued to use healing magic and was barely hanging on the brink of life and death. He said that, frankly speaking, escaping with a princess exiled from her country is not an easy task. If she had been nothing but a burden until now would have been the perfect time to put her out of her misery by simply killing her. However, she managed to hold out for 15 minutes without breaking down or dying. He lifted her head and told her that her family had been killed, her own country had been taken away, and even her closest aide had been brutally murdered. She continued to think that he was on her side, even after he abandoned her here. He thought with a smile that he couldn't even count the number of times the corners of his mouth had involuntarily lifted. He saw the spark of life in her eyes, even when everything she had been taken from her and nothing more was left. However, she still wanted to live and could still continue to fight for life. He called her and asked if she could hear him. He would ask her a few questions. Did she want to die like this, or did she want to live, no matter the cost? He thought that, frankly, it was a risk, but he couldn't help it because he found it genuinely interesting. He said that he could save her. If she wanted it, he had a few conditions. She didn't have a boyfriend? He thought, actually, he didn't even need to hear the answer. He could smell the blood. The smell of Nala's blood was different from hers. She could be turned into a vampire. He said that secondly, if he saved her, she would obey him. In simple terms, she would be his slave. She wouldn't be allowed to live like a normal person. Basically, it didn't matter how she interpreted it. Aliyah asked, didn't he abandon her? Then why would he save her? He sighed and said that he had no reason, just because he found it interesting. They had little time, so she had to choose. She could die now or live on no matter what. She asked, did he find it interesting, and that's all? She wasn't his toy. She had lived her whole life tied to this country, and now she would have to live tied to him? She started pushing him away and asking for help from the one who abandoned her, the one who used her, while being humiliated and insulted, to throw everything away and stop being human, and yet she wants to live. Inori laughed and said that she lost absolutely everything. It was taken from her, but she still clings to life. It's wonderful. She said that, of course, she would sell her soul to the devil just to survive. He asked, the devil? Is this too much, don't you think? However, it is true, it seems he is much closer to the devil than to gods or angels. Then they should end this quickly. He bit her on the neck and said that she should become his servant. It began to work, and Aliyah began to convulse. A wolf came to him, called him master, and said that they are awaiting orders. He said that they should look after this girl in his absence, 3 of them or so. They agreed, and he thought that the vampirization was successful. When she wakes up, she will already be a vampire. He hopes that she will not go crazy or something like that. He is finished with the princess, and now she is on his side. However, the Prime Minister's men in this castle will not stop. They will come for her to kill her. Escape. This is so problematic. However, should they run away? He sent a few wolves ahead and thought that he did not think this was the best solution, but it was acceptable. He decided what they will do. To make sure that no one comes for Aliyah, he will kill everyone in this castle. At the same time, The knights in the office asked, did she really kill the knight with the magic gun? What is he talking about? Is the princess still alive? He thought she had already been killed, and quite a long time ago. It had been almost 10 minutes since the report that said she was cornered, hadn't it? He heard that she had been unharmed for about 10 minutes since the chase. Moreover, their knights were armed with magic swords and spears, and the princess was unarmed. Maybe they should leave here? He already called the captain of Corps B. He has a scary face. Indeed, he is very scary, especially his eyes. They should go shoot the heads of the royal family members and feed their bodies to the dogs. At the same time, in the dungeon, Egiana closed the cage and said that they don't even need to think about escaping. This cage is resistant to both magic and physical force. This prison was originally designed to imprison the most dangerous criminals, or rather, to seal them away in this most secure prison in the kingdom. Tamaki asked, if this prison is so secure, then why doesn't she remove their shackles? She looked at them and said that it would be problematic if they went crazy and killed each other. Therefore, she will remove them when everything calms down and they come to terms with their situation. She said that in the hall during the princess's birthday celebration, they were talking about the same thing. However, now she says that she doesn't want them to die. Why is that? Rito asked. They are hostages against the ISEKAI'D Empire, aren't they? This empire is the suzerain state of the League of Heroes, and they definitely don't want heroes to die. Therefore, telling them that all the heroes will be killed if they try to invade will help buy some time and restructure their foreign policy. She agreed and asked what happened to him. Was he beaten so badly that his head finally cooled down? He agreed and said that he understands now. His brain and the blood flowing through his body are so cold. He is burning with the desire to defeat her. She said that instead of killing, he says defeat. He is still naive. She thought that his eyes lost their light, became gloomy and clouded. She recognized those eyes. It was familiar to her, because it had happened to her too 12 years ago. During the operation, the Elven invasion, although at the time there were doubts about the necessity of this invasion, many soldiers still went to war for the good of their country. She was 15 years old. She was the commander of a platoon in her first battle, consisting of her peers who trained with her. Against 300 elves, the Kingdom of the Rising Sun sent a battalion of 1,000 men. It was expected that the elves would not be able to put up serious resistance, and would quickly surrender, so the invasion was unconditional. A war with a huge difference in forces. This must have caught her by surprise, and in the midst of the battle, she began to hesitate. She saw the face of a young elf hidden under a helmet. A minor, but turning point. But other factors also influenced the course of the battle, and because of her indecision, her platoon was destroyed. The resistance was unexpectedly strong, and the damage was not limited to that. As a result of a war that the royalty and nobility began with the thought of an easy victory. 2 of the 5 companies were completely destroyed, and 1 was half destroyed, with about 500 men killed or seriously wounded. She no longer believed in the justice of her country and continued to fight, resentful of the royal power and nobility who had ordered this invasion. After all her comrades with whom she had trained were killed, and she found herself completely alone. No longer hoping for anyone's help, she without a second thought cast aside her indecision and naivety. She survived, single-handedly destroying 3 platoons. Ironically, she was traumatized by this first battle, and legends began to be created about her origins. After this battle, she disappeared for some time, and 4 years later, she would be recognized as the strongest of the human race. In the midst of that battlefield, she pondered those doubts about the necessity and danger of the invasion that had been ignored by her superiors. There was also a young company commander there, wounded and demobilized from the army after serving on the front lines and protecting his comrades. His name was Betray. He is the same man who later became prime minister and carried out a coup d'etat. Currently, Egiana looked up and said that this path had been long, and now they were one step closer to making a revolution. She called him the new king and said that he must act faster. At the same time, he sat on the throne covered in blood and said that it had finally happened. They had come so far. These are not the same times now. Back then they couldn't stop the war. He is no longer the same as he was before, when all he could do was protect his squad. Stop. He can't be vain. He is no longer helpless. Everything is just beginning. From now on, they will restructure the country's internal politics and radically change the system. They will definitely save this country. The protagonist stood nearby with a wide smile, called him by name, and said that he had really come very far. He agreed and said that, however, this is only the beginning, and from now on, they cannot let their guard down. He was surprised when he realized what was happening, began to worry and thought that the guards were diagonally on both sides of him, and no one would dare call him by name. He suddenly began to turn around and asked who he was. He saw him before he died, and thought that he tried to turn around after asking, but it was too late. You need to turn his neck. He cut off his head with one blow. The knights noticed this and called his name loudly. He put his hand on the shoulder of the dead Betray with a wide smile and said that the coup was over. They were shocked by what happened and couldn't believe it. He said that the leader of the coup was killed. He could have become the king of this country. However, no one has the blood of the royal family anymore. Now that the plan has collapsed, they no longer have a reason to fight. However, they don't think this is the end, do they? The knights ran to attack him, and he waved his hand and said that they had killed so many people. He attacked them with his knives, and said that they should be prepared to die themselves. A squad of knights entered the hall, and their captain loudly said that they should all line up. He would activate the artifact. He activated the SS rank Divine Guardian Shield. The price is 6 million del. It is an artifact that creates hemispherical strategic barriers of varying sizes. The captain said that this shield prevents any attack from the outside, magical and physical, but it does not prevent attacks from the inside. MC looked at this and thought, I see, so this is the essence of strategic barriers. The captain said loudly that they should take positions. They will use magic to defeat him. He calmly walked towards them and said that the artifact is the shield of the Divine Guardian. I see, a barrier, and it nullifies the magic affecting it, right? He used his magic, and the captain deactivated his barrier, which greatly surprised the knights standing nearby. They loudly called out to the captain and asked what happened to him. He silently looked forward, and all this is because Inori used advanced mind control magic. He waved his hands with a wide smile and said that unfortunately for them, the solution is that this world is different. He thought that his magic is not from this world. His magic system is completely different. Therefore, it is impossible to protect against this with the magical barrier of this world. He is a being that ignores the laws of the universe, a walking absurdity. The shocked knights watched intently as he used magic to quickly manipulate several daggers above his head. He continued to smile and said that he had personal reasons for doing so. The knights screamed loudly in fear, and he pointed the daggers at them and said that therefore he would now kill everyone present. If they offered even the slightest futile resistance, he would be very happy. After these words, he pointed all his daggers at them. The protagonist swung his weapon, thinking about the knife's trajectory, its bizarre and unstoppable trajectory, completely ignoring the laws of physics. One by one, it snuffed out the lives of his enemies. It had no blind spots, and could pinpoint the location of any enemy, a magical eye of vision. Destroying another enemy, he thought again about the knife, as well as how it could replicate the blow at any speed and trajectory, altered at will, using true dark magic with remote control. Therefore, no one could escape death. The sole surviving enemy, hiding behind cover, saw his last comrade's head fly off, laughed in bewilderment and nervousness, and exclaimed, how could he do that? He was just a common minion of the heroes. He only had the blessing of detection. And Commander Agiana was watching him, but where did he get such unimaginable abilities? These were his last words. An MC decapitated him just like his comrades in arms. Afterwards, Inori looked at the results of his battle and queried his status. The information stated that he was a demon vampire Baron class. His level is 13. His health points are 2,350 out of 2,817. His mana points are 20,108 out of 20,110. His strength is 3,280. His vitality is 2,922. His speed is 2,561. His agility is 3,412. And his intelligence is 5,084. His unique skills were Accelerated Growth, Experience Increase 5, Required Experience less than 2, Magical Eye of Vision, Magical Eye of Formation, Hatred of the Sun God, Vampire, Baron Class, Skill Robber, True Dark Magic, Equipment Creation, Detection, Level Up, Skill Acquisition, and Royal Vessel. Common skills included Kenjutsu, Stealth Art, Defensive Stance, Level 6 String Art, Level 8 Throwing Technique, Tobi Megari, Dash, Level 10 Bite, Swindle, Level 3 Trap Dispelling, Level 4 Trap Flight and Setting, and Level 2 Evasion. He held the titles of Strong Soul, Engaged, Bad Actor, Giant Slayer, and Trash of Trash. The protagonist wondered, surprised. What did he do to deserve that last title? That was something new. Otherwise, it means that regenerating damage taken during the day requires 10 times the HP he took while carrying Alaya to safety. That's quite unpleasant. Fenrir told him this vulnerability was pitiful. That's what it means to be a knight protecting the land of witches. The protagonist told him not to say that. That was an attack even he couldn't parry, wasn't it? The magical beast answered him, but he dealt with them all. MC thought wryly, yes, the first round is his. He's had enough of competing with him. Out loud, he said, it doesn't matter. Let him work harder. Fenrir stood on the balcony and told the royal knights that they had already killed most of them inside the palace. The knights should join in and help, because it seemed the blood his subordinates were sucking was the same as the blood he was sucking. Let them kill everyone they could. One of the knights exclaimed in bewilderment. What the hell was this? Fenrir continued telling them to suck the blood from corpses and turn them into zombies. He leaped down from the balcony. The knights were stunned, and again the same knight exclaimed, it's an animal. No, it's a huge monster. Fenrir pounced on him, biting him in half. The knights cried out in fear. What was he doing in the palace? The magical demon had dispatched the remaining knights in the blink of an eye. The protagonist thought he'd decided to kill everyone in the palace. But of course, he had his reasons. There would be several advantages. The first was eliminating any pursuers of Aliyah, her immediate survival, and eliminating any witnesses who might know she'd escaped. The palace was completely destroyed, and the princess was dead. This would have been the best possible outcome if there had been no survivors, and the second was their death and blood. By killing them, he gained experience, and by sucking their blood, he gained their skills. Now he had a new skill, level 1 Bojutsu and level 2 mental arithmetic. He activated his magical vision, and declaring that both big and small fish would be caught, rushed up the stairs. Having eliminated another enemy, he thought about killing everyone who crossed his path as soon as they entered his detection range. After eliminating several more people, the protagonist approached the library door. He looked at the sign above the door and noted that after all these kills, he began to think about what he had left undone. He hadn't finished reading all the books in the palace. Since he wanted to learn as much as possible about this world, he decided to return and read them. He picked up one of the books and opened it. Clairvoyance, clairaudience, and visual memory are used to store a book's contents in the brain. This process can be accomplished simply by holding the book in hand. However, if he decided to read them now, it would already be daylight, so he would leave half in the shadows. The rest would be finished later. Entering the closed room, he was surprised to see an elderly father with his young daughter, sitting frightened on the floor. Seeing him, the girl asked him in surprise, "Who is he?" MC thought, "No, who are they?" The girl continued, "He's a knight." She turned to her old father and asked, "Did this guy come to save them?" The man asked him, "He's a squire, right?" "Of course, the valiant squire of the heroes." The old man threw himself on his chest and begged him to help them. He was an honest man. He didn't bribe anyone, and yet the evil prime minister ordered the knights to destroy them. The girl stared at the protagonist, trying to tear her father away from him. The protagonist realized that the two had obviously been running from the knights and were hiding here. The old man continued to beg him, "Please, let him save them from the hands of the evil prime minister." MC answered indifferently, "He doesn't want to do that." The old man and the girl fell silent in surprise and looked at him. Inori continued, "Because they didn't deserve it." The man let out a strange sigh and again began offering him whatever he wanted: money, drinks, women. Inori pushed the old man away and said, "That's not right." He decided he'd kill everyone. The girl's father froze, as if frozen, and the young girl reeked of something. Well, he understood that well. It would be wise to lose at least a little weight to escape. The protagonist smiled cheerfully. The girl pressed herself against her father and perplexedly asked the protagonist, "What's so funny about this?" At first, MC didn't understand. Funny? Why the question? Then he realized it was because he was smiling. Well, actually, he was having a little fun. But why? He doesn't particularly enjoy killing, to put it simply. Inori answered her, because he decided to have some fun. They are aristocrats, aren't they? They know how to have fun. He leaned toward the girl and added, "They know life is wasted if they don't enjoy it, right?" The protagonist stepped even closer to her, so the girl leaned away from him in fright. He opened the door slightly and said, "So, if someone is going to exterminate people, they better do it without remorse or without emotion in the face of it, but rather enjoy the killing." The girl looked at him in fear. He activated his deadly magic and said, "Well, no offense." His victims tried to resist and screamed at him not to do it, but they were finished. The protagonist thought, the Black Night has not yet dawned. After some time, the protagonist thought about the Corps of War Maidens. This is a unit of female knights under the direct command of Commander Aegeon, an elite group of knights trained by the commander. If he wants to gain experience fighting knights before facing the commander, he won't find better opponents. The girls, pacing the corridor, discussed the topic of their interest. Alice remarked that it was difficult to find him. Ara answered her. They reported that he ran off with the princess. She hadn't heard anything about the other knights. Alice cursed and said, "He really is a walking problem. I wonder why the commander pays so much attention to him?" Miranda told them with a smile. "He's young, isn't he? He's so cute." Alice indignantly declared, "Not for her and not for bean sprouts. If he doesn't have six-pack abs, then she has nothing to talk about with him." Miranda had teased her. Her tastes are easy to understand. She turned to Urf and asked her what she would say to this. Let her forgive her. She knew she'd always had a thing for Alec. Urf irritably replied, "Stop teasing her." Ara told her comrades to stop joking around. Even though they'd nearly succeeded in a coup d'etat, it was too early to relax. Miranda apologized to the second-in-command. Suddenly, Urf was the first to see the protagonist, who was holding Alec's head in his hand. The protagonist addressed her respectfully and asked if it was her. Ara, stepping forward, said in amazement, "She doesn't think so. That voice, that face, could it really be him, Inori?" Urf's legs gave way and she collapsed to the floor with a gasp. Miranda hurried to calm her down. The girl, unable to believe her eyes, said, "Alec, it can't be." R asked MC, "That head in his hand, does it belong to Alec's body? Why did he kill him?" Although no, if they find him, the commander ordered them to guard him and bring him to her. He'll tell her what happened later. The protagonist countered, "No, he'll tell you right here and now. He killed him, like so many others, something like that." The protagonist added, "He decided to kill all the knights and everyone else who was in the hall." The deputy commander said in bewilderment, "What did he just say?" She couldn't believe he could kill all the knights in the hall. How could he have done it? Moreover, she couldn't even imagine why he would do it at all. MC stopped her and asked why she even asked such a question and expected an answer. They were enemies. He'd already given them enough information for them to draw that conclusion. Was that enough, or was this the only way to get it across? At these words, Inori took Alex's head in his hands, opened his jaw, and noted that he was telling them to help him. Urf, unable to bear it, rushed at him. Miranda tried to stop her, but it was all in vain. The protagonist joyfully threw Alex's head back and exclaimed, "That's it." The girl, heading toward him, shouted, "She'll kill him." The protagonist answered with a smile. That's what he wanted. Urf ran her sword through him, blood gushing from his mouth. The knight tried to draw her weapon, but couldn't do it and looked at him in surprise. MC, as if nothing had happened, told her that she still needed more self-control. The girl spoke in confusion. He's still alive, and she can't pull the sword out of him. He replied that he felt pressure in his abdomen, so she should get it out quickly. Hadn't they taught them this in training? Inori slashed his blade across her neck, and the girl went limp. He tossed her body aside and looked at the others. Ara commanded Alice and Miranda to form a line. She added, "What they see before them is not human. Don't let them be fooled." The second in command stepped forward and declared, "She will create a breach in his defense, and they should both take advantage of the opportunity and finish him off." The protagonist grinned and told them that they finally understood and they had motivation. Ara attacked him, but he deftly avoided her attack and thought, this swordsmanship is about the same as what he saw in training. But Miranda's active ice magic, blocking his escape routes, and then Alice's arrows flying between the ice, aiming straight for their target, that was something else. The ice magic had indeed cut off his escape route, and Alice's arrows had pierced his body in several places. He looked at the girls and thought, an expert in magic and ice, a skilled archer, all as expected from the commander's subordinates. A highly skilled, coordinated attack. Ara thought irritably. The arrows had landed precisely on target and he was unfazed. The blows had no effect. Then all she had to do was chop off his head with a slash. She could do it. The girl rushed at him, swinging her sword, but the protagonist avoided her blow, leaping high into the air. Ara was surprised he had flown. The force of that leap was simply astounding. After all, it wasn't Inori, but this was a bad move. While he's in the air, he can't dodge attacks until he lands. After waiting the right time, she said, "He's landing. She must seize the moment." She swung her sword again, but he dodged and flew toward Miranda. Ara anxiously shouted to the girl that he was heading her way. The protagonist activated one of his skills. Miranda suddenly jerked and was thrown into the air, which simply astonished the second in command. The protagonist flew to another place and landed. Alice angrily shouted at him, "What the hell did he do, you idiot?" He grinned maliciously and answered her. Didn't she see? It was something like a reverse bungee jump. That's it. Suddenly, Alice felt threads entangled her body and began to pull her together. Her amazement knew no bounds. What were they? Threads? When did he manage to activate them? In the blink of an eye, she was firmly bound by strong ropes. He grinned and said, he knew he'd need this. Now, here are her arrows. MC summoned remote control domination, and all of the girl's arrows pierced her. Ara called out her name in alarm. Inori turned to her and remarked, "Come on." After all, she was the only one left. The second in command watched as her loyal comrade lost her life. Finally, she went quiet, finished. The protagonist told Ara that now that they were alone, he'd like her to help him. The girl cursed foully and asked him what he wanted. The protagonist said that before he dealt with the commander, he'd like to gain interpersonal experience. He needed someone to warm him up. Ara, glaring at him and lunging at him, repeated, "Warm him up?" Unfortunately, she's afraid she won't be able to fulfill his request. She'll kill him right here. With these words, the girl lunged forward and slashed his arm. The second in command thought she'd cut him deeply. Even if piercing and arrow wounds were less effective, this had to work. She attacked him again. She thought she could. She'd kill him right now. But the protagonist skillfully parried her blow, although it was not easy for him. He even exclaimed, "Not bad." The protagonist engaged her in combat, attacking her with lightning speed. Ara thought in amazement he could still fight with one arm. However, her first strike was just a feint, but the second was genuine. Seizing the moment when her opponent revealed himself, she pounced on him again, shouting that she would rip his head off. Let him die. But MC easily stopped her weapon with just his hand and said, he was watching her training. She has a habit of using deception against anyone who tries to counter her attacks. Knowing this, it's easy to avoid falling for this trick. The girl looked at him in bewilderment and noted with surprise, "This is absurd. His left shoulder is injured," he exclaimed. "Ah, his shoulder. What a pity. He'd already reattached it." The protagonist offered to continue their fight. They still had 5 rounds left. He didn't want the warm-up to end so quickly. Ara looked at him in confusion. Who the hell was he? After a while, when he suspended her by the thread, Inori examined his sword and said that, since he could fight so comfortably for so long with a black sword, he didn't think it was worth creating a new iron sword to replace the black one. Then it would be better to use the materials for mass-producing knives. Inori looked at Ara indifferently and thanked her for her cooperation. The girl, losing her strength, grinned and said, "She will kill him." The protagonist answered her. He'd said from the start that he'd kill everyone in the castle. He's actually not very fond of oaths. They're a bit off-putting. By the way, has the corpse transformation finished yet? Ara looked at him in confusion and asked what he was talking about. MC chuckled and said he was talking about something else, not her. He pointed to her companions, noting he was talking about them. The girls, transformed into ghouls, slowly walked toward her. She called them by name in amazement. They merely grinned and continued walking. The protagonist, a Fenrir appearing next to him, told her that he'd like her to help him with another experiment. This was the first time he'd given the ghouls an order. Ara, realizing his intention, jerked forward and asked him to stop. The protagonist, ignoring her pleas, turned to the former Alice, Earth, and Miranda, offering them the fresh human flesh he'd prepared for them. Her former allies pounced on her, tearing her apart, gnawing at her flesh. MC told them to eat slowly. Ara tried to break free, screaming loudly in resistance, but the ghouls were relentless. When the deputy was also dispatched, the protagonist, looking at her remains, said, "Okay, now he's ready for the end. Well, he thinks it's time for him to go." Meanwhile, a wounded knight walked down the palace corridor, cursing. Blood dripped from his wound. He wondered in amazement, what's going on? There are corpses everywhere in the palace, like in hell. When he turned into the next corridor, he saw Ara's torn body. Taking a closer look, the knight said in fear, "This isn't a hero. It's someone from the royal family. What have they done? Who the hell have they summoned?" At that moment, he felt a presence, and before he could process it, he was mortally wounded by a jagged bite to his neck. When he saw his attacker, his last thoughts were, "What the hell is this? Who is this? A wolf? A demon?" Before he could even comprehend, the monster had crept up behind him. No, it had leaped out from the princess's shadow. As he fell to the floor, he saw Aaliyah, blood streaming from her hand. She passed by, and his body began to be torn apart by monsters. He still had time to think, what the hell? What happened to this country? At the same time, Adriana, peering into the distance from the observation deck, said irritably, "They're slow. Aren't the rest of the squad taking longer than they should? Even if they were, it was already too late." It was against orders, but she thought she'd better return to the palace. Suddenly, she heard a strange sound and asked in confusion, "What was that?" The flapping of wings. The protagonist was descending from the sky toward her. Landing on the wall, he asked her, "The moon is beautiful, isn't it?" The girl uttered his name in surprise and asked in response, "Are those wings demonic? Did he really sell his soul to demons? What the hell has he done? Where's his pride as a man?" She believed in him. Did he know that? The protagonist smirked. Did she believe him? Did she feel sorry for an incompetent, worthless, ordinary man? Don't let her make him laugh. He'd never been proud of himself. Ijana had called him a rude word. He smiled and remarked, "But be that as it may, he would never sell his soul to the devil." The commander chuckled, and looking at him, thought that at first glance this question and answer seemed a contradiction. But for Inori, it was natural. He has no pride. He's a man who uses everything he can and discards everything he doesn't need. But selling his soul and being bound are extreme measures. It means submission to the devil, or whatever. Such an unbearable option for the soul is self-denial. As long as Inori is Inori, he will never agree to such a thing. Self-sufficient, independent, and egotistical, that is the being called Inori. He added that he lives on his own. He has no need for the devil. He possessed this power from the very beginning. He simply hid it. Having revealed his dark essence to her, he laughingly exclaimed how foolish it was to summon a demon to become a hero. Adriana was indignant. From the very beginning, that was a blatant lie. He was a fool, fleeing from his own weakness and relying on the power of demons. It was not too late to turn everything around. The protagonist thought, so he was a demon from the very beginning. The girl continued, "He is a weak man at heart, and what does he want from his life if he ceases to be human? What does he live for?" The commander looked at him expectantly. The protagonist chuckled and answered her, "To live." Adriana said doubtfully, "He wants to live. He doesn't want to die. Such experiences are very weak. In this world, the stronger a person is, the more lives are at stake. Therefore, he needs a more compelling reason to live. Simply living is a path on which he will inevitably fail." MC asked her with a smile, then, if Daphnia had a meaning in life. The girl looked at him in confusion. He continued, "They were more resilient than all of them. But these creatures probably didn't think about the meaning of life. Of course, he had no idea whether Daphnia were known in this world, but that wasn't the point. Adriana still saw him as a student, not an enemy. That was out of the question. Inori asked her, what was the meaning of her life? The girl gripped the hilt of her weapon tighter and answered him. Her reason for living was her country, for which she would give her soul. He chuckled and thought, that's it. Finally, he'd had enough. The protagonist told her he believed the essence of life was rejection. Living, after all, meant resisting the influence of the hostile outside world. There was no meaning in that. Adriana said in surprise she didn't understand what he was talking about. He replied that he didn't need her to understand, but he also didn't want to refuse her. He wanted to fight her. The protagonist smirked and summoned his assistants. A black aura instantly emanated from him, and creatures began to appear. The commander exclaimed in astonishment, "What are these demons?" The protagonist told her, well then, he has a request of her. Whose country is so dear to her? Would she please renounce it? The demons had already surrounded her. She angrily asked him, he's asking for her country? The MC laughed and corrected her. No, she's a stupid commander. Should she betray him or not? They're not at that stage anymore. At that moment, the demons brought in several captive knights, who showed no signs of life, and dropped them near her. Adriana couldn't believe her eyes. The protagonist told her that the order had already been destroyed, and the prime minister had been captured. She was the only one left. Come to think of it, her reason for living was her country, if he wasn't mistaken. But she killed all the royalty and nobility, and now she was here, defeated by him. She no longer had a reason to live. And by the way, as she could see, the captured knight had come back to life. The girl saw one of the warriors actually stir and groan. MC continued, he had the right to decide his life and death, right now. and, of course, all the knights he held hostage. If she wanted him to spare them, she should surrender right now. But if she refused, he would kill them all. The one lying here would end up with his throat torn out, but the rest of the knights would be killed in the most brutal manner. He would say it was cruel, just a demon eating a person alive, and then they died. Like what happened to Ara. The fate of the remaining knights depended on her choice. One of the demons brought her what remained of her deputy. Egiana carefully took the remains of her comrade-in-arms' body in her hands, feeling anger and fury welling up within her. Inori, looking at her, said, as expected, she was too dangerous. He would kill her as soon as she surrendered. The commander remained silent, only holding Ara tighter. This surprised the protagonist. He asked the girl if she could hear him. What was she doing? Egiana carefully placed Ara on the floor, stood up and said, a moment of silence, in the name of all those who had been humiliated and killed, and the comrades who were about to die. The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment. What was she talking about? The girl swung her weapon with all her might, killed 2 demons with a single blow, looked at the protagonist with a piercing gaze, and told him her answer was no. Nodding toward the captured knights, she added, they will be sacrificed for the sake of the state. A knight must be prepared for anything, even to rot, no matter how brutally they were killed. And he, Inori, who single-handedly destroyed the order, poses a threat to this country. Therefore, to protect her people, she will eliminate this threat. MC, sitting on the ledge, looking at Egian's determined stance, thought with a laugh. No king, no army. Where is the country? People. What's the point of protecting people? He was simply sure she had always had a vision of her ideal country in her head, where the state exists only to protect people. For this ideal, she betrayed the royal family, and now she wants to renounce the prime minister. She's terribly egocentric, extremely loyal, and insane. The commander, without taking her eyes off him, followed his every move. The protagonist already understood that no matter how distorted or destroyed the ideal, she is ready to give her life for it. This is not the merit of chivalry. It is pure anomaly. Its root is madness itself. He raised his hand and activated the knights, who transformed into ghouls, along with the prime minister. Egiana's eyes widened in amazement. Inori thought, isn't this wonderful? He addressed her aloud, asking her forgiveness for his lies and bluff, adding, it was inappropriate here. The prime minister, the war maidens, and the order were all dead. He himself had killed them all and turned them into ghouls. The commander exclaimed angrily, is that so? So that's what it means? She thought so. After all, he, her enemy. The protagonist noted with a smile. That's right, she was his enemy too. When she said this, MC's smile was unlike anything he'd ever seen in the palace. It was laced with a certain genuine amusement and murderous intent. A little earlier, after sunset, in the midst of hell within the palace, a girl and her father had sought shelter. She had told him there were no knights here. The old man answered his daughter, saying they had managed to escape. At that moment, a knight appeared, driven by terror and panic. He ran screaming, everything is terrible. The girl looked at him in bewilderment and asked, what's wrong with him? Hadn't he come for them? The knight looked at her in bewilderment and shouted, things are already terrible in the palace. There are dogs everywhere, eating people alive. The palace is in an uproar. They're doomed. It's a real canine mess here. Having shouted this, he fled. The girl, confused, asked, what had she just heard? Dogs in the palace? Then, why not hide somewhere the dogs wouldn't have any reason to go? She turned to her father and continued, perhaps in the library or something like that. They chose the library, where the protagonist later found them and killed them. Meanwhile, Egiana, armed with 2 swords, was ready for battle, both with the demons and the protagonist. Her expression was determined and angry. The opponents charged her, and she raised her swords and dispatched several with a single, precise blow. The second group of opponents was also unlucky. The girl dispatched them just as deftly. The protagonist landed from the wall onto the ground, and activating his magical vision, exclaimed, wow! She wielded a sword of absolute destruction, the creator of which was unknown. This weapon was SSS grade, cost 500 million DP, and possessed the skill of absolute destruction, an ancient weapon. The sword was discovered in ancient ruins. By infusing the blade with magical power, it became capable of cutting anything. While the ability was activated, regardless of the input, it cuts and crushes everything that comes into contact with its blade. Her second sword was made of pure mithril, and its creator was also unknown. This weapon was SS grade, cost 30 million DP. Its skills included magical augmentation and ancient weaponry. It could cast magic on the sword and activate magic without creating a magic circle. The commander also possessed magical armor of the leader, manufactured by the Kingdom of the Rising Sun. The armor was of class A quality, cost 5,100 DP. The tempering was a handcrafted replica of custom-made magical dynamic armor. Automatic control was disabled. Thus, the user is able to channel magical power separately into each part, ensuring high agility. MC also noted that the sword in his left hand and the armor almost perfectly matched what Aliyah had told him. But then, why was the sword in his right hand completely at odds with Aliyah's description? This was cheating. And what's most surprising is the synergy these combinations create. Meanwhile, Egiana, having dealt with the demons and ghouls, rushed toward him. The protagonist noticed that she focused on speed, strengthening her armor, and concentrating magic in the sword of absolute destruction only at the moment of impact. She struck him, and he managed to dodge, but she knocked his blades from his hands, surprising him greatly. He understood that she specialized in maneuverability and instant contact with the enemy. At the same time, she infused magical power into the sword with lightning speed, consuming a large amount of magical power only at the moment of impact. She looked him intently in the eyes. The protagonist thought the girl's advanced magical manipulations made possible a combat style that achieved maximum effect with minimal expenditure of magical energy. A cheating weapon that shouldn't be in human hands. Someone who shouldn't have had it was allowed to get his hands on it. He activated the ghouls again, using them as cover. Gianna dispatched them without effort. Inori chuckled, and here's the result. Any enemy, any attack. If they get close enough, opponents are instantly destroyed, and if they try to keep their distance, she attacks with magic using her magic sword. Looking with admiration at all her manipulations, her perfect mastery of skills and magical power, he noted, flawless. She is truly the strongest person in human history. But frankly, that's too bad. Even with a magical eye of vision that sees her movements and a level 4 evasion skill, he still can't dodge her attack. At that moment, the girl rushed towards him with lightning speed and severed the hand holding the blade. Watching his hand, she saw the activating sign on it and jumped back to a safe distance. The protagonist, returning his hand, noted, she's vigilant. In that case, he'll throw her 8 knives. Summoning his power and activating his skills, he carried out his plan. 5 of them would attack her from the front, and 1 would secretly behind her, moving into the shadow of her severed hand. While she deflected the 5 knives, he would strike her from her blind spot, catching her off guard. He thought maliciously, that's it, now she'll get what she deserves. He launched the secret blade at her back, but somehow, the weapon barely grazed her, bounced off to the side, and fell to the floor. The protagonist, surprised, thought, really? Gianna turned to him and said she'd never seen a throwing technique like that. Looks like he didn't cut corners during training. MC gasped with a smile and remarked, well, the night was amazing. They both hid their hidden sides, didn't they? He, personally, didn't know about her, only found out through detection. He never imagined she was capable of using her magical powers for something like this. The commander drawled, I see. So he figured out her defenses using his detection. Inori told her 3 layers of chain magic power, 1 layer for each weapon position, and the final layer covers this entire training ground. He doesn't know the details of how it works, but if she can sense anything within the range of this magic, that means she has a 360-degree field of view with no blind spots. Even a surprise attack would be practically impossible, is he right? Gianna, not taking her eyes off him, admitted that he was right. The protagonist, smiling, called her a monster. He continued, he means if she's capable of such a thing, then his detection isn't even close to her magical field? The girl replied, this ability isn't perfect either. As long as magic is in contact with the enemy, it will be detected by anyone with a good sense of smell, making it unsuitable for covert actions. MC said, I see, is that all? What had he been doing all day? She asked him. He means these threads? The protagonist remarked, ah, she already knows? During their conversation, he tried to consider her potential weaknesses and his next steps. A surprise attack would be noticed, a blade cutting through all 3 layers of a chain, instantly using magic. As far as he could tell, there was no magic in the ground. Perhaps she couldn't sense anything underground. Yes, underground, but if it's a surprise attack, like with that knife, it'll just fly out from ground level, and she'll fight it off again. She needs to be more direct. Gianna asked him what his ability to manipulate knives and thread was. He replied that he wasn't obligated to answer her. Stamping his foot, MC summoned Fenrir, and at that very moment, a huge black demon in the form of a dog appeared next to him, asking his master what he would command him to do. The protagonist pointed at the girl and said, first, she needs to be immobilized. Let him just aim for her, and come what may. The commander chuckled and said, 2 against 1? Was he familiar with the words fairness and justice? The protagonist chuckled and replied, all's fair in war. Gianna, preparing to fight Fenrir, remarked, is that so? So that's what he was like in the dungeon, isn't it? The demon lunged at her, but the girl managed to parry his attack. Inori considered the attack, wondering if it could reach her. Any ranged attacks would be repelled. Close combat was out of the question. Therefore, the attack must come from an unknown source, at an unexpected time, from an unexpected place. Whatever the attack, he would not have a second chance. Observing the fierce battle between the commander and Fenrir, he said he only had 1 chance. Her sword of absolute destruction was an ancient weapon that cuts everything it touches. Therefore, there was no need to invest all her magical power into it. Mastery of this sword was designed for a swift slash. So, did she even have an advantage in that? MC began to move, thinking, so far so good. He would press her, forcing her to defend herself from his attack. Inori gradually began to close the distance between them. The commander thought warily and he began to move. What was he planning this time? Inori used his shadow to summon a secret blade and with a dash was about to attack her. Gianna shouted at him, calling it a cheap trick. Fenrir awaited his master's command, ready to pounce on his opponent at any moment. But suddenly something abruptly stopped the protagonist, and he cursed. A magical barrier? The girl, without wasting a second, took advantage of his confusion and slashed his right arm several times from different angles. Watching his reaction, she thought about how the last time she slashed his right wrist, he had demonstrated the immense regenerative abilities of a demon. But if he was demonic, then she had a way to defeat him, since demon's weakness was mithril. She decided that as soon as he got within range, she would cleave him in 2 with a sword of pure mithril. MC exclaimed maliciously, Of course, a sword of pure mithril is just what you need. Aegiana looked at him in confusion and exclaimed in surprise. What? The protagonist answered. Threads. He still hadn't shown her his threads. He soared upward and activated his trump card. Even his severed arm was capable of summoning this. Aegiana hadn't expected this. The protagonist thought he'd been working on them for a long time. MC commanded his right hand to create a shadow over the girl. The commander assumed a fighting stance, trying to figure out how to proceed. Suddenly, fangs emerged from the floor near her foot, followed by a demon. It sank its fangs into her leg, viciously gnawing at the flesh. At that moment, Fenrir activated, and Inori shouted at it to stop her from recovering. Aegiana's leg was bleeding, pain radiating throughout her body. Fenrir pounced on her from above, but the girl managed to parry his attack with her mithril sword. Leaning on her healthy, undamaged leg, Aegiana spoke dejectedly. The protagonist looked at her battered leg in surprise, and noticed that the wound was beginning to heal. Was this the effect of a sword made of pure mithril? This weapon allows one to skip the magic formula and cast the spell directly. However, its effectiveness may be less. Well, in that case, now is the time to resume the attack. Fenrir roared and began attacking the girl again. She cursed. His attacks were endless. The protagonist was rapidly approaching her. MC, using his magical vision, created a magic circle with spells near her face. Aegiana cut it with one blow. He cursed. She asked him what it was. The protagonist answered, something that affects the mind. He approached her, but the commander parried his attack, deflecting his blades. The protagonist smiled joyfully. She asked what he was laughing at. MC clarified. Did she mean he was smiling? The girl replied that that was exactly what she meant. He landed and told her, because it's fun, he supposes. Aegiana looked at him quizzically and remarked, isn't he having fun? The protagonist, secretly activating his dark magic power, asked her, isn't she having fun? The girl, sharply dodging his sneak attack, smiled and said, he's right, a little cheerfully. As she fought him, she thought, it had been a long time since she'd been called the strongest of humanity, and she hadn't had the chance to fight someone as strong as her like this. A mortal battle between the strongest, that really is fun. While dodging her attack and preparing for another, he said, by the way, in Japan, the phrase he'd uttered about the moon when they met, a famous phrase used in marriage proposals. And the answer to that phrase should be, the moon is so beautiful it could kill you. A strange trait, don't you think? The girl, parrying his counterattack, responded, in other words, he just proposed to her, and she'd rejected him. The protagonist smiled and said, let her not make him laugh. He'd never intended to do that from the start. Aegiana sarcastically remarked, come on, in his opinion, she should propose, or what? Dodging her attack, flipping in midair, he said, he would have said no anyway. The commander remarked, well, that's normal. The protagonist, again activating his mind control, exclaimed, but now he's having more fun than he's ever had in his life. She noticed the magic circle. He knew she, like last time, would try to break through it. But due to the hypnotic nature of the mental interference magic circle, which is reflected in the target's vision, there is a time delay before it activates. Aegiana did attempt to break the circle. However, this magic circle activated much faster than the previous one. The mental interference magic circle was just a trick. This was his trump card. He broke through to her, summoned a summoning magic circle, and grabbed her right arm. A sword designed for quick swings was, after all, a sword that no longer had magical power. Simply holding it, preventing it from swinging, made it easy to counter. He looked her straight in the eyes and said, it's over. The girl tried to pull her hand away from him, thinking, this is bad, I need to dodge his attack. But MC, without wasting a second, plunged his blade into her body. Blood gushed from her wound. She thought frantically, her legs barely holding her. Whether he swung with his right or left hand, his knife would reach her before she could do anything. At this rate, she was finished. The commander activated the pneumatic hammer in her left hand and dealt a powerful blow to her opponent's arm, forcing him to retreat. He thought angrily, pneumatic hammer. She'd done something insane. Aegiana had used offensive wind magic on her arm. This driving force, it didn't weaken. The girl struck him again, which he barely dodged, and he considered at least deflecting her trajectory. But the commander, using her right hand, which he held as if in a vice, pierced his wrist with her sword, severing it. Drawing the weapon with lightning speed, she chopped it apart, severing his head and right arm. The sword flew from her weakened hand and plunged into the ground, ramming into the stone pavement. Trying to catch her breath after the most difficult battle, she looked at the severed head of the protagonist. An expression of complete amazement froze on her face. Aegian's sword was stuck in the ground, his arm was broken, and she stood in front of his prostrate body. Fenrir growled angrily, looking at her, ran to bite her, and loudly called for its master. She turned sharply towards him and dealt a very strong blow with her sword, killing him. His body fell to the ground with a loud crack, and she began to cough loudly from her injuries. She walked slowly, leaning on her sword, reached Inori's head, picked it up, and hugged it. With a tired look, she thought that demonic creatures have a weakness, and this is mithril. No matter how well they regenerate, they can be killed using this. She needs to go. She started to leave, but heard a sound and turned around abruptly. She was very surprised when she saw his headless body running towards her. He jumped towards her, and she thought the head was just decoration. He delivered a very powerful kick to her using a level 10 dash and jump kick, sending her flying into the wall. He began to manipulate daggers with magic, cut off her arm, and tossed the sword aside. She silently watched as he held his head in his hand, standing before her. He put it back in place and thought that during the battle with Fenrir, he had been stabbed in the spinal cord by its wool spines, but he had not lost the ability to move his lower body. This meant that he didn't need a brain to control his body. In fact, when she cut off his head, he could still consciously move his body. After all, the root of blood circulation, the heart, is at the core of a vampire. He finished this, and Aegiana, looking shocked, said that this was some kind of stupidity. After all, she had cut off his head with a sword made of mithril. The protagonist said with a smile that mithril is the weakness of demons. She was right about that. However, this is the weakness of the demons of this world. But he was summoned from an entirely different world. He showed his hand, which had already recovered, and said that, as she could see, mithril had no effect on him. She looked at him and said that she was defeated. He looked at her silently and thought that, frankly, the fact that he remained alive after the battle with her was more of a coincidence than something he could have foreseen. After all, before this, the only formidable opponent he had ever faced was Fenrir. He lacks combat experience and ordinary intelligence. Until now, he has compensated for this with a number of cheats, magical vision, analysis, and tactics. However, this is not enough. He feels a lack of practical experience. He realized this in the fight with her. However, if survival means victory, then he has won. He said that she has almost no mana left. She will no longer be able to strengthen her body, use detection, or attack. Aegiana agreed and said that she does not even have the strength to get up. What is he going to do with her now? Just kill her, kidnap her, or torture her? He thought that making her a servant was not an option. She would never abandon her country, and if she did, he would lose interest in her that moment. There was no point in it. He went to her, refused, and said that he had no such preferences. She would rather die than endure such humiliation. She would probably say something like that. She sighed and asked who told him that. Although she was just stalling for time, he asked if she was waiting for reinforcements. She looked up and said that she simply did not know how to lose and could not give up her country. He smiled and said that he agreed with her in many ways, but he could not follow the lead of her reckless attraction. He would kill her right here. She looked at his fangs and asked, "So he was a vampire?" He agreed and asked, "She knew what he was going to do, right?" He drank her blood and killed her. At that moment, Aaliyah woke up, and the wolf handed her a note saying that to finally leave the castle, he needed to kill everyone there. She had two options. One, join him, and the other, disobey him and become his enemy. Live or die, it was her choice. Later, the heroes noticed MC and asked if he had come to help them. He smirked and said that it was even better, actually. However, first they needed to understand the truth. First of all, this incident was a coup d'etat initiated by the Prime Minister and the commander of the Knights. They killed everyone in the castle, including the king, queen, nobles, and their servants. The princess also died, and the heroes were locked in a dungeon. Then, during this incident, a demon who had nothing to do with the coup invaded the castle. The demon, with a certain degree of menace, proposed marriage to the commander of the knights, but was refused and ultimately killed her. Ryuto was shocked by this, called out loudly, and asked what this even meant. He didn't answer, and used the magic eye of formation skill, an advanced mental interference magic. After that, he touched the bars and used the equipment creation skill, turning the bars into needles. He said with a wide smile that the demon was him. He tried to resist the effect of his skill and called out to the other heroes who were already under his control. Inori was a little surprised by this and ordered him to kneel, which he immediately did. He looked at him and thought he hadn't been able to completely hypnotize him, but he could control him. It seemed he lacked the fortitude to resist this power. Or had he still not realized his true nature? He went to the girls and said that now, the rest of the truth. Thanks to the demon's powers that killed the knight commander, the castle was burned to the ground. He gave Tamaki a staff and asked if it was possible to burn the entire castle to the ground with such force of fire that not even a corpse would remain with her magic. He called Aoi and said that he was asking her to create a powerful barrier that would prevent any flames from entering the dungeon. Ryudo became worried about this and called out to them both loudly, wanting to ask something. They started using magic, and he loudly asked them to stop. They didn't listen to him, used their magic, and flames began to engulf the castle. The protagonist thought that all the weapons the heroes had used so far were training weapons, and the staff he gave her was a regular staff for using fire magic. The difference was striking, and thus the castle was engulfed in a fire of incredible power created by Tamaki's magic. Aoi created a barrier that protected everyone in the dungeon from the effects of the fire. So this is what the hero's blessings are like. Later, Tamaki became very tired from using magic and fell to the ground. He said that, however, the demon who defeated the strongest man and burned down the castle had become overconfident. Having freed the captive heroes from the underground dungeon, he proclaimed himself the new demon king. How do they handle such a truth? They will probably be helped and interrogated in the ISEKAI'D Empire. Then they will respond with the truth. There is a chance that later they will come out of this state, and then they will be able to say everything they know and would like to say. However, will they be able to say that it was she who burned everyone in the castle? Even if they want to cover it up with a lie, it is pointless. The ISEKAI'D Empire has an ancient weapon that can detect lies. so trying to hide the truth about the burning of the knights is useless. Ryuto asked, then what about him? He turned to him and said that he was not joking about the demon. It is because he is telling the truth, right? He almost forgot something. This is a declaration of war from him, the new demon lord. They must remember that their true enemy is not the current demon lord, but him. Later, he looked at the castle from afar and thought that on this day, the kingdom of the rising sun fell with the sunrise. If you burn everything with fire that powerful, people, books, everything will turn to ashes. However, the communication capabilities in this world are such that even if a few corpses or books disappear, no one will notice. This is a good way to hide the evidence. After hearing the truth from Ryuto, the ISEKAI'D Empire became wary of the non-existent new demon king. He told him to tell him that a person with his name is no longer alive. It is true, so everyone will think that he really died. He looked at Alia, who was standing next to him, and said that there is one more thing. She looked at him calmly and said that it was time for them to go. MC asked if she was okay with everything. She said that she had some doubts, but now she has gained her freedom. There was no need to look back. He said he understood what she meant by freedom, but she was still his servant. What did she think about that? He never received an answer. She said it was better than when she lived in the royal castle, but it was still not complete freedom. It seemed that her status as a servant required her to obey and not to cause any harm to her master. He wondered, is that how it was? Frankly, he knew little about the duties of servants. People who had fallen into service probably knew more about it than anyone else. She said that therefore, if he wanted to hear an answer to his question, she would answer without hostility towards him. He remembered everything that happened earlier and said that he didn't know if it was fair for him to say this, but he thought she would be more hostile. She looked at him seriously and said that it was only for the moment. It seemed that there was a way to free herself from these shackles. Simply put, by becoming stronger than her master, she could get rid of her servant status. One day she would become stronger than him and be free. He smiled because of what he heard, and she said that she didn't want to be his servant. He said that then she should try if she could. Later, they were walking through the forest, and Alia asked what would happen next. Where would they go? To what country? Inori walked alongside him and said that he hadn't decided yet. Until things cooled down, they should hide in the forest and train. Next, they would probably go to a country that doesn't summon heroes. She called him and said that there were 12 human nations in total. There wasn't a country in the world that didn't summon heroes. He was surprised by what he heard and asked if this was too much. She said it was called an army of heroes. In other words, 36 heroes were summoned, 3 heroes from each of the 12 countries. It seems that they really are summoning a lot of heroes. At the same time, Betray found himself in an empty space, grabbed his throat and asked where he had ended up. He had definitely been killed then. He heard a voice calling his name and saying that he must atone for his sins. He had killed 2 of his kin, and his plan had led to the deaths of 2,590 people. Moreover, these deaths did not contribute to the progress of the human species. Therefore, in the name of God, he will atone for his sins for 2,590 years in the abyss of purgatory. He became angry at what he heard and asked loudly, did he say God? He shouldn't mock him. Has God ever saved people? He is a child of a witch. If the witch who saved them were to sentence him, he would accept it wholeheartedly. However, he would not accept punishment from their God. At that moment, a large creature appeared behind him and asked, did he dare mock a god? He extended several hands towards him, hit his head on the floor, called him an insignificant creature, and asked, how dare he? He should fall to the ground, cry, and beg for mercy. What does he feel now? He should scream, beg for his life. A goddess came to them and said that this was impossible. The man seemed to have already lost consciousness. The creature turned to her and called her the supreme goddess. She said that one cannot simply punish people at one's own discretion and simply throw them out the door. His punishment should be commuted by 10 years. He removed Betray from the door in his body and asked what brought her here. She said that a distortion had occurred in the world. He had become almost completely separated from the influence of divine factors. The many conflicts among these factors create a distortion that causes a significant imbalance. Could she use the door for a moment to find out the reason for this? He agreed and said that they could use it freely. At the same time, the demons stood in front of the throne, next to which there was a pile of bodies, and used magic. They summoned a creature, and the girl in front of him said that finally, after 600 years, he was reborn. It is a great honor for her to meet him. The former demon king, Ignora. She jumped towards him, swung her hand, which began to transform to attack him. She was very surprised by this, and at the last moment put out her other hand to stop herself. She was very nervous about this, and wondered why she tried to attack him. What was this all-consuming feeling awakening within her? Hostility, or rather, killing intent. This does not only concern her. The others apparently feel the same. This intent to kill the Demon King. The former Demon King pointed his finger at her and asked, she's the strongest of them, isn't she? From now on, they will all worship and obey her as the Demon King. He started to leave, and she loudly asked him to wait, and asked where he was going. More precisely, what was he going to do? At that very moment, the goddess was about to enter the world through the door, but she was going to fix it, and he was going to destroy it. After some time, the protagonist looked at the window with his status, skills, characteristics, and titles. He thought that he had to admit, the skills he received in the royal castle were quite terrifying. He had to take away the skills that the person he was taking them from was most skilled at in life. He would like to look at the person who was best at jumping sideways in life. That's right. Aaliyah is lying next to him in bed, but there is a reason for that. The next day, she put on new clothes and asked, "Is this armor?" The size fits perfectly. He gave her the sword and said that he had also made this. She took it in surprise, and the system announced that it was the Black Sword of Absolute Destruction, created by him. SSS rank quality, price, billion del. Skills, absolute cleavage, dark hardening, regeneration and growth. A modified ancient weapon, the Sword of Absolute Destruction. In addition to absolute cleavage, it possesses several other skills. The blade was strengthened, capable of regenerating and growing by consuming blood. He thought that he had successfully created a weapon from Aegeon's Sword of Absolute Destruction through the creation of equipment. It was impressive how easily the ancient weapon was modified with such an imbalanced skill. However, this sword, although he created it, he cannot use it. More precisely, in fact, he most likely will not be able to use any magical artifacts from this world at all. Apparently, he is not destined to gain a connection with the magic of this world. He said that since she was a genius, she could probably figure it out. She was a little confused by this, turned to him and said that sooner or later, she would definitely rebel against him. He asked with a smirk, however, until then, she would be his servant, right? So, she must become stronger. If she died and her corpse was analyzed, there was a chance that his weaknesses could be revealed. In turn, this could become a danger to him. He would be more than happy to become her enemy. That day, he also said something similar. He smiled and thought that rather, he would be glad if she lashed out at him with complete hostility, intending to kill him. Because all things considered, she truly valued his existence, which is why he liked her the most. He said that in any case, first she should get used to the fact that she was a vampire. Once she was ready, he was thinking about going to some country and trying himself as an adventurer. After some time, he thought it was the sacred lands of Ren, the border town of Regen. Despite the town being on the outskirts, a brick-paved road ran through it, crowded with merchants and shoppers. A provincial town centered around trade, where the light of magical tools sparkled. In this town, 2 people entered the guild, and this attracted the attention of the people inside. The Adventurers Guild, Regen Branch. Most of the adventurers in this town are confident people with outstanding skills, which is why they live in the guild. They are usually assigned to their positions. People looked at the new people and thought they were a girl and a guy, a duo he hadn't seen here before. Maybe they were new? The guy said that he would then go and complete the guild registration process. The girl wished him luck and was about to say something, but someone loudly slammed a mug on the table. He loudly called out to the girl and said that this wasn't an herbal shop, they had the wrong door. The rest of the people looked at him with displeasure and called him an idiot. He went to them and said that he hoped they didn't mean to say that they came here to become adventurers. That simply couldn't be true. She's not an adventurer if she hunts demons and gets paid for it while being protected by a bodyguard. Is that clear? The people asked with a worried look. He didn't mean to say that this was the subordinate of the best of the rookies. Black Rose, surely. The guy said that she shouldn't pay attention to him. They should leave. The guy said loudly that they shouldn't ignore him. He was Black Rose's subordinate himself. The girl took off her hood, and he said loudly that they shouldn't underestimate him. Apparently, they wouldn't understand until they experienced hellish pain. Unexpectedly for everyone, she dealt a very strong blow and threw him aside. Her ally became very worried about this, loudly called her a fanatic, and asked what she was doing. She turned around and said it was just self-defense. The guild worker said there was no problem with it as long as there were no weapons involved or any casualties. The guild doesn't interfere in conflicts between adventurers. She agreed and said that she had already been gentle with him, so he should be grateful. The guy she hit said loudly that she was just lucky. They should go outside. A girl with black hair entered the room, and people called her Black Rose. She said that she apologized on behalf of her stupid subordinate for the inconvenience caused. The fanatic was surprised by this and said that it wasn't worth it. After all, he didn't really bother them. She said that she also apologized for the inconvenience caused to everyone else. She started to carry her subordinate away and said that she was sincerely sorry. It won't happen again. The people remaining in the building asked why Black Rose bothered with this idiot anyway. She said that if she could abandon him, she would, but it was some kind of curse. The Black Rose turned out to be Aaliyah. They went into an alleyway. She called the MC by name and asked what was the point of making such a fuss. He stood up and said that he thought that since there was no such cliché when they registered as adventurers, he should provoke this cliché himself. She was surprised by what she heard and asked if he did this just for that reason. He agreed, and she apologized and asked, of course, he had just been hit, but could he please endure one more hit? He refused and said that if she hit him with his current stats in daylight, he would die instantly. Later, he walked down the street and thought that a week had already passed since they arrived in Regen. He hadn't originally planned to stay in the city for long, so a permanent job was out of the question. He also doesn't know enough about this world to conduct any business here, and she can't be relied on for that either. A simple and straightforward occupation that is less likely to attract attention or cause trouble is preferable. For the above reasons, they decided to become adventurers. Although, despite the pronoun they, it is Aliyah who does most of the work, since she is the princess of a now defunct kingdom, and on top of that, she turned into a vampire. The fear of being exposed is practically non-existent. She soon became so famous that she earned the nickname Black Rose, and according to some, even has her own fan club. It seems that her vampiric nature is somewhat different from his. Most likely, she is a different type of vampire known as a dhampir. Even in daylight, she can act without any restrictions. Her stats are revealed to have increased tenfold compared to what they were before her transformation. He was very jealous, considering the fact that during the day she took on the role of an adventurer, while he, having no choice, spent his time like a night owl, drinking and sleeping in taverns. A life of complete idleness may seem easy, but behind the drunkenness there are actually two specific reasons. The first is gathering information. It is of great value, and he does not need to talk to anyone. With his heightened hearing, it is quite easy to overhear all the information disseminated in the tavern. People around him insulted him in a disgruntled tone for this lifestyle, and this irritated him. He continued drinking alcohol and thought that the second reason was an increase in his resistance level. In general, seasoned adventurers drink quite often, but even they avoid the strongest drink in this tavern, which is on the border between alcohol and poison. However, by drinking it, his resistance level increases. Thus, during the day, he is busy gathering information and increasing his resistance level. At night, as always, he secretly sneaks out of the city to earn experience. However, he still hasn't leveled up. In any case, he wanted to make it clear that he's not just messing around. A fanatic entered the tavern. He noticed her and thought it was the girl from yesterday. She walked decisively towards him and said that this is where he is. He looked at her and wondered what she wanted from him. She slammed her hand on the table where he was sitting and, with shining eyes, said that from today on, he would be her apprentice. Inori was confused by this and wondered why she was saying something like that so loudly, and so loudly that it could be heard throughout the whole bar. She wasn't angry because of that conflict he caused earlier, trying to play the fool, was she? When he finally looked higher, he saw the glowing eyes of this girl. She pointed to her eye and said that he understood everything correctly. The eye. He didn't understand her, and she pointed at him and asked. He didn't respond to her attack, but he saw it with his eye, right? It's just perfect. He was worried about it and thought that he seemed to think the attack was really amazing, so he accidentally looked at her with his magical eye. However, he never thought that she would be interested in something like that. It became his blind spot. She said that she could compensate for her lack of physical strength with magical tools. Abilities like vision and dynamic visual acuity are difficult to develop through training alone. It would be a real shame to let such talent go to waste like that. He thought that even though she spoke so passionately about it, but frankly, being her disciple was out of the question. It would be very easy for her to understand his true personality if a master and disciple relationship developed between them. He said that he was sorry, but he had to refuse. The people from the tavern called out to him loudly, asking if this was a great opportunity. Why shouldn't he finally learn what it means to be an adventurer? He had lost so shamefully. Even the dirt from under his fingernails laughed at him. The protagonist began to get nervous and thought that this was bad. It would be hard to refuse in such an atmosphere. He said that he was here with Black Rose, so there was no need to tell him who he would be. She asked. However, Black Rose is probably busy, right? He thought she had hit a sore spot. Of course, she, as Black Rose, was quite busy. The consequences of burdening Aliyah with adventurer duties were being returned in full. The guild worker loudly said that they were also requesting this from the guild's side. She pointed a finger at him with a displeased look and said that this man, a disgrace to their guild, who, on top of everything else, was a drunkard, who did not accept applications. They really didn't want to burden her with a problem they had to solve on their own, so she quickly drew his portrait, wrote something down, and said loudly that it would be a special guild request. So she asks them to take care of it and is grateful to her. The fanatic took it and said loudly that she accepts this request. The protagonist was worried about this and thought that now absolutely everything was weighing on him. Something needed to be done to turn the situation around. He heard a sound from the entrance, turned around, and thought it was an old man he knew. Just in time, he started waving to him, hoping for help. But he immediately left the building. He saw her reaching out to him and thought that this was the end. If he refused now, his reputation, which was already on the brink like brinkmanship diplomacy, would suffer. This was the last straw. They shook hands, and she said that she was the fanatic, a priest knight of the Holy Land of Rin. He could call her Rachoses. He introduced himself with a small smile as Kiri. He thought it was his nickname. He just used a different pronunciation of his name, but since this is a different world, everything should be fine. After some time, the child saw something that interested him, and his mother asked him not to look at it. MC was lying in a small crater after the attack, and thought that even a big guy like Igiana started with muscle training. However, she was a different matter. She held her hammer in her hands and said that she was surprised when he said he couldn't use magic tools. because, frankly, she couldn't imagine a single training session without it. However, if he changed his thinking, after all, if he had the power to fight demons, he didn't need it. So he needed to strive to be able to fight on the level of those who use magic tools. He said loudly in a dissatisfied voice that the conclusion was too presumptuous. She should change her training scheme. She asked, genuinely confused why he thought that. He asked loudly, does she understand that he's only human and can die? Starting training with sparring at the very least wasn't wise. Richosa said she simply wanted to assess his abilities. He ended up in the situation he's in now because he constantly runs away from things he doesn't like, right? Now that she's become his master, she won't tolerate such naivety. Is he ready to continue? She started trying to attack him with her hammer, and he tried his best to dodge her attack and run away. However, she still caught up with him and dealt him 25 blows with her hammer. After a while, she became a little exhausted and said, great, that's enough. They could take a break for a minute. He lay with his head in the water and wondered if this torture was really going to continue. He climbed out of there, called her master, and said that he had a question. She looked at him and asked what he wanted to know. He asked who the night priests were. She was surprised and asked if he knew about it. He said that unfortunately, he wasn't from around here, so he only knew their names. He thought, great, you just need to start a conversation, then it will smoothly turn into a lecture. She said with a thoughtful look that you could say that they are priests who specialize in battle. Their main duties include subduing monsters and demons and sacrificing them to the gods. There are other peculiarities, but more on that later. He was worried about what he heard, considering he was a demon, but suddenly she came closer and looked closely at his face. She asked, he hasn't gone to church yet, has he? He denied it, and she asked loudly, how could he? Coming to Rin's sacred grounds and not praying was a kind of crime, even if he wasn't a believer. Richosa grabbed Inori's hand and ran to the church, and he thought, it's like paying respect to a shrine, isn't it? However, the church might be a bit of a hassle. Since he met a goddess, he must acknowledge the reality of the gods in this world. He's been ignoring the laws of this world for some time now, and if that doesn't suit the gods of this world, he will become their target. He certainly wants to confront the gods, but if he were asked if he could defeat a god with his current fighting skills, he would immediately answer no. When they reached the church, and she said she would teach him to pray, he thought he was watching the master's movements, and was surprised by the change in her tone. 5 fingers symbolize earth, fire, light, wind, and water, respectively. Spreading them apart, as she told him, signifies faith in each of the gods. The prayer ends with a kiss of the middle finger, which symbolizes God. However, he always found it ironic that his name, a non-believer and someone who never prays, translates as prayer. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was the first time he'd ever prayed, so it was best to get it over with and go home. He began to feel something that surprised him, and he thought it felt as if his soul were connected to someone. As if this wasn't just one thing, it felt like some kind of examination. What were they testing him for? It didn't matter who was doing it, whoever it was. He had to stop this. He managed to sever this strange connection. The girl from the water was surprised by what happened and asked if the connection was broken intentionally. She was bored and thought that the duties of the goddess of water included overseeing the mortal realm and governing them through her temples and sacred objects. Even for a deity, this is not a task that can be handled alone, so she created separate incarnations of herself. She has no complaints about the work and the god who entrusted it to her. She asked with a displeased look, however, it is quite unusual for someone considered a god to do routine office work, is it not? Her copies looked at her and said that the main body was muttering something under its breath again. A stream of thoughts washed over her, as befits a goddess of water. She waved her hands and said that no matter how talented she was, she could not shake the feeling that this was a dull, boring life that had lasted for tens of thousands of years. At that moment, the protagonist severed the connection with her. She sharply pointed at the clone and loudly said that she should quickly investigate this. The clones began to search for information and said that the location was the sacred lands of Rin, a temple in the city of Regin. She took the document and asked loudly, 8 different world factors? She read it and thought that it was basically impossible for a person to sever this connection. Even if so, this is simply madness. By nature, people are master beings. They can only have one world factor, the one in which they live. It is difficult for a person to go beyond their world, and only a few reincarnated summoned people go beyond one factor, but this is more than they should be capable of. Few can withstand even 3 times. She asked, so he moved to other worlds 8 times? There can be no mistake, although it is hard to believe. It is true. Lady God said that there is a distortion in the world. This cannot be. Is he the cause of it? Later, another goddess listened to her story and asked, what does this mean? A person with 8 world factors? The water goddess was very happy to hear her voice, but she declined, saying that she didn't have time to revere her now. She called her over and asked if her head was still leaking. By its nature, Distortions in the world can only be caused by a supreme being or a hole in the world. Because of this prejudice, she overlooked him. It's no wonder she couldn't find him. Could an ordinary person even cause such distortions? The water goddess looked at the document and said that this person's name appeared to be Takafuji Inori, currently residing in Regin, on the sacred grounds of Rin. The goddess said that she had heard that name before, just recently. Indeed, that name was listed as the name of a person who died during the Rising Sun Kingdom incident. Due to the false testimony of the imperial artifact, the Court of Truth of the ISEKAI'D Empire, the water goddess was surprised by this and asked, did she say deceased? However, right now, that simply couldn't be true. Did the divine artifact make a mistake? She denied it and said that it was probably just a matter of wording. The one who spoke about this said that a person by that name no longer exists, so he probably isn't human at all. The water goddess was angry about this and said that even an insignificant detail could be very insidious, and as a result, it caused her trouble. This is worth 1,000 deaths. Maybe they should send the fire goddess? She was confident that she could handle this. The goddess sighed calmly and said that she should calm down. One cannot interfere excessively in the affairs of the mortal world. The water goddess asked, in that case, maybe they should just leave things as they are. She refused and said that they will hope that in the end, their interference will not exceed the limits. Everything is fine as long as the gods do not interfere directly. At the same time, MC left the church and thought the discomfort had disappeared as if it were a dream. But he definitely felt someone influencing the surroundings. Who could it be, and for what purpose? Even detection couldn't detect anything. Counteracting detection isn't something that can be done easily. The same goes for using blessings, ancient weapons, or magical tools. He had an idea, but Rachosis put her hand on his shoulder and said that he really scared her. It's just that when he started praying, his expression suddenly became so mysterious. He believes in the gods more than she thought. Later, he came to the tavern and wondered, hypothetically, if the gods of this world use temples as a conduit for communication with the mortal world, what if they control the mortal world based on this information? If so, then he has a small problem. If someone had something connected to the temple, then severing that connection could probably draw attention to its existence. However, if he hadn't cut the connection, the god could have gotten a lot more information. So, it's not the worst that could have happened, right? Brutus called him and said that the drink was too strong. Inori apologized and said that he was just in a bad mood. If a certain old man had offered him a helping hand back then, his peace might have been saved. He asked, what if he had brought even greater trouble upon himself? He said with a smirk that it was probably too late to think about anything. He thought that for some reason, everyone in the guild disliked the old man. No matter how crowded the bar was, there was always an empty seat at his table. He didn't know what he did in the past, but it was very convenient to have a place where no one would want to approach him. He constantly directed people to his table and, like fellow outcasts, they drank alcohol together. While he was sorting through the newly realized information, he suddenly realized something. He asked, the old man, is unpopular, so he always carries out requests alone, but his track record is pretty consistent, isn't it? When it comes to combat, he seems to have quite a bit of ability, doesn't he? Brutus began drinking alcohol from a mug and asked, if that's the case, then what? He asked if the old man became his mentor. It could serve as a good excuse to escape from the master's care, right? He wanted to say something else, but at that moment, Rachosis entered the tavern, called him, and said that this is where he was. He was very worried about this, and she went to him and said that it was time for training. The protagonist said that he was sorry to say this, but there was no need for it anymore. From now on, he will be trained by this experienced adventurer. She was shocked by what she heard and asked, will it be him? He turned to Brutus and thought, this old man, just something? How does he manage to arouse hostility in people he meets for the first time? Maybe it is because of his smell? She grabbed him and said that they should go already. He loudly asked her to wait and said that she was now going to break his neck. He loudly asked the old man for help, but saw that he was no longer there. He started to leave, said goodbye, and he loudly called him a traitor and said that he did not want it. This was not training, but merciless mockery. They both turned around when they heard a sound, turned around and saw Aaliyah enter the tavern. She was surprised when she saw the two of them. He called her, asked her to save him, and said that she was just in time. She was very angry about this, and said that he makes her work alone while he has fun during the day. He is very lucky, right? He thought with a worried look that time was slowing down. In this tense situation, he saw her legs swaying ominously from side to side. In an instant, his mind replayed the scene that happened a few days ago. Earlier on the city street, a very disgruntled girl hit a man very hard between the legs. MC said that it hurt. She asked, it was so loud. What could have happened? He said, one quick kick between the legs in front of an audience is a knockout. He thought that love fights were so scary. He looked at her and wondered, why does she practice this? At the moment of the blow, he thought, now it's clear for whom she practiced this blow. He felt a lot of pain from this blow, and the people in the area were very worried about what they saw. After that, Aaliyah listened to the story of what happened and asked, So that's what happened. A victim of a recent quarrel and a subordinate who got what he deserved. Did he really do something again? He thought with a displeased look. She said it so confidently. Doesn't she have any trust in him? A guild worker approached her, apologized, and said that if she didn't mind, she would explain. She took the leaflet with the request, read it, and thought that it was his own fault, so let him suffer. Although she was slightly conflicted. However, it was too late to pretend that nothing had happened. She called Fanatic and said that she appreciated her kindness, but that it was her problem, and she would somehow deal with it herself. Rachoses asked, however, she hadn't raised him very well already, hadn't she? She was sure that she could take good care of him. Didn't she think there was something wrong with that? Inori thought he saw a spark between them, but now was not the time. If she didn't remove her hand, his neck would snap in half. Aaliyah grabbed his leg, began to pull him toward her, and loudly said that she would make sure that he didn't cause trouble in the future. She was still holding him tightly by the neck and asked if she was really that obsessed with him. Maybe she liked him? She was surprised by what she heard and threw him aside very hard. He hit the tables with a loud sound, and she said that she did not have any loving feelings for him. Rachoses asked, then, isn't it the same between them as a man subordinating himself to a monster? He himself said that it was a rotten relationship. He lay on the ground and thought that it was more like a kill or be killed relationship. She said that if there was nothing special between them, there was nothing wrong with her training him. She didn't think he would like it if she restricted him too much. Aaliyah said loudly that it was not so. She did not treat him that terribly. She said with a satisfied look that then everything was fine, because she does not have relationships with her students. After all, she is a priest knight. She said loudly in a displeased tone that she had had enough. They could do whatever they wanted. The protagonist looked at them with a displeased expression and thought that she shouldn't give him to her. Rachoses turned to him and said that now that they had come to an agreement, she didn't finish her sentence, dragged him by the leg into the street, called him her student, and said that they should begin their lesson today. A few days later, outside the city. At night, he killed monsters and thought that at the moment, he was releasing the stress of the day. Several days had passed since the beginning of training under the priestess's guidance, and the stress that accumulates during these days is simply incredible. In terms of sleep, he is incredibly sleepy. Of course, vampires don't sleep at night. It feels like he drank a cup of strong coffee before bed. The priestess is also to blame for his lack of sleep, depriving him of daytime naps. He kicked off a monster's head and thought that speaking of stress, there's one more thing. He can't level up. Skill levels increase, of course, but what is that anyway? Does accelerated growth even work? However, although he has some complaints about it, so far everything is fine, because he can become stronger by sucking the blood of his enemies. Bones are a little more difficult. You need to break them and suck out the bone marrow. He stores uneaten meals in a shadow space. He was very surprised when he heard a female voice say that this was so interesting. MC became worried, used the detection skill, and thought that no signs of life were detected within the detection radius. This means he is at a considerable distance. It is impossible to carry the voice that far without using magic. The voice laughed and asked if she scared him. He called her rude and said that you don't start a conversation like that. She could at least show herself. She apologized and asked if he would allow her to introduce herself. She is Foles. Nice to meet you. He said that he didn't want to know her name, but the trick she uses to talk. There were no magical fluctuations, no signs of anyone nearby. She asked if he had heard anything about spirit magic. Although, he is human, so perhaps she shouldn't blame him for not knowing. He said that she spoke as if she weren't human herself. He thought that the power that nullified detection reminded him of the incident that happened a few days ago at the church. However, she seemed too friendly to be a god, he thought. She asked, however, what about him? She had never heard of a person eating bones. He realized that she had seen what had happened and wondered if she knew that he wasn't human. If he knew where she was right now, he would definitely kill her to keep her from telling the others. She said that rarely did anyone hunt at night, and besides, his magical tool wasn't like ordinary ones. He was surprised by what he heard and thought that it was quite obvious that he was not using a magic tool. Was she testing him? Maybe she learns everything from the spirits, but doesn't see him herself? She said that he is indeed very interesting. See you soon. But next time, in person. Sometime later, Inori was sitting in the tavern again and thought that during the day the priestess was chasing him, and at night an unknown spirit appeared. He wanted to calmly hunt monsters at night, but this brought up new sources of anxiety. He noticed the surprised reactions of the people around him and wondered if a new adventurer had arrived in town. He was so sleepy that he didn't even want to look. A girl came up to him and said that he should wake up. He wondered if it was his imagination. It was as if they were talking to him. She hugged him, which surprised him greatly, and he loudly asked who the hell she was. Foles said that he was so confused. After all, they spent the previous night together. Aaliyah and Rachosas were very surprised by what happened. She put her hand on her shoulder and asked, "How can I put it better?" She shouldn't worry too much. The protagonist was surprised. Last night? What was she talking about? Was she mistaking him for someone else? Last night? What was that? Suddenly he thought, it can't be. The protagonist activated the evaluation and saw that Fools was a demi-human elf possessed by spirits. Her health points are 65, and her mana points are 7,012. She was blessed with the harmony of spirits and held the title of Spirit Priestess. He thought, yes, it was she, the one who controlled the spirits. So she was an elf? Elves have long ears, but she probably hides them with magic or something. Fools told him she came to meet him. She said she was looking forward to their next meeting. MC answered her. He didn't think she meant the next day. He didn't understand. Had she come to die? In this world, humans and elves are enemies, and in general, all races don't get along well with each other. The difference in status is always a source of hostility. Half-breeds in this world are subjected to astonishing hatred. It's the norm here. Considering she already knows something about him, it would be better for him to kill her. But it's not that simple. He glanced at the men who were looking at her lustfully. Fools, noticing his gaze, told him he could ignore them. She wasn't interested in other men. The protagonist thought in surprise, ignore them? He was, after all, a normal person. The girl told him she'd already let people back home know. She'd written a letter. The protagonist noted with bewilderment. Did she tell other elves about him? This is bad. In this situation, if he killed her, he would be the first person suspected of her sudden disappearance. Besides, dealing with her fellow elves would be a hassle. He didn't know how to counter the spirit magic he'd witnessed last night. He wanted to avoid a vendetta from the elves who owned her. So she'd come, having devised a plan to prevent him from killing her without a reason. He asked her out loud, so why did she come? Fools answered, she just came to see him today. The girl leaned toward him and whispered in his ear, he apparently doesn't like to stand out either. So next time they meet, it'll be at night when there's no one else around. MC told her, then let her get lost. Fools laughed, waved, and said, of course, whatever he says. Inori watched her go, irritated, thinking she'd said she'd come at night. That suited him. Unlike last night, if he was in town this time, he could still use detection. He considered tracking her with Fenrir, but considering she had spirit magic, that was a bad idea. As he went about his business, he continued to think about the gods and spirit magic. He was critically short of information. Suddenly, Rachosas ran out to greet him joyfully and said that Aaliyah had already left. So, should they begin today's training? He told her he wanted to go to church today. Could he? The girl, accompanying him there, told him she was very happy about it. Who would have thought he'd want to go there again? The protagonist thought it wasn't because he wanted to avoid the hellishly difficult training. It was because he needed to go on reconnaissance. Entering the church, he activated his assessment out of habit and learned the characteristics of everything there. Then he looked at Rachosas and saw that this was the fanatic Rachosas, a human. Her health was 72, her mana 563. Her blessing was a minor divine revelation, bestowing upon her the titles of Priest Knight of the Holy Land of Rin and Devotee. The girl, noticing his gaze, looked at him with a puzzled smile. What was he doing? The protagonist thought that if the gods and the church were so closely connected, then it wouldn't be advisable to simply go there. But, as the saying goes, if you fear wolves, don't go into the forest. This was definitely worth the risk. He would appreciate everything here. His eye fell on a sacred light stone, forged from a sacred tree in the Holy Land of Rin. Its quality was SS grade, but it was priceless. This stone could have been the roots of a sacred tree. In churches, it is always placed on a pedestal. It acts as a means of harnessing the power of the goddess. It is of incredibly high quality. It's safe to say that the gods of this world inspect the believers in the churches where such stones are installed. He would, of course, like to examine this stone in more detail, but today is a day off, and there are too many visitors. At that moment, the protagonist encountered a woman running somewhere on the street. He applied the rating and found out that it was Chris Camisel, whose HP showed 57 and MP 295. She had no blessing. She held the titles of Summoning Mage and Avenger. He thought she was terribly emaciated, but more interestingly, her cloudy eyes looked as if they had seen hell. Rachosas apologized and told the woman that this was a sacred place and that running here was disrespectful. Chris snapped back saying, what does she know? MC thought, she seems extraordinary, but her status says she's a commoner. He wonders why she has the title of Avenger. Oh well, he needs to move on. The next person he encountered was Raven Vegan, a human. His HP was 173, MP 926. His blessing was a moderate divine revelation. His titles included 4th Commander of the Holy Land's Night Priests, Rin, Hero of Regin, and Lover of Pure Virgins. Rachosas admiringly told the protagonist, that's Raven. He's very famous in their Night Priest circles. The protagonist was surprised. Famous? The girl explained, he's a hero who defended Regin from a monster invasion 10 years ago, and subsequent invasions every 3 years are successfully repelled thanks to his leadership. MC thought, according to her, the Night Priestesses undergo trials in Regin, and she herself is here to train. Raven looked at Rachosas at that moment and beckoned her over. The girl happily told the protagonist she'd been called, Sorry, but would he be able to return to the guild without her? The protagonist answered, no problem, and began to wait to see what would happen next. And then she went to this man. It seemed they already knew each other. He didn't like this commander for some reason. He has a very unsavory title. If he commanded ordinary people, it would be alright. But he commands knight priestesses, for whom the purity of priestesses is a prerequisite. Therefore, this does not speak well of him. The women next to him, who must also be knight priestesses, do not smell of virginity. And this church seems increasingly suspicious to him. Having wished Russia's good luck, he left the church. When MC returned to the guild, Ignora was sitting at the table. He greeted the protagonist and asked if he had skipped out again. The protagonist answered him in the negative, and pointing upward, added that she seemed to have business there. On the table in front of Ignora stood an open bottle of wine and a glass. The man remarked, by the way, didn't he have a row with some girl this morning? MC was surprised. Who told him? He doesn't have any friends. Let him not pry too much. Ignora asked him, looking him intently in the eyes. His ex? Inori answered something like that. He thought, well, no, of course not. But it surprised him that this world also had the expression ex. He caught sight of his reflection in his wine mug and realized he was quite tired today. Too much new information. The connection between the church and the gods, the hero who likes virgins, spirit magic, elves. Apparently, he'd relaxed too much since coming to Regin. But even if he tried to use the assessment in everyday life, he probably wouldn't have discovered anything particularly surprising. The protagonist looked closely at Ignora and thought, by the way, he hadn't used the assessment on this old man. He should probably do just that, since he was here. Now he wouldn't be surprised by anything he saw, even if it turned out he was an alien, or a hero with influence, or maybe his beard actually controls his body, or maybe he's even the king of some country. He needs to be prepared for any scenario. He won't question him after he finds out who he is through the appraisal. Definitely not. That's it. He's ready. Activating the appraisal, he saw that Ignora's demon race is questionable. A chimera homunculus, all his races contain 16.66% of each. Demon, dragon god, beastman, elf, dwarf, and human. His HP is 1,200,000, MP 7,200,000, and his strength, agility, speed, and intelligence were all 50,000. His blessing was the status of the Demon King, the punishment of the 6 gods. His titles included Demon King of the current generation, 2 generations ago, Evilest Demon King, Embodiment of Despair, Tyrant, Natural Disaster Level Threat, Destroyer, Mass Murderer, Exterminator. Also added to this list were Absolute, Demon King Aura, Brutally Cruel, Office Worker, Reincarnated, Divinely Punishable, Hated. The protagonist couldn't even think of anything in his astonishment. He simply let out a surprised breath. He thought about the previous generation of heroes, considered the strongest, and their profound influence on the demon race. The previous Demon King had been torn apart, thus lowering the status of the demon race. All their territories had also been lost. The demons needed power. An unstoppable force that would surpass the previous Demon King. The birth of a new Demon Lord wasn't enough, not even with his strength alone. What they needed was the overwhelming power of 600 years ago. The power of the Demon King, ignore? Well, he decided not to quibble over the stats. But then again, there were too many things to quibble over. He looked at Ignore and thought in surprise, so he's the Demon King? Seriously? Who the hell just planted that nuclear warhead on him? And what's with his stats? His race didn't even matter. Honestly, he would have believed it if someone had said his characteristics were wrong. At that moment, the protagonist saw a malicious aura emanate from the man. The protagonist thought in confusion, was this getting worse? Was he exposed? Was his shock reflected on his face? Did Ignora know he knew who he was? If this guy tried to silence him, it would be the end. His current self had no way to defeat him now. It was good they were in a public place, though. That didn't matter. No amount of people mattered right now. With this guy's status, if he really wanted to, he could destroy not just this bar, but an entire country. The man angrily asked him, had he noticed? The MC confusedly placed his drink on the table, carelessly, and the liquid spilled onto the table. He thought, what a shame. At that moment, the door swung open. Ignora pointed behind him and added, his master is here. Rachosis exclaimed, she apologizes for the delay. Inori sighed with relief, pushing the mug away. The girl told him that, since they still had time today, they could continue their training. The protagonist, getting up from the table, thought, failure? Normally, he would have agreed, but in this situation, he was glad of it. He waved his hand at the man and said, well, they'll see each other again. He hadn't even taken a few steps when Ignora barked at him to stop. MC felt his blood run cold from his shout. The man pointed at his mug and asked him what he was going to do with it. The protagonist looked at it and told the man he could keep it. Ignora remarked, as if he was the only one here who liked drinking it. He didn't want to ruin his liver. Inori thought, well, with those stats, he could handle lava. In any case, he seemed to have calmed down, as he could now think clearly. With these words in mind, he left the bar. After a while, the protagonist fell to the ground, full length, from a blow. Rachosis told him, as he could see, he'd been struck again. He couldn't just look at an attack and then dodge. He had to anticipate it. He had excellent dynamic vision after all. Why shouldn't he use it to its full potential? The protagonist thought he'd sooner be a corpse before he even tried. But was this training useful for him? Well, it had its advantages. Previously, he relied on absolute surveillance to evade attacks after he'd seen them. Dodging attacks with a trajectory like Fenrir was one thing, but predicting the movements of a master like Aegeon was simply impossible, and relying solely on his magical eye of vision wasn't good. The girl suddenly remembered and exclaimed, incidentally, about this. She's running a training camp tomorrow, so she won't be able to train him, so he should forgive her. MC was pleased with this news. She continued, so she thought about giving him homework instead. Sometime after training, the protagonist lay on his bed, thinking. Now, he needed to sort through the information. First of all, the Demon King. Ignora, the previous Demon King, was said to be the strongest in history. Even the heroes summoned back then couldn't kill him. In the end, he died a natural death, and peace fell upon the world. Now, he's still a symbol of death and despair. Still talked about these days. And now, the same guy wears a hood and is considered a hated adventurer. What's going on? And also, something attracted him. Ignora's status indicates something like an office worker and reincarnated. Does this mean he was a worker in Japan and was reincarnated and in the face of the Demon King, too, and then carried out a merciless massacre? Come to think of it, when he said the word former, he said it in ordinary Japanese. The protagonist doubted that a former Japanese person who had been reincarnated would be happy to kill. Take himself, for example. Well, he wouldn't find it strange if there were such Japanese here. First of all, it's unlikely that they were from the same country, the Demon King and himself. Perhaps he was from a different era, or something like that. Maintaining his status as the Demon King sounded like the best possible outcome. Finally, having sorted out all his thoughts, MC felt his consciousness drifting, and he fell asleep. A short time later, as the sun was setting, he suddenly woke up. He thought about opening his eyes and waking up, but decided not to. Someone was in his room. The moment he opened his eyes, someone would be here so close that their gazes would immediately lock. The visitor managed to penetrate Fenrir's defenses. Was it Ignora? Or was it Fools? Or maybe it was a goddess. The protagonist used clairvoyance to find out who it was, and it seemed strange to resort to it when he had eyelids. Aaliyah leaned over him, continuing to stare at the sleeping protagonist. She was right next to him, motionless, as if pondering something. He wondered what she was thinking. MC opened his eyes abruptly and asked her what was going on. The girl flinched in surprise, pulled away from him, and muttered, "No, nothing. Everything's fine." He wondered, no, really, what she was thinking. Something was wrong. Being around her had become somehow uncomfortable in the last few days. He had a hunch, of course, but if it was wrong, he would be very embarrassed, but he didn't really care. The protagonist looked at her and said that if she was bothered by what the saint, Rachoses, or whatever her name was, said, he wouldn't dwell on it too much. The girl looked at him in bewilderment and asked, what did the saint say? The protagonist noted that she assumed she liked him, which was what he meant. Alia blushed with embarrassment and exclaimed, but she doesn't like him. The MC continued. He didn't know if she'd thought about it before, but he was sure she'd started thinking about it now, because she'd said it. The girl remembered Rachoses asking her if she liked the protagonist. She didn't think he'd like it if she were too restrictive. The protagonist thought, in most cases, love relationships are accompanied by pleasure from it. This couldn't help but prompt certain thoughts, given his mastery in this regard. Besides, they'd been together constantly for the last month. If she views him as a man, then there's nothing strange about that. But all of this is purely his imagination, the result of observing people's behavior. As a person lacking empathy, he naturally couldn't understand love, which, by its very nature, defies logic. Out loud, he said, Aaliyah, which was understandable. She'd grown up in such a sheltered environment. Such a trip alone with a guy had probably been too exciting for her. The girl sheepishly tried to feign indignation. What was he saying? But the protagonist continued, so that's what he'd tell her. Let her not think about it. Aaliyah stared at him in bewilderment, embarrassed and shy. Inori wondered again what caused shyness toward a partner in a romantic relationship, curiosity, fear, and anxiety about what their partner would think of them. So he'd tell her what he thought of her. The protagonist looked her intently in the eyes and declared that she belonged to him, like his servant. What she thought of him was irrelevant. He needed her solely for profit. Therefore, she should not delude herself and develop any feelings for him, because it would be a loss for him. Aaliyah, who had initially looked at him with confusion, listening to every word, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile that she felt somehow better now. MC said, that's great. The girl added that he should continue acting like a boss, while she, in the meantime, would somehow overthrow him. He chuckled and remarked that yes, that suited her better. The girl suggested exchanging information from the past few days. Inori agreed. He said that tomorrow he would go into town to shop, and she could join him. Aaliyah asked him in amazement, what is that? As Fauna would say now, it's a date. The next day, the allies set off together. They went into the weapons shop. The main character told the girl that this was a task from the saint. They needed to find a weapon to use in training. Taking one of the swords, he said he could see the weapon's characteristics through evaluation, but he didn't know what it would feel like to use it. He needed her help so he wouldn't embarrass himself. Aaliyah, surprised, asked him if he couldn't use what he'd made himself. The protagonist clarified, asking if she meant the knives and everything else he'd made using equipment crafting. They were made of metal, crafted with dark magic. Such things cannot be shown to a saint. The girl agreed with his reasoning. Looking at what MC was currently examining, she expressed hope he wasn't going to buy that scythe. He asked her if he couldn't. Aaliyah was indignant. Was he out of his mind? He wasn't old enough to be daydreaming. He thought she'd turned on her snarky commentary mode full blast. She'd rejected every weapon he'd chosen, calling them all sorts of offensive names. Then she'd laughed and said, well, she wasn't opposed, But who knows how the training program would change if he chose a weapon that was so difficult to wield. The protagonist admitted, yeah, if he chose something like a scythe, it would definitely require even more training. The protagonist suggested she pick something for herself. He couldn't just use that sword she had all the time. He thought about the black sword of absolute destruction he'd given her. It wasn't just an ancient weapon, it had dark magic applied to it. Something like that would make people's eyes pop out of their heads. It was a sword that could only be wielded alone. Aaliyah paused, selected a blade, and asked the protagonist what he thought of it. He examined the item and bought it for Aaliyah. The merchant looked at him carefully. He wondered why she was looking at him like that. The woman asked if he really had such a relationship with the Black Rose. The protagonist looked at her, confused. What was she talking about? The merchant explained that when a man gives a woman a mithril dagger, it essentially means she should stab him if he cheats on her. So, it's practically a proposal. The MC was confused and thought in amazement. So it's like an engagement ring then? He apologized to the merchant and told her he was from the countryside, only just now realizing the meaning. Was the weapon so decorated because that's what it was meant for? The woman told him no, it was for ceremonies. Also, silver was added for decoration, so it's not very strong. Essentially, it's not suitable for cutting. The protagonist asked, puzzled, what did she say? Silver was added? The merchant noted that it was. The protagonist approached Aaliyah and told her, excuse me, but I'd like to return the knife. But the girl, overjoyed, couldn't hear him and exclaimed, they bought a good weapon. He thought silver weapons were his weakness, but Aaliyah insisted, so they bought it. This dagger would be easier to kill him with. He didn't know if that's what she meant when she called it a good weapon. After a while, the girl told him they'd been to several shops, but all he bought was a gun. MC replied that was true. He added that there weren't many things he could use that weren't magical. So, for now, he bought this one, simply for the sake of experimentation. Now all that was left was to stop at one more shop, and that would be it. They stopped at another weapons shop, where the owner himself greeted them. He informed them that his shop took special orders. They could make unique weapons to suit their requirements. Aaliyah and the protagonist looked at him in surprise. Then the protagonist decided to place an order. After a while, they sat down at a table in some establishment. Aaliyah told Inori that last shop was a bit unusual. He agreed. The shop itself was rather shabby, and its owner turned out to be an elderly butler, and on top of that, he made weapons to order. This combination wasn't just a bit unusual, it was disconcerting. The protagonist concluded, well, that's all for today. They finished faster than he thought. Looking around, the protagonist noticed that the place was very elegant. Flower pots hung everywhere. All the plants were well kept. Aaliyah told him yes, she'd seen this place before and had been meaning to stop by sometime. MC chuckled. They were having lunch in such a place. He wondered what the saint would say if they met her now. As if on cue, Rachosas appeared next to them. She exclaimed joyfully, training ended early today. What? Are they having a date here? He shuddered at the thought. Aaliyah responded indignantly, it's not a date. Rachosas had insisted, but dining on the terrace in a place like this sounded very much like a date. Aaliyah irritably denied it. The saint then added, well, if that's the case, could she join them? Aaliyah was indignant. At such a table, then things reached the point of absurdity. A table on the terrace in a sunny spot, a verbal altercation ensues, and he's being ignored. Yeah, he even felt sleepy. After a while, the protagonist sitting at the table with Ignora said after his story, that's it, and he ran off here. The man grimly remarked, as usual. The protagonist sipping his drink thought, he, as usual, evacuated to the bar. Yes, as usual. If he suddenly changes his behavior and the Demon King suspects something, it won't be good. Right now, he's acting naturally, it seems. There shouldn't be anything strange. Ignora suddenly spoke up, but the secret will quickly become clear. MC looked at him, puzzled. The man added, that sister will come here looking for him first. Inori was forced to agree. He mentally breathed a sigh of relief, so he meant that. The protagonist had asked him, so what should he do? Ignora told him to go on a mission. They'd hardly find him outside the city. If anything, he'd go on a mission with him. The protagonist looked at him in confusion. He definitely didn't expect to hear this. Ignora continued. There was something he'd like to talk to him about alone. At that moment, Inori heard his heart pounding. A slight panic gripped him. He wanted to talk to him alone? Somewhere. No one would see them? Outside the city? He could only suggest such a thing for one reason. The Demon King had guessed his identity. Ignora, noticing his agitation, told him he needn't be afraid. He wasn't going to kill him. No, more accurately, he couldn't kill him. After some time they arrived. Ignora said this is a good place. Inori looked at him questioningly and thought, he can't kill him? It seemed he wasn't lying. With his status, there was no point in lying. It was a risk worth taking. That was his decision after some thought. Ignora activated the ward, preventing them from being seen or heard. The protagonist was surprised. A barrier, but there were no signs of magical power being used. The Demon King took out a cigar, lit one, and began smoking with an unperturbed expression. His behavior evoked a sense of déjà vu in the protagonist. He had the feeling it was similar to his father's behavior, something stored somewhere in the depths of his memory. He has the demeanor of a middle-aged man, though. Ignora finally spoke up, first introducing himself. He's the Demon King, Ignora. MC thought, so he'd said it bluntly as he could, no intention of hiding it. The man continued, well, he already knew, so he'd probably answer his questions. The protagonist remarked, what if they were being eavesdropped on by spirits? Ignora clarified, was that his first question? Those who can eavesdrop by spirits aren't many. Even highly skilled elven mages who use spirit magic can only eavesdrop with a mix of interference, which is of little use. The protagonist thought in surprise, yeah, but the elf named Foles, or whatever her name was, had even managed to talk to him. Ignora continued, and if we're talking about more powerful spirits, then only the spirit itself can eavesdrop. But he's forcibly subjugated all the spirits in the area, so he shouldn't be afraid. The protagonist replied, okay then, Cat, we can move on to questions. He thought he couldn't find spirits with his detection yet, but he still felt the atmosphere around him was different. He continued, wondering why he couldn't kill him. Ignora chuckled and noted that he thought he'd ask what the Demon King was doing here, or something like that. Well, he was going to tell him that anyway. Now, let him watch. With the help of magic, Ignora had regained his true form. He'd acquired long ears, horns, and dragon eyes. He exclaimed, a chimera homunculus. Apparently, that's what his race is called now. Inori thought, it must be hard for him. With a head like that, he said it out loud. An artificially created human. A fusion of several races, huh? Ignora said yes, and his soul entered him. But when he was the Demon King 2 generations ago, he was just a demon. Now he combines all the races, and yet he is different from each one taken separately. The protagonist remarked on how complicated it all was. But how did that relate to the fact that he couldn't kill him? The man answered, the problem was his blessing. Punishment from the 6 gods, whether direct or indirect, if he intentionally kills someone of his race, he himself will die. Ignora calmly stubbed out his cigar in his palm. MC mused, I see, the death penalty for killing one's own kind then. It's less a blessing than an influence. But didn't he say he had all the races within him? Ignora said so. Killing a demon, dragon man, elf, dwarf, or human meant he would die. Inori pointed out that he was human, so he couldn't kill him. The man agreed. The protagonist continued, well then it was clear why he was here. The protagonist had specifically told him he was human. It seemed he hadn't yet realized he was a vampire. He added that he couldn't fulfill his duties as Demon King if he died simply by giving the order. Ignora said yes, that was one reason. The MC inquired if there were others. Ignora sighed and said he would tell him about his past. Ever since he was born, he had possessed extraordinary power. At a certain age, he was told that among demons, his status in society was determined solely by his power. As time passed, he quickly became the Demon King. All the demons honored him, addressing him obsequiously. He could use his power to compel anyone to do his bidding, and he could take money, alcohol, and women from others as much as he wanted. He lived, reveling in his power. Many tried to kill him. One of the summoned heroes, the only one left alive, also tried to kill him, but he tore him in half and threw the upper half outside the city. Giliu, his faithful assistant, was amazed at his strength. Then she told him he had destroyed the heroes. It was a magnificent job. He turned to her and asked her how the situation was at the front. She replied that everything was fine. They greatly outnumbered the enemy. Giliu continued that if they continued to advance in this manner, all human lands would fall under the control of the demons. He thoughtfully remarked, and the girl looked at him in confusion, not understanding his question. Ignora said, no, it's nothing, let them advance. He thought then, humans, elves, dwarves, beastmen, and other opponents to fight never run out. But what next? No matter what he mastered, something was always missing, right up until the very end. After his death, in some incomprehensible white space, he met the one who called herself the world's chief goddess. According to her, he had overdone it. He had caused enormous damage that the gods could not have foreseen, and for this, he was punished. The protagonist asked him in surprise, is this the punishment of the 6 gods? Ignora answered him, no, that was different. As punishment, they took away his strength, talent, memory, everything, and forced him to be reborn in an abandoned world. The protagonist thought in bewilderment. He had never heard such a name before. An abandoned world. Ignora looked at him carefully and said, this is the world from which he came. Inori was dumbfounded by what he heard. The Demon King looked at him with pity and added, his world had been abandoned by the gods. And what did he think happened to him when he was reincarnated? He was born into a very ordinary family. He lived a life that held little meaning, trying his best. He married a woman who wasn't all that pretty. He had a rather cute son, but his finances were dire, and he sometimes argued with his wife. He simply lived like an ordinary office worker, and he was happy. He chuckled and asked the protagonist, isn't that ironic? The protagonist remained silent. Ignora continued, saying that even though he had nothing of what he had in his past life after reincarnation, he had what he had spent his entire life searching for as the Demon King. Ultimately, whether a person is happy or not depends on their perspective. The MC thoughtfully remarked, yeah, I guess so. He thought that happiness was a form of self-hypnosis. If a person thinks they're happy, then they are. Ignora added that when he was summoned as the Demon King and returned to this world, the chief goddess inflicted the punishment of the 6 gods on him, and with that, memories of the past returned to him. He had acquired everything in the world, and he too became happy, and he no longer wanted anything. Ignora seemed to wilted and looked thoughtfully into the distance. Inori asked him, what is he going to do then? The Demon King replied, he thought he would strive for the happiness of others. The protagonist certainly didn't expect such an answer, and looked at his interlocutor in amazement. Ignora added, of course, he's not so naive as to try to make everyone in the world happy. He simply thought that thanks to this strange body, he could help others find happiness. MC clarified, thanks to this body? The Demon King replied, yes, he's a blend of all the races, so surely there's something he can do about the enmity between the races of this world. For that, he'll break this limited world. Inori paused, thinking about the world, then he asked him, and why had he told him all this? He couldn't understand what he wanted. Ignora broke away from his thoughts and said that he wanted to repay him for his help beforehand. The protagonist remarked in surprise, repaying him for his help? Did he really think he'd have to help the Demon King break the world? He shouldn't decide for him. Ignora chuckled, pointed his finger at him, and said, no, he'll break it himself. Even if he doesn't want to, he'll break it as he goes along. And in the end, it will turn out that he'll help him. The protagonist had mixed feelings. He thought he's certainly saying completely selfish things, but for some reason, he didn't feel irritated. He'd only responded to him, and so he decided to repay him then. Ignora said it all correctly. Let him simply live, trample souls, destroy other people. Let him simply move forward on his path. Meanwhile, Rachosas was looking for the protagonist. She barged into his room without knocking and exclaimed, and he's not here? Aaliyah irritably told her that she really should have knocked on the door first and then entered. The girl replied, the teacher can do that. Aaliyah noted it's easy for a teacher to justify everything with words. Rachosas said emphatically, who's talking? By the way, she has a copy of the key. Aaliyah, twirling the key on her finger, said, by the way, she borrowed it from the innkeeper. There's nothing unfair about it. She thought, though, she doesn't know what misunderstanding is going on between her and the innkeeper. Rachosas unabashedly threw herself onto the protagonist's bed and exclaimed, that's the bed where her student sleeps then. I need to smell it. And she sniffed, inhaling the tart masculine scent, exclaiming, yes, that's definitely his scent. Aaliyah, astonished, pulled her off the bed and told her to stop. Rachosas tensed and noted in surprise, her scent was there too. I wonder why that is. After all, they're in such a relationship with him? Aaliyah started making excuses. No, she got it all wrong. Rachosas looked at her with irritation and said, she's serious. She needs to break up with the protagonist. At that moment, MC entered the room and gloomily asked both of them when they were leaving his room. The girls exchanged surprised glances and simultaneously exclaimed, how did he manage to get there? He told them he'd been there from the very beginning. Rachosas objected. That couldn't be true. She hadn't sensed his presence. The protagonist remarked, he was good at hiding. Aaliyah thought, right, he always slept inside the shadows. Finally, he told them both, it's already night, let them go home already. The girls looked at him in confusion and left silently. Already in the hallway, Rachosas stopped Aaliyah, telling her they hadn't finished. Inori listened, pressing his hand to the door, and exhaled, saying, that's it, let's go. At that moment, Foles appeared at the window and told him he noticed her, thanks to him for chasing them away. The protagonist sighed gloomily, thinking that there had been a lot of incidents today. He had already seen the Demon King that evening and returned. Incidentally, after that conversation, he had learned everything he could from him. He had asked him for more information as payment, and the man had given it to him. And now, it was already night, and then this. He was referring to Foles. He knew she would come to him soon, but why tonight? He rudely asked her what she wanted. And why was she wearing such a revealing outfit? Foles straightened her dress and told him she'd come on a secret rendezvous with him. Didn't he understand that? She laughed and remarked on his cold gaze. She liked it. The protagonist touched his eye and exclaimed, is that so? His eye changed color. Foles, jumping from the window, began approaching him, saying that his golden eye was very beautiful. She dropped him on the bed and sat on top of him. He said, looking into her eyes, that they were beautiful too. The girl smiled and said in a languid voice, and he obeyed. Foles ran her finger along his neck and told him not to be afraid. Thanks to the spirit magic, not a single sound would leave this room. No one would disturb them. The protagonist, looking at her, thought that, according to what he had learned from the Demon King, the spirit magic she used was definitely beyond the ordinary. She was no ordinary elf. Now he knew for sure that there was a god in this world. The fact that the Demon King had been subjected to divine punishment meant that the god was watching and interfering. He didn't know why she had come to him, but given all this, he needed to be on his guard. He had nothing to counter the spirit magic with yet. So, right now, when they were looking into each other's eyes, at such a close distance, he would attack first. He activated the ultimate mind control magic, creating a magic circle in front of his face, and pulled Foles' head towards him. A magical seal emitting golden light would penetrate Foles' consciousness, and she would be under his control. But suddenly he realized it hadn't worked. The girl leaned toward him and kissed him. It occurred to him, not that it had worked poorly, but that it hadn't worked at all, which was the first time. With the kiss, she stopped him from saying anything, and he began to see a bright light in his head. Then he saw himself in some field and asked in surprise, where is he? Foles appeared before him, extended her hand and greeted him. He asked her who she was. He thought, logically, probably Foles. The girl said with a smile, how rude. However, this was the first time he had seen her like this. The protagonist clarified, she is Foles, right? The girl smiled and gently remarked, to be more precise, she's a spirit possessing Foles. Inori remembered. Oh, by the way, her status said she was possessed by a spirit. The spirit said, her name is Sylph. She's the supreme spirit of wind. The protagonist activated the evaluation and saw that, indeed, it was Sylph's spirit, the supreme spirit of light. Her HP was 23, MP 9653, Strength 9, Vitality 12, Endurance 9821. agility 7,835, and intelligence 1,291. Her blessings were the command of the chief god and the supreme divine revelation. Her title was Spirit Priestess. He thought, blessing, divine revelation, supreme, and also the command of the chief god. The chief god, he'd heard about him from the Demon King. Then he thinks he knows who she is. She is an assassin sent by the main god of this world. Sylph asked if he knew where he was now. It was the soul world, which was in another dimension and which every person had. He asked if she could explain it in about 3 words. She said that it was something like a dream. Inori said that it was more than 3 words. He wondered, so this was a world connecting their worlds? Although it was more like her sleep had somehow absorbed him. It was one thing to pretend to be someone she was not, but it was completely natural to appear in her true form. Did he agree? So she brought him here to show him what she really looked like. He said that he didn't care about such pleasantries. She said that in any case, no one could disturb them now. They could spend as much time as they wanted, and the pleasure he would experience here was incomparable to real life. He refused and said that he didn't plan to participate in anything. She said it was so disappointing, but he had no choice in the matter. She snapped her fingers, and the magic affected him, and he realized he couldn't move. He thought he felt like this had happened before, in the world where he had his magic eye. Although compared to this was much stronger. She controlled his body as she wanted, and said that now he was in her world. She could move his body however she wanted. He looked at her with a smirk and said that he didn't like being on the receiving end. She said that he didn't need to worry. Soon he would simply experience such pleasure that he would go crazy. She liked the idea of leaving him in his clothes, but maybe he should take them off. The protagonist said that he was unlikely to undress just because she asked him to. She started snapping her fingers, causing his clothes to disappear. Sylph flew up to him and said that she was going to take control of his soul. He thought that the main god could give orders to those who had the blessing of divine revelation. However, this was only advice from a god, and therefore was not considered direct interference in the mortal world. Spirits are closest to the gods, and the main god chose her, the highest spirit, for this. The main god's order is either murder or subjugation. Spirit is the primary source of magic, but since he, her target, combines parts of the 8 worlds, simply killing him in battle could have consequences that are impossible to predict. Therefore, she decided to subjugate him in the world of the soul. In this world, a person who was originally born in a physical body cannot do anything against a spirit who does not have this. She asked what's wrong. Is he afraid that he will be pleased and feel a connection? He just needs to follow his instincts. He looked at her and said that he had no instincts and no mind. She was about to start subduing him, but he used the control skill with a wide grin. Dark energy appeared around him, and this made her retreat from him. His whole body was engulfed in this dark energy. He began to act on his own, and she loudly asked, "What is this anyway?" He waved his hand. Black roses began to appear on the ground, and she became very worried about what was happening to her world. She nervously looked around, could not believe it, and loudly said that something had invaded her world. She saw eyes in the darkness and asked who he was. Dark energy headed towards her. She tried to run away and asked him not to come near her. MC grabbed her, leaned closer, and said that she tried to subdue him. If so, then she should also be ready to obey. She looked at him with a shocked expression on her face and said that this can't be. An ordinary person can't do such a thing in the soul world. Did he really subjugate his spirit and subjugate himself? That can't be. That's the same as controlling your soul, so that can't be. She was about to say something about it, but he ordered her to be silent, and the dark energy began to completely absorb her. At the same time, Aaliyah entered his room, called his name, and said that she wanted to talk about the weapon he bought today. She was shocked when she saw the elf lying on him and immediately took out a dagger. He opened his eyes and thought that he saw everything clearly, which means he returned from the soul world. In front of him is the face of an elf possessed by Sylph, with rolled up, darting eyes. She is standing at the entrance to the room, looking in his direction and holding a blade in her hands. Honestly, now he wants to push her away, but for now he is in the middle of completing the control. He raised his hand to stop her. She stepped back, and he thought that right now he can't risk interrupting the process, so he can't talk. He needs to ask her to wait a bit. He tried using control inside the soul world. He just decided to give it a try, and it worked. Now that he thinks about it, he shouldn't have used black magic on living beings. So spirits don't count as living? At least they have a soul. If living beings are defined by the presence of a soul, then using control inside the soul world would be a contradiction. He doesn't know how he controls his body now. Perhaps because he has been in this world, he can use control like this. Besides, Aaliyah is getting angrier with every second. Having finished using the control skill, he threw the elf girl who was lying on him. In his mouth was a sylph, which he spat out on the floor. He took it with 2 fingers. She looked at it and asked what it was. Inori said that it seemed to be a spirit. He thought that this thing that looked like a figurine was a sylph. However, due to the black magic of control, it is now colored black. He shakes her, but it does not seem like she wakes up. He hits her with his finger, which is why she immediately came to her senses and said loudly that she is sorry. She's asking for forgiveness. Later, he said that some god ordered him to try to seduce him, but she failed, and this is what happened. Hasn't she become much smaller? She said loudly that this is her real size. He let go of her, looked at the girl lying on the bed, and thought that it turns out that the spirit took over the elf's mind. He asked, wait, has her face and body changed? She said that her appearance was affected by her possession. By the way, hasn't he forgotten anything? He just let her go, let down his guard, and now she is free. He thought that she had completely recovered from her confusion and was now starting to get carried away. She said that as long as she is careful, a person will never catch her. Aaliyah tried to catch her, but missed, as if she were some kind of hologram. He grabbed Sylph and thought it was very annoying. She was very surprised by this and loudly asked how he did it. He said in a calm tone that he himself did not know. Perhaps it was related to control. Later, he looked at her status window and saw that her status, stats, and the fact that she was now a traitor to the main god, and her title was Fallen Spirit, were written there. He looked at this and thought that her health and vitality were 100 times higher. Moreover, nothing had changed as long as he kept her in his pocket. She was very unhappy about this and loudly said that he cannot treat her like an object. The protagonist turned around and asked why she returned to his room. Did something happen? Aaliyah remembered this and said that she would like to see how he used a gun, especially in combination with black magic. He examined her and thought she was a little nervous. Maybe it was because of her intellectual curiosity. When she became his subordinate, he shared his knowledge with her. So perhaps she was expecting some kind of magic bullet. He said he didn't think he could do it today, maybe tomorrow night. Now he needed to clear the elf's memory and send her home. While he was doing this, he also wanted to see what she was capable of. After some time on the street, he thought that this incident made it clear that God or someone else was clearly against him. He couldn't help but feel nervous at the thought of going against God. However, he was not in a very good position right now. He got some information from the Demon King, but it was not enough. It was too early to go to the last boss. Sometime later at night, he came to the forest with Aaliyah and said that they needed to collect the flowers of dawn and defeat the skeletons. These were the reasons for their 2-day absence from the city. They should move straight to the experiments. He called Sylph, but she didn't answer. He took her in one hand and said that she should wake up. He used his skill, which caused her to wake up and ask loudly what he was doing. He said in a calm tone that she just didn't want to wake up. Now they need to find out what she's capable of. First, she needs to demonstrate her spiritual magic. She said with a slightly confused look that she had bad news. She can't use that magic anymore. He grabbed her leg, started spinning her around, and asked, does she mean that she can't subjugate souls anymore? She started feeling dizzy and said loudly that at least she could intimidate them and make them do nothing. But other than that, she could make them listen to her orders. She doesn't know. She just feels uncomfortable using magic and power since she's in this state. She broke free from his grip and MC thought that, actually, this was expected. He asked then, can she combine it with his detection so that he can find spirits? She said that it was possible. She used magic, and he thought with a little surprise that as soon as she said this, he felt as if his detection became stronger. Sylph said that anyone who has made a contract with a spirit is capable of this. Their control is also considered a contract. He can also do things like, he asked her to wait and said that his detection had picked up something. Aaliyah asked if it was related to spirits. He denied it, called her, and asked if the request this time was to defeat skeletons, right? She agreed and asked if he meant they were skeletons. He denied it and said it was something else. This intrigued her and she asked if they were Kojiki wolves. The skeletons had killed people, and now these wolves had come for their corpses. They usually travel in packs. He denied it and said that they were now lying dead at his feet. This monster wasn't from this region and it was heading their way. She should prepare. At that moment, a huge monster came out to them, making loud sounds. Sylph screamed loudly in horror. He looked at it calmly and thought it was an insect, or rather a centipede. In any case, it wasn't a local monster. He took out a gun and said that this was to his advantage. The experiment was beginning. He started shooting at the monster and thought that in this world, firearms that weren't magical matchlock items were the only ones. The barrel wasn't rifled, so hoping for a regular spherical bullet to fly accurately wasn't worth it. He used his control skill and steered the bullet around the monster. He hit one of the monster's several eyes, saw its attack, and said that it hadn't worked. This blow sent it flying, which greatly worried Aaliyah, and she loudly asked, what was that? Something dripped onto her head, and she turned around to see the monster approaching her. She became very worried about this, and stabbed it with her sword, but couldn't pierce the monster's shell. She thought it was very hard, and the sword wouldn't penetrate. She needed to put magical energy into the black sword of absolute destruction. The monster grabbed her body with its paws and looked at her. Sylph became worried about this, and loudly said that she was caught. He was going to eat her now. She turned to her with a nervous look and said loudly that it would be better if she helped instead of screaming. She thought about it, flew up to the monster, and hit him in the eye, but he immediately threw her aside. Aaliyah became even more nervous about this and loudly asked, is this all she can do? She was very afraid because the monster began to lean towards her, getting ready to bite her. She screamed loudly in fear, and Inori came to his senses and said that the bullet hit, but the firepower was not enough. More importantly, it wasn't worth it. He used his magic on the bricks and launched it at the monster's head, which is why it was unable to bite her. Because of this, his blood began to pour on her, but he was still alive. He realized that this monster was very hard, so he lifted even more bricks into the air. He attacked the monster numerous times and killed it, allowing Aaliyah to escape its grip. He said that when the thing he uses control on breaks, it becomes impossible to control it from a distance. When it hits, the bullet deforms. It seems that this also counts as breakage. If each bullet is disposable, then it's pointless. In that case, it's easier to throw knives. Aaliyah, covered in the monster's blood, turned to him and asked if it was possible to make bullets out of adamantite so that they wouldn't break. He said that would reduce the power. Something caught his attention, and he wondered if she didn't know about the bullet flattening effect. If she had access to his knowledge, then she should know everything. However, after he questioned her, it turned out that she only had knowledge from his middle school days, more limited than he assumed. He explained to her how it worked and thought that there was a problem that needed to be solved. She went to the river to wash herself from the monster's blood, and he thought that he needed to analyze his current skills and improve his combat effectiveness, taking into account his shortcomings. He looked at the monster's body and thought that, by the way, when he looked at this monster's status, he saw something interesting. A few days later, Rachoses said that this meant that this was the store where he ordered the weapon. In fact, she had walked this road many times. The protagonist thought that she told him to prepare the weapon for training, and in the end, he decided to place an order, and today he came to pick it up. She said with a thoughtful look that she didn't think this building existed before. Also, the atmosphere is such that it's somehow difficult to go inside. He thought that it looked more like a warehouse than a store, but he couldn't say that it was very dirty. It seemed to him that it was very easy to go in. He went inside and greeted the seller. Sebastian called him by name and said welcome. He was waiting for him. He put the sword on the counter and said that here is his order. He took this sword and thought that according to the appraisal results, everything is in order and it fits perfectly in his hand. After that, the elderly butler made some adjustments and gave him the sword again. This time, it didn't just fit well in his hand, it was on another level. Rachoses approached him and asked what he would say. He said that it felt like the sword had become an extension of his hand. He praised his work and asked how much it would cost. He said that everything was written here. He gave the money and thought that it was cheaper than he thought. She asked where he got the money from. He turned to her and asked, Aaliyah gave it to him. What's wrong? She said that was impossible. She wanted to pay herself. After all, she was his teacher. She went up to the counter and asked if he would make a weapon for her too. He said that, to be honest, he was going to move to another city along with this store. So, Mr. Kiri, this was his last customer. After that, they went outside and she said that she was very sorry. He made such a good sword. There was nothing to complain about. He turned to her and asked, does this mean that training will now be like real fights? She denied it and said that a real fight with a weapon he was not used to was madness. At first, they will train as usual until he gets used to the sword. He suddenly became enthusiastic. Why is that? He asked, is that really it? After that, they came to the guild. He heard the noise people were making and asked, did something happen here? Aaliyah went to them and was about to say something. A guild worker, with a worried look, asked them to calm down. Gentleman from the Horizon Lords group. He was surprised because of this name, and the man asked the newbies, what is it? Did something happen to this F-rank group? A tense guy said loudly that a monster invasion was approaching. People started laughing because of this and loudly asked what kind of nonsense this was. He said loudly that they personally saw it. The worker again asked them all to calm down. Rachoses asked, did he say a monster invasion? Strange. She heard that this shouldn't happen this year. Aaliyah called him and asked what he would say about this. She looked at MC and noticed that he started smiling widely. After some time, he came to the mountains, dragged large stones to the edge of the cliff, and said that everything was ready. She was dragging a large stone and asked what all these stones were needed for. Maybe he would explain it already? He agreed and said that it was necessary for training. After that, the two of them rode Fenrir. He called the owner and said that they were already close. She saw a huge crowd of monsters running along the path and said with surprise that it really was an invasion. Invasions happen cyclically, so this year it shouldn't happen. Besides, those adventurers described everything completely differently. Then the adventurer said it was true. They saw 5 skeletons. The adventurers were surprised by what they heard, started laughing loudly and said it was nonsense. At the present time, he called Aaliyah and asked if she didn't know. If the guild suddenly starts talking about an invasion, then there's a good chance it will reach the city it's located in. They went down to the ground and she asked, but this is all fiction, right? He agreed and said that jokes aside, she should look into it. She looked down and said that these were the same insect-like monsters as the one they had recently killed. He said that after that battle, he sent the black wolves out to scout. It turned out that a huge pack of these insects had appeared. Perhaps that individual had simply fallen behind them. However, be that as it may, this was an excellent opportunity to train in real combat conditions. Fenrir would command the Black Wolves. This would be an experimental battle between 2 teams against each other. She would fight alone. This would be real combat training, one against all. Aaliyah was surprised by this and wondered, Would she be alone against an entire pack? Even with one such monster, she had had a hard time, and there were so many of them that she couldn't even count them. He said that most likely, killing them would not be easy, so she should take this into account and come up with suitable tactics to fight effectively. He ordered them to begin, and everyone except him jumped towards the army of monsters. He used the appraisal skill, and a system window appeared in front of him, listing the stats, the Demon King's blessing, and the name of this insectoid monster. A berserker worm. Inori thought he knew it. He was interested in the Demon King's blessing. Maybe the old man gave an order or something? That's not it. He'd die if he did something like that. The punishment of the 6 gods imposed on him does not allow him to kill members of the same race as himself, either directly or through an intermediary. He took off and thought, by the way, he'd heard about this from him. He seemed to have said that it was a blessing given to the Demon King's subordinates. Depending on the Demon King's strength, the strength of his subordinates can also increase. If there are more of them, it will be difficult. In any case, these monsters have thick skin. Fenrir and the Black Wolves are currently winning. However, his strength is over 10,000 points. So that's not surprising. On the other hand, he looked at Aaliyah, who was standing in front of a horde of monsters. She was a little nervous and thought that last time she couldn't cope because of the surprise attack, but this time it would be different. She swung her sword and said loudly that if you put magical power into the black sword of absolute destruction, it will cut and break anything. She killed the nearest monster with one blow and said that she can handle it. After that, she continued to fight against the monsters that were running towards her, and the protagonist watched this from the air. He said that in principle, she was doing everything right, but she was not able to attack in any other effective way. She was breathing heavily due to fatigue, and the energy from the sword began to decrease. He looked at her and thought that the black sword of absolute destruction. This sword uses up too much magical power. The reason Aegiana, the previous owner of this sword, could use it was because she was the strongest of all living beings, a brutally powerful swordsman. She infused magic power into the sword only the moment it touched her opponent, thus continuing to use it while minimizing the expenditure of magic power. This trick was unlikely to be possible for her now. She looked around with a worried expression and thought that at this rate, the magic power would only be enough to kill a few more monsters. She saw a crowd of monsters running towards her, created a magic circle, and said that they needed to push them back and move on. She released a stream of magic, but it had no effect, and she said that ordinary magic was practically ineffective. The only thing left was to use the black sword of absolute destruction. She struck the monster with the sword, but did not pierce the skin, and said that the magic power had run out. She used her wings and said that they needed to retreat temporarily. She was very surprised when the monster released some kind of liquid that clung to her leg and pulled her back to the ground. She hit the ground very hard, and the monsters quickly surrounded her. She tried to get up and thought that she had no mana left. She can no longer use the black sword of absolute destruction. If this continues, she looked to the side and saw many terrifying monsters looking at her. She tried to run away, and they began to stretch their paws towards her. At the same time, the wolves successfully dealt with the monsters. One of them called out to their former master and asked, shouldn't they help the others? Fenrir said that her master ordered her to train in a one-on-one format. If they help her, they will be breaking orders. MC was still hovering above the battlefield, looking at the fleeing Aaliyah, and wondered what she would do. She tripped over the paw of a dead monster, stumbled, and fell to the ground. She raised her head and looked at the slain monster she had fallen on. She was thinking about something, but at that very moment, a crowd of monsters rushed at her and began to crush her. Unexpectedly for him, a powerful blow occurred in the crowd of monsters, which cut through several monsters. She survived and stood up with a sword in her hands. He looked at this with a little bewilderment and said that her mana should have run out by now. She continued to fight against the monsters, and he looked at this and wondered, was she serious? She ate the meat of the slain monsters with a dissatisfied expression, and he asked with a smile, was she using vampirism to restore mana? She killed monsters and said that she decided that one day she would surpass him and be free. She cannot afford to stumble because of an opponent like this. Inori said that she had enough courage to eat this. Quite a cruel way of fighting. He remembered how she had said decisively before that she would leave her past life behind, even if it meant crawling in the mud. He said she was doing a great job. Sylph was flying nearby, called his name, and said she found it. He turned to her, praised her for her work, and asked where she was. He looked toward the mountain, used the magical eye of formation, and teleported. He teleported to the girl on that mountain and asked what she was doing here. She turned to him, about to ask something, and he said he was just passing by. Anyway, there's a whole flock of monsters here, and they're heading for Regin. The fact that she's watching them from such a high vantage point is suspicious, right? She said he should stop stalling. She took out her staff, used magic, and said he was right. She summoned several monsters and said it was she who summoned those monsters. He used the skill and saw a system window with the characteristics of the demon Chris Comicel. He looked at it and thought, a demon and a superhuman? This was the first time he saw another demon besides himself. By the way, that name, she was the one in the church in a black robe. However, her face was much more shabby back then, and she had no horns. She asked what he would do now. Did he really think he could win under these circumstances? The monster quickly moved towards him, started making loud sounds, and he struck with his sword and loudly said that it should be silent. The system announced that it was a single-edged longsword, created by Sebastian, quality A, price 15,000 del. He thought it was quality A, after all, the elderly butler knows his business. He said that, however, it was not suitable for this. She said that he should stop resisting, because it was useless and he would die here. True, if he drops the weapon and surrenders, then so be it, she will not kill him. He clicked his tongue in displeasure and said that he understood the difference in strength, and was giving up. She said that it was good that he was so smart, now he should drop the weapon. He threw the sword at her feet. Chris jumped aside and loudly asked why he threw it here. He apologized and said that his hand twitched. She said that it was commendable that he surrendered honestly. However, she apologized for deceiving him. She has things that definitely need to be done. Since he became a witness, he will have to be killed. The protagonist was surprised by these negotiations and asked, will she break her promise? She said that at least she will kill him so that he does not suffer. He calmly snapped his fingers and said that then he will also break his promise. She was very surprised by his words and suddenly began to fall to the ground. She looked down and noticed that he had cut off her legs with his sword. He smirked, thinking that this was true dark magic, remote control. He swung his sword in advance, maintaining the vector of movement, and then threw the sword at her feet. All that remained was to wait for the right moment and remove the remote control effect. Chris saw what happened to her legs and screamed loudly in pain. He stepped on her shoulder and told her to stop screaming so as not to embarrass herself. He chained the monsters she summoned and said that her monsters couldn't move either. It was checkmate. He used the magical Eye of Formation, the ultimate mind control magic. The magic circle broke, and he thought that meant she was still mentally unbroken. She started laughing loudly and said that he was too late. It was too late now. She wasn't finished yet. Nothing had stopped. Not the insects, not her revenge. Revenge on her and those church freaks. MC's attention was drawn to the words about the church, and he thought that the way she acted at their last meeting, her comments towards Rochosa's, there was definitely something behind the church and this invasion. She said that she could direct the entire swarm of insects here, and even he wouldn't be able to get off easy. Even if she dies, it won't stop them. No matter what he does, they will definitely reach the city. If he thinks he can protect Regin from the monsters. She didn't have time to finish because he kicked her and said that she got it all wrong. He's not a church spy or anything like that. He's not even an adventurer who came here to protect the city. He doesn't care about protecting the city. Honestly, even if the city is destroyed, he would be completely indifferent. He's only here for fun. When he gets bored, he'll just leave. He wants to say that for him, this is not an invasion, but some kind of little entertainment. She was shocked by this, and he snapped his fingers, chained her up and lifted her off the ground. She was worried about this, and he said that one way or another, her revenge, there is something to it. Even now, she's still trying to fight. What should he do with her? She looked at him with a worried look and asked what he was doing. Inori held a chain in his hand and said that he would help her experience true despair. He turned around, called Sylph, and said that the time had come. She said with a smile that she was interested in what would happen. Earlier, she said that although she could no longer use spiritual magic, but now she could do this. She created a cloud of energy in the air and said that since he controlled it, he could easily do the same. He touched it and asked what this intangible thing was. She said that it was something like creating a shadow in the air. He was surprised by what he heard, and she laughed and asked if he was interested. This ability is called Black Wind. At the moment, he used this skill high in the air, teleported the stones there, and they began to fall down. These stones fell at great speed to the places where the crowd of monsters was running, and he began to laugh very loudly. Aaliyah dealt with the monster and heard the sound of stomping. Fenrir ran up behind her, nuzzled her, and hoisted her onto his back. She cried out in confusion. "What's going on?" Fenrir replied. "His master told her to leave this place immediately." Aaliyah asked in surprise. "Inori? So that must be his black wind." At this point, the protagonist looked at Chris and asked her if she knew why rain, despite dripping high from the sky, never hurt. The reason was air resistance. Because of it, water couldn't travel faster than its maximum velocity. Chris, still hanging by the threads, looked up at the sky in horror. The protagonist continued. However, his dark magic can ignore this resistance. Does she understand what that means? He demonstrated the crushing force of rain without resistance, the streams simply exploding the earth where they touched the surface. MC added that if you drop something from a height of 1,000 kilometers, completely ignoring air resistance, the object will be subjected to full gravitational acceleration. Now what if this object, say, is a stone weighing 6 tons, and the gravitational acceleration is 10? Then the speed of this stone will be 4,472,135 meters per second, and that's 6,100 kilometers per hour, or roughly speaking 13 Mach. This is the ratio of the local flow velocity to the local speed of sound. Rain began to fall on Chris, gradually destroying her physical body. To the loud, terrifying scream of Chris, the protagonist laughed evilly and shouted that he couldn't believe that with his artificial meteor shower he had simply destroyed all currently invented weapons. He had surpassed them. Inori rejoiced. It was easy. He had positioned the Black Wind at an altitude of 1,000 kilometers and simply dropped all the stones from the shadow storage. It only took about 5 minutes. The Black Wind was simply incredible. How wonderful that he managed to use mind control on Sylph, she exclaimed in delight. How amazing it was. MC told Chris to let her watch the insect army she was so proud of fall to pieces. The girl burst into tears, not wanting to believe it. He soothingly told her, "Come on, she shouldn't cry. It was such a sight. She didn't see something like this every day." But why was she shaking? What about her revenge? What about that child she was trying so hard for? He looked at her and thought, now he can do it. Advanced mind control magic over Chris. He felt resistance, but with a little more effort, he succeeded. The girl hung limply on the threads. Sylph exclaimed in delight again, "Amazing. There are corpses everywhere." He turned to her and asked if she could move the Black Wind over there and restore the stones and monster remains. She eagerly rushed to carry out his instructions. The protagonist said, most of the stones used in the battle are now just a pile of rubble. If he can no longer use them, then he needs to be smarter and smaller. At that moment, he felt an incredible weakness in his body and a slight tremor. Sylph looked at him in surprise and called out his name. He wondered. Her voice had become so distant. What was happening? What was wrong with his consciousness? Had he run out of magic? No, it couldn't be. He barely used any. He remembered that feeling, as if his soul was being forcibly taken, just like when he found himself in the spirit world. Could this be the work of the so-called main god? And right now, for him to personally come for him? Biting his lip in indignation, the protagonist let his consciousness slip away. Suddenly, he heard a voice. He had reached level 15. His demon rank had changed. The power of the Baron class had changed to that of the Viscount class. Accordingly, all skills will be developed to the next level. Takafuji Inori's soul will be forcibly transferred to the soul transfer floor. The surprised protagonist cursed, "Soul transfer floor?" Suddenly, he saw the goddess and asked her, "Is that her?" The goddess asked him with a smile, "Is he awake?" She wanted to add that they hadn't seen each other in so long, but didn't have the chance, as MC punched her right in the face. Falling, the goddess exclaimed in bewilderment, "Why? What did she do to him?" The protagonist answered her gloomily, "She set that weirdo who dispensed ostentatious justice on him. Has she already forgotten?" The goddess asked in bewilderment. "What?" She began to recall who he was talking about, and, remembering, exclaimed, "Ah, so he's talking about him? Is he still angry with her?" Inori answered her irritably. Of course he's angry. He's a man of his word. And why did she drag him here? Does she want something from him? And if his soul is here, then what about his body? The goddess told him he'd be fine. He understood from what she told him that certain rules came into effect when his demon rank increased. But since he was a vampire, the rules of this world complicated things. So the goddess adjusted them for him. She added, to put it simply, that every time he leveled up, she had to personally oversee the increase in his abilities. The protagonist obviously thought that automatic adjustment was impossible due to the intervention of 7 cheats. He asked her if she was sure she was doing everything to help him. The goddess answered with a smile. She was the one who started this, and if he wanted, she could also fix a few minor things. Inori asked her what minor things she meant. She explained that she could change the font of the text on his skill bar. The protagonist thought in surprise, wow. In the end, he received a notification function for skill and level increases. This was surprisingly useful. The goddess finally declared, great, they were almost done, but they still had a little time left, and they could chat with him. MC asked her if he could ask her one question. Could she tell him more about the goddess in his current world? Instead of answering, she created a large banner with a warning. No excessive interference in other worlds. He hurried to answer her. He understood everything. He thought, she doesn't care. She'll tell him everything now. The goddess, overcoming herself, said, well, in this world of the gods, that's also a problem. The protagonist pointed out that there are rules according to which gods cannot directly interfere in the human world. She answered him, yes, there are. The protagonist clarified, then, don't the actions of a god in his current world count as this very interference? The goddess reluctantly admitted, yes, and even too much so. She added that she really shouldn't tell him this, but this world doesn't perceive any interaction with other worlds at all. They, the gods, are also limited in this regard, so they can't accurately understand what's happening in other worlds. Inori thought that she really shouldn't have told him this. The goddess exclaimed, well, if it's him, then everything must be fine. He received such a vague answer. After some time, she noticed that it seemed like it was time for them to part. And again, the protagonist felt his consciousness draining. The goddess bid him farewell, adding one last thing. Let him try his best, okay? He managed to answer her that he would, and his soul dissolved. The goddess, looking at the place where he had just been, said sadly, and not a single word of gratitude from him. This was so typical of him. Now she felt lonely. At that moment, when the protagonist opened his eyes, he realized his head was resting in Aaliyah's lap, and the girl herself was looking at him in surprise. At that moment, she was thinking about how he had single-handedly destroyed the knights in the palace. She knew, she heard, she understood. At least, that's what she thought. Remembering the rockfall craters that had killed all of Chris's bugs, The girl chuckled. Even though she had traveled quite far from that place, her defensive magic had barely managed. It was sheer, overwhelming destruction. Aaliyah chuckled. Until that moment, she hadn't even considered Inori's connection to the incidents in the kingdom. That was why she had told him back then that she would surpass him. So this was the master's power. An entire horde of powerful insects had been destroyed. Every last carcass was swallowed by the black mist. This horrific sight completely changed her perception of the protagonist. All the recent murders spoke of his deeds. She realized it only now. For the first time, she was afraid of him. Her knees buckled. Her heart sank as she realized how difficult it would be to surpass him. But at the same time, she felt admiration and respect for him. The girl realized she was confused. Fenrir was the first to sound the alarm. He appeared next to her and let out an alarmed roar. Alia asked him what had happened. Fenrir told her that he had lost contact with his master, that something had happened to him. The girl rushed to find him. She found him lying motionless on the ground, with no sign of life. Alia exclaimed in surprise. What was this? He was lying on the ground, and a little further away, their opponent was hanging on strings, and both of them were out of their minds. What the hell was going on? At that moment, Sylph appeared next to her and told her that it had been a fierce battle between him, Chris, and her. She was the winner. High-ranking spirit, the only one who stood firm was her. Sylph? Alia answered her irritably. No time for jokes. The spirit laughed and spun in the air. Aaliyah fell in front of the protagonist, pulled MC toward her, and began shaking him. The girl realized she shouldn't shake him like that, or she'd give him a concussion. Sylph, watching her actions in surprise, remarked, "His body is fine. He should wake up soon. Let her lay him on her lap." Aaliyah exclaimed in surprise. On her lap? And so, that's what she did. That's how the protagonist's head ended up in that position. Opening his eyes, he thought, he'd woken up, nestled in Aaliyah's lap. Sylph exclaimed mischievously, "Isn't this the perfect time to escape?" The protagonist suddenly threw out his hand towards her, grabbed her, and squeezed hard, silencing her. Aaliyah said sheepishly, "He's awake." The girl began to shyly explain herself to him, saying he was just lying like this to make himself feel better. MC thought, not that it would help much, he'll just keep quiet. Out loud, he told her to let him lie like this for a little while longer. Aaliyah, blushing and even more embarrassed, answered, "Okay." At that moment, the protagonist heard a notification. The system voice informed him that the demon rank increase had been completed. All skills had been improved, and the growth speed increase effect had been doubled. Increased experience 5 had been replaced with increased experience 10. The required experience of 1.2 had been increased to a required experience of 1.4. God's hatred had been reduced to 1.5. The required mana to use the formation eye had been halved. The all-seeing range of the true sight magic eye had been increased. The blood absorption rate had been increased. The Baron class authority had been replaced with the Viscount class authority. He thought he should stop there. There was no end to the improved skills. He'd check the rest later. Suddenly, using his detection skill, he realized there was something large nearby, too close, as if it had teleported. Leaping up, he braced himself on the ground with his hand, nearly crushing Sylph, who had been clutched in his hand the whole time. He exclaimed, "This is no time to lie around. Who's there?" Ignora, flying up to him, said with a grin, "Wow." The explosion was heard even in the city. He'd been wondering what it could be. It turned out he was the one doing something interesting here. The Demon King was holding his ever-present cigar. The protagonist exclaimed, "Ah, it's him!" Alea stared at Ignora in surprise, not understanding. "Who is that?" The man looked a little embarrassed under her gaze. MC said, "Anyone would be surprised if someone suddenly appeared in front of them. So he was curious to watch?" The man answered affirmatively to his question. Alea asked the protagonist, surprised, "Do they know each other?" The protagonist jokingly remarked, "Oh, the secret's out." He turned to the visitor and asked him to introduce himself. The man told her that he was the former Demon King, and now the current king, Ignora. He added that it was a pleasure to meet her. Alea told him her name, perplexed, but her whole expression suggested she didn't understand. Inori told the Demon King, "Come on, let him continue. He's clearly capable of more." Ignora replied, "He doesn't know how else to express himself." The protagonist decided he'd explain everything to her later. He asked the man, "So why is he here? Did he need something?" Ignora noted, "Yes, that's right. I just have a small question." He pointed to the craters left by his attack and asked what he would do about it now. As he'd already said, the noise had reached all the way to the city. It was only a matter of time before people would come here. The protagonist thought for a moment, then said, "It can't be helped, but it's the middle of the night. Even the Adventurers Guild won't do anything until tomorrow morning." Ignora said, "Fine, if only they were talking about that, but the church is different. They've formed a team, and it looks like they're ready to move out at any moment. It's like they knew what would happen today." MC thought irritably, "The church again? There's definitely something here." He said out loud, "He's right, it's a problem." Ignora asked him, "He wants to get rid of as much evidence as possible, right? He could fix this place with magic." Inori asked him, "Is he sure?" The man said, "It shouldn't be that hard." The protagonist replied, "Then he's counting on him." Alea remarked on how friendly they both were. The Demon King looked at her carefully and said, "They seem much closer. Are they a couple?" The girl flushed with embarrassment and asked him irritably, "A couple?" The protagonist noticed, "Oh right." He looked at Aliyah and noticed she'd frozen for the second time that day. And when he answered, she gave him that look. She looked at him irritably again, and he was surprised that it was true. The girl answered, Ignora. Technically, she was his servant. The man was very surprised. A servant? Was she serious? The MC noted with bewilderment that the Demon King was indeed surprised. But what was there to be so surprised about? He'd said, Ignora. Then they'd go and wave goodbye. The Demon King stopped them and, embarrassed, asked Aliyah if she could stay. The protagonist turned around in surprise and said in amazement, what did he say? He thought Ignora wanted him to leave Aliyah. Did he have a thing for her? Or did he want payment for cleaning up this mess? Was he even serious? Depending on how things went, they could become enemies. The girl was simply dumbfounded by the Demon King's question. Inori looked at the man with a piercing gaze and told him, she's his. Don't even let him dream of it. It seemed that even his hair shrank in fear from his anger. Ignora told him not to look at him like that. He wasn't planning on having fun with her. He just wanted to talk to this girl. He could swear he wouldn't hurt her. He didn't want to get into a fight with him. And he knew that, right? The protagonist wondered why he was so fixated on Aliyah. Or was it all about him? He shouldn't be with her? And what about Aliyah herself? She blushed after he called her his. And judging by her expression, she was still processing what she'd heard. And yet, the protagonist smiled and told Ignora he was right. Just let him return her to him safe and sound. He left, and Aliyah thought hard. Frankly, she didn't have time to process what was happening. So Ignora is the Demon King? Doesn't he symbolize despair? It was hard to believe. The man asked her to wait a moment. He activated such powerful magic to erase the traces of the battle that she barely had time to use her defensive magic, and yet she was almost blown away. The earth heaved under his influence, rising in layers. When it was over, not even a trace of the fight remained at the site. After that, Ignora turned to her and clarified, so Aliyah, right? She really is his servant? The girl told him everything as it was. The Demon King, taking a drag on his cigar, said, I see, so it's something like a master and his slave. However, the fact that he was attracted to her was obvious. It seemed he liked her. The girl wasn't sure what exactly to tell him about her relationship with the protagonist. So, embellishing a bit, she told him about herself without revealing anything unnecessary. And now, surprised, she asked him, what was he talking about? Ignora said that, judging by his personality, it would be difficult to find someone he wanted to collaborate with. So, he could assume he liked her. Aliyah drawled in confusion. It can't be. She remembered his words about telling Ignora that she was his, and blushed. The Demon King continued. He was simply curious about why she was on his side. Hearing her story, his interest grew even more. He didn't mean a friendly or romantic relationship when he said he liked her, because it was impossible to compare him to an ordinary person in this regard. The girl said, yes, she understands. Ignora paused for a moment, lost in thought, and added that he wasn't talking about his strength or abilities. He didn't even know what kind of power he possessed, because that clearly wasn't his most frightening trait. But his soul, his mental fortitude, and his train of thought were alarming. Aliyah asked him, puzzled and worried, what he was talking about. The Demon King said it didn't seem to stem from past events, more like an inherent problem. He was a psychopath, though that was no excuse, of course. He enjoyed being the enemy. The girl assumed he meant the protagonist was addicted to fighting. Ignora said he would have said yes, but that wasn't quite right. Imagine a couple in love. A man of principle would challenge the other to a fair fight. A man addicted to fighting would kidnap the other's lover to force him to fight with all his might, and a sadist would torture her right before his eyes, only to kill her later. But Inori, he'd take the girl hostage to show his opponent how serious he was, and then kill her the moment the man mistook him for an enemy. Having driven him to despair, Inori would kill him without batting an eye. Aliyah looked at Ignora, confused. He continued, she heard it right. He enjoys portraying himself as a villain, and he'll do anything to achieve it. The girl exclaimed in confusion, but how did that concern her? Ignora said, right. MC divides the world into 3 categories. One is himself, the second is his enemies, and lastly, things. Aliyah didn't understand what he was talking about. The man continued. He was sure the protagonist had given her reason to realize this more than once. She answered him, himself, enemies, and things. There are 3? Then which side is she? He said she is his. The Demon King casually said, she is his thing. After all, he sees her as nothing more than his property. Aliyah repeated the word in amazement. The man remarked, now she understands what he means, right? It's unnatural for a protagonist to work with something he doesn't have complete control over, even if it's his property. Taking a drag on his cigar, he concluded, so he really does like her. You could say she was as confused as he was. The girl looked at him in fear. Suddenly, she felt a bitter taste in her throat, and an unpleasant feeling enveloped her entire body. The Demon King had told her that she seemed perfectly normal. But could she really be sure of that after all the time she'd spent with him? Aliyah thought about it, reluctant to admit it. Ignora continued. She knew she wasn't quite normal, right? She indignantly responded. What did he know about Inori? He hadn't spent that much time with him. The Demon King had said that he thought he understood him much better than she, who refused to acknowledge his true nature. He wasn't pressuring her or anything. He was simply trying to warn her while there was still the chance, while there was still time to fix things. By calling her abnormal, he was speaking in a general sense. It wasn't necessarily a bad quality. After these words, he took another deep drag on his cigar. Ignoring her irritation, he said, however, that Inori, as a person, lacked something important. weren't. Now, as a living being, he was close to perfection. After some time, Chris thought about how in this world she only had a younger sister who had been taken hostage, all by the sinister magic of demons. She herself had been dragged off to a dungeon and chained. For humans, someone born with such a gift becomes an object of hatred. Of course, she, as a defiled girl, was literally kept under lock and key. But her younger sister, left in the orphanage, had no happiness, no such gift. The only thing she could wish for her, the only thing she was still free to do, was wish for her happiness. And then one day, a man came calling himself a holy knight of the church. When he saw her, he tried to subdue her by force. His blows echoed painfully through her body, right down to the bones, a senseless, cruel rage. And after some time, he ordered her to bow her head. He was even angrier, but even then, she didn't move. This hell continued, and one day, this man came to her again, as usual. But, unlike before, he didn't look irritated, but only smiled. Then he asked her if she didn't care what happened to her sister. Chris looked at him with fear and bewilderment, and he smiled maliciously. And then she began to learn the art of summoning. Thanks to this power, he received a promotion and universal fame. After another victory over his opponents, the people praised him even more loudly. Here he is, a true holy knight. He stopped the monsters. Raven is their true hero, and this man was using her summoning spells for his own purposes. Having planned everything in advance, he suppressed the chaos unleashed by the monsters and, appearing before the people as a hero, earned their admiration. After this, she fell under the supervision of the church, and this meant only one thing: Raven's actions were approved. From then on, these terrible monster raids, orchestrated by the church, occurred every 3 years. For the sake of her sister's well-being, unable to disobey the words of her masters, she continued to summon these creatures. With each occurrence, the power of this man and the church only grew. And yet, in exchange for submission, she managed to win at least one thing: her sister's happiness. From her letters, she learned that all was well. She had a peaceful life, albeit in captivity. The church accepted the terms of this exchange. Although they were forbidden to meet face to face, it was through letters that she could learn how her days were going. Her cheerful, carefree messages were the only joy in her hellish life. So, she was completely confused when she was told that her sister had died. It was all a lie, and her sister, like the sister of a girl under the influence, was subjected to violence. She was physically weak from the start, and they say she died 2 months ago. However, death is something even the church couldn't hide, as all correspondence was strictly controlled by the church. Then she pinned Raven to the wall, demanding an explanation, and he, completely unfazed, with a somewhat smug expression, told her everything, and something inside her seemed to end, inside her empty belly, and only a black flame burned within her, to kill them, no matter the cost. Vengeance, that alone drove her. To gain strength and rebel against the church, she even leaned on demons. By becoming one of their witches, in exchange for her devotion to them, she gained immense power, and all for the sake of killing everyone in this insignificant church, including Raven. And then the protagonist captured her, destroying her entire army of monsters. Now she was back in the dungeon, missing her feet, and in front of her lay a plate of food, which she did not touch. Suddenly, she heard footsteps. He approached the cage and asked her if she was planning to escape. Chris told him that, even if she did, she had nothing else to do. The protagonist asked in surprise, didn't she plan to take revenge? She said yes, strangely. Lately, that was all she could think about. The church, the clergy. She hated them all, and now she felt nothing. The MC sarcastically remarked, so that's how far her vaunted revenge lasted. Chris took a deep breath, and exhaling, she said, finally, she was devastated. She had no choice but to take revenge, and she clung to that thin thread with all her might. When it broke, that would be the end for her. Inori paused for a moment, then said, one day, he'll kill her. He saw no point in keeping her alive. He'd use her, and then kill her. And she was okay with that? The girl remained silent. The protagonist continued, learning her backstory while hypnotized. He thought it would be interesting to peer into her mind. The village's sanctuary was a dungeon, equipped with a weapons workshop and defensive traps. But it seemed like a waste of time. It was terribly boring. Chris grinned and told him to forgive her for failing to live up to his expectations. She'd be glad if he hypnotized her again. She didn't want to think about anything right now. The protagonist replied that even if she hadn't asked, he would have done it anyway. He activated his magical vision and asked her if she really would wait a little while. Chris noticed he said he was going to use her. Did it have anything to do with the church? MC answered vaguely, maybe. She asked, then could she ask him for one thing? Using her, kill at least one of this church society? Just for no reason. And that would do. It would be convenient for him, right? Inori confessed to her, and he was planning to do it anyway. So what? What does she hope to achieve with this? She answered him, no, that's fine. She thinks this will be a kind of reward for her past self. The protagonist noted, yes, he wouldn't understand, but she remained alive. So what's the point of this revenge? Chris said he wouldn't understand, but for her, that's the whole point. Her life was short and miserable. If it had any meaning, she'd already lived it for a reason. The protagonist chuckled and said he didn't care. He'd use her and kill everyone from that church. The girl smiled for the first time in a long time and thanked him, adding that thanks to him, she could finally end this damned life. Meanwhile, Raven was writing something in his office. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and the commander gave permission to enter. Priest Mark entered the office, apologizing. Raven said how many years they had not seen His Holiness. Did he have some business? Mark turned to him and asked if everything was going well with the preparations for the feast. Raven rolled his eyes in irritation, then said with a smile, "Of course," without any hesitation. However, he asks him to call a spade, not a feast, but a training camp. Mark thought, Raven has been straightforward since birth. He lacks honor, just like any other piety. He's stubborn to the point of madness, and his weakness, which haunts him, is his greatness, as the saying goes. Sometime later, during another training session, the protagonist exclaimed in surprise, "So that's what it is, a unicorn." Rachosis told him, yes, it is a holy creature. Now they would leave the city and train in real combat. She intended to reach the designated location on this creature. The protagonist thought, yes, today was combat training. He would fight the church with Chris's help. And today's training was necessary to kill time until the right moment. He was surprised when she suddenly shouted a summons, but it seemed to be some kind of magical instrument. This unicorn is not an animal, but a creature without a will of its own. But in any case, it is believed that this is the reason why holy knights are called knights. However, now, as he approached the training ground on a unicorn with the saint, he had doubts about why holy knights should be girls, but it was because they rode unicorns. He voiced this thought to Rachosis. He thought he had come to this conclusion, but it seemed that was not so. Rachosis looked at him in surprise and said that there was no connection. Why did he bring this up? The protagonist answered, but the unicorn doesn't allow anyone but girls to mount it. She asked him, puzzled, where he'd heard that. He's sitting there now, right? MC pointed out that he's still completely pure. Rachosis said in surprise she hadn't expected that. The protagonist asked her again what it took for a holy knight to be a pure virgin. The girl answered, confused, that the knight had to be a girl, but the purity part wasn't necessary. This was news to the protagonist. He exclaimed in surprise, so, the ban on adultery is only for female bishops? Rachosis took a moment to think, and then said, she'd thought of it as something ordinary. But when he told her about it, she realized that it really was a strange rule. He thought, no. This rule is more than just strange. He asked her out loud, who established this system with female knights? She told him it had been rather vague initially, but had become stricter at the suggestion of 4th Commander Raven, it seemed. After a while, they arrived at their destination, and training began. His opponent was a group of skeletons. It often happens that the entire adventurer group dies, but even in death, they attack, cooperating with each other. They can be considered quite powerful opponents. But after leveling up yesterday, even during the day, this opponent was no match for him. The protagonist engaged the skeletons, deftly dodging their attacks and attacking them with all his strength and agility, crushing them with swift and precise strikes. He thought that once he raised his rank, he would be able to choose 4 skills that could be used during the day. They could only be activated in the morning, but once he chose one, he couldn't change it until the following morning. Right now, his choices were the Magic Eye of Formation, Detection, True Dark Magic, and Skill Robber. The goal of his training today was to acquire a skill related to divination. He couldn't rely solely on Skill Robber. This ability tends to steal the target's most developed skills, so secondary skills are difficult to acquire anyway. He had no choice but to acquire it himself. Continuing his battle with the skeletons, with Rachosis joining in, he thought that, in terms of efficiency, learning from humans was the most optimal solution. Besides, during today's training, he observed the movements of the saint. That is, he was getting ready to. But why was she staring at him like that? The girl was indeed looking at him as if he were some kind of miracle. The protagonist, confused, thought, what? She was really staring at him. But what was that? What had he done wrong? After dealing with the skeletons, they returned. While MC greedily drank water, Rachosis, her astonished gaze fixed on him, asked him if he was overdoing it with his development. The protagonist thought he'd been careless. The peace of mind that his level and status progression was limited during the day had led him to ignore them and overdo it. His stats had tripled, and he'd missed it, but she'd already set her sights on him, as they say. Was she suspicious? He needed to pull the wool over her eyes as soon as possible. If only it would end as simply as when Aaliyah walked in. No, hardly. Aaliyah had started acting strange after she'd seen Ignora. That guy, he'd definitely done something to her. Right, he needed to think of something else. He needed to come up with some suitable excuse, a reason. The protagonist answered her with feigned cheerfulness. In truth, he had started using a magical tool. Rachosis was even more surprised and said, this is the first time she's heard of this. Inori wondered what he was talking about. It was a lie. He replied, oh well, thanks to Sebastian from the armory. It seemed he was pleased that he couldn't use magical tools. It was just a little experiment. Looking at Rachosis, who had calmed down, he thought happily, excellent, he succeeded. He immediately named the butler, but he was planning to leave the city. He could only hope that he had done so. Even if he stayed, he could use mind interference magic and somehow get out of it. He would have to come up with a more sensible reason later for using a magical item. The girl asked him again, when did he have the time? Incidentally, he should have consulted her first. The protagonist told her he wanted to surprise her. Rachosis said thoughtfully, Now she wondered why he couldn't use magical items. The protagonist noted that even he didn't know the details. Suddenly, she exclaimed joyfully, "That's what they're going to ask." The MC winced. What? They're going to ask? At that moment, he saw with horror that Sebastian himself was approaching them. The protagonist's astonishment knew no bounds. Why had he come? What was he doing here? Rachosas happily greeted the butler. The old man cleared his throat and apologized, saying he hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but he'd overheard. The old man apologized again for never introducing himself. He told them his name and added that it was a pleasure to meet them. He'd come to the guild today to order security. The protagonist tried to calm himself, thinking, so he needed security to move his shop to another city. The protagonist cursed. He hadn't expected this to be the reason he'd come here. He accidentally mentioned his name while lying to the saint, and that's exactly when he showed up. What was he supposed to say? Had the elderly butler lied to him? At this rate, he'd expose himself. Rachosas turned to the old man and asked him, so, let him tell her how MC was able to use the magic item? Sebastian paused, surprised. The protagonist cursed again and thought, this is bad. All that remains is to hypnotize him with mind-altering magic, and if that doesn't work, then kill him. But the butler said, of course, unless Lord Inori objects. The protagonist couldn't believe what he just said. Was he playing along? But why? However, the reason wasn't important now. Sebastian continued, this concerns him personally. MC answered him, no, he doesn't mind. The butler said, then he'll tell you. Only he'll ask that it be kept secret. Having said this, the butler began to tell a very convincing and coherent story. He explained that regarding magical elements, typically one person has two, and these elements are paired. However, it's very rare for a person to have only one element. In this case, they can't protect themselves with the opposite element, and as a result, they can't use magic at all. Rachosas said in surprise, yes, but if magical power is fundamentally present, then a magic item can be activated. Could it be that he has a dark element? Sebastian said so. A dark element without a pair, which is extremely rare. The girl looked at the protagonist in surprise and exclaimed, so that's it? He answered, yes, that's it. Inori, simultaneously delighted and surprised, thought, wow. The butler was making up a background story for him on the fly, one he hadn't even suspected. The old man continued, even if a person has only one element, magical items can be used. But when it comes to the element of darkness, things are more complicated. Rachosas noted that this was true. The element of darkness is despised as impure. Therefore, no one makes magical items that are activated by the magical power of darkness. The protagonist recalled, incidentally, that in this world, they worship 5 goddesses of all the elements except darkness. When people pray, each finger corresponds to one of the 5 elements: earth, fire, light, wind, and water. Rachosas asked Sebastian in surprise, could he really have used materials from monsters that hadn't been consecrated and created magical items from them? Sebastian adjusted his glasses and said he had no intention of disobeying the High God's command. He used sacred materials from monsters and created a prototype of a dark elemental magic item. MC quickly added, yes, he had tempered it. He really hoped this convinced the girl. All these extremely logical explanations were actually lies. Except for the explanations about how the magic system worked, that was the truth. To come up with such a sophisticated lie on the fly that even a saint would believe it, that's something. The elderly butler, no, Sebastian, who was he? A god or something? At that moment, Rachosas was called, and she apologized, telling them she was being called and would be right back. With that, the girl ran off, and the butler told the protagonist he hoped it had helped him. The protagonist noticed that was the wrong word. The old man asked what he meant. Inori replied that he was in his debt. He had truly helped him a lot. Sebastian said, he's very pious. After all, he's his dear client. Well, if he needs help, he'll count on him. MC said, of course. The butler left, and then Rachosas returned, informed him she'd been called away for training, and then left as well. He sighed and said, well, it's time he got going. He glared at the church's main tower. At that moment, Raven's assistant came to him. The commander asked him about what? The boy bowed to his master and told him about Chris, an impure girl. What should be done with her? Raven drawled, oh, did he mean she didn't show up on the day of the monster invasion? She reported that she might have been spotted during summoning magic, and she had to interrupt it. The assistant remarked, that's true, but a failure is a failure. He dared to suggest that some kind of punishment was required. The commander said, then we can torment her a little for being late. Let him figure out how to punish her himself. The guy asked him, was he sure? Raven said irritably, he was busy preparing for training camp. He didn't have time to think about it. The assistant thought sarcastically, he didn't have time to think about the unclean one then. He looked at the wall where the painting of the unicorn was displayed and told the commander that, as always, he had problematic tastes, but at least they got some crumbs. He came to Chris and told her that, for her failure, he would punish her for the last time. Did she understand that? Chris looked at him indifferently and answered yes. The assistant grabbed her by the collar of her dress in surprise and asked her, what's wrong with her? Why is she so obedient? He told her that he was going to punish her now. Let her at least react a little. But the girl simply looked at him silently, just as indifferently again. He let her go and muttered, you can't understand her. The protagonist, watching all this, laughed and said, she can't. He'd hypnotized her quite well. His skills, magical eye of sight, clairvoyance, transparency, and even enhanced hearing thanks to detection. All of these could eliminate the need to infiltrate the temple and gather information from afar, and this was the information he needed. What would happen at the training camp, how the temple was organized inside, how the security operated at night, and whether Chris, whom he'd hypnotized, had managed to spread the misinformation he'd prepared. Using this information, he could further develop his plans. At that moment, Aaliyah approached him and said, "This may seem strange, but could I ask him something? What did he think of Chris?" The protagonist asked her, puzzled. "What do you mean?" She was perfect for him. She could be effectively used for his purposes. She asked him, what about her life situation? The protagonist was confused. What was she trying to say? He told her her life was so-so, of course, but the world was full of unhappy people. Aaliyah said, no, that's not what she was talking about. She was talking about how they were different. She, like Chris, had given her soul to a demon. She wondered why he'd saved her, but showed no interest in Chris. Compared to her, there was nothing ordinary about her, as Ignora had told her. Inori answered that Chris wasn't like her. She had chosen her own fate, while Chris had simply run away after hearing enough flattery. As proof of this, he'd managed to completely subjugate her with mind interference magic. There was nothing special about her. He thought, judging by Aaliyah's expression, this wasn't the answer she wanted to hear. After all, after her conversation with old man Ignora, she'd become somewhat unstable. What had he told her? Judging by his assessment, there were no problems. In any case, his plans remain unchanged. He told her he needed to prepare for tomorrow. Chris needed to be fully utilized for his purposes. Aaliyah repeated after him, confused. Use? As a tool? As an object? The protagonist, without hesitation, said, precisely. Sometime later, the third exam for joining the ranks of the priest knights was underway. During this exam, female priest knights are gathered in places remote from the cities for practical training. Many fail this exam, and after it's over, some disappear. This arduous exam is often simply called a training camp. Rachosas and Maya Baker were in a field tent. Maya, having drunk some wine, exclaimed, such terrible rumors had circulated, of course. And in the end, the exam was already over, and it hadn't turned out to be so difficult. Rachosas thought, the training camp is over, no problems have arisen. She and her classmate Maya were attending a gala dinner to celebrate their successful completion. She told her she thought she'd had a bit too much to drink. Maya replied that, to be honest, it wasn't much different from regular training. She even started to think, is that all? She was disappointed. Rachosas quickly covered her mouth with her hand and remarked, what if they were still evaluating them? Even if there was a banquet, there was no point in saying such things. Maya laughed and told her she was so serious. Peeking out of the tent, she told her to look. Even their superiors were having fun. Someone called the girl, and she told Rachosas she was going outside. Rachosas tried to stop her, but Maya had already vanished. The girl sighed and remarked that she had relaxed too soon. At that moment, the high priest entered the tent with a bottle of wine and a glass. He asked her if she would participate. The girl addressed him formally, but the man asked her to address him informally. Rachosas told him she wasn't particularly fond of such a festive atmosphere. The high priest glanced at her empty glass and remarked, does she drink anything? The girl replied that she wasn't much of a drinker. He poured her some from his bottle and told her to try it, not to be afraid, it was just juice. He added frankly that he wasn't a fan of alcohol either. He'd run away from his comrades, who were already drunk, so they wouldn't bother him. Rachosas sniffed the glass and thought, indeed, there is no smell of alcohol. Then she'd try it. The high priest smiled lecherously. When she awoke, no one was around, and her dress was in disarray. She peered out of the tent and was simply stunned by what she saw. Everyone present at the ceremony was naked and unconscious. She saw several unconscious girls, including Maya. At that moment, Raven, without turning his head, asked, was she awake yet? Well, time to begin the final evaluation. Rachosas, in shock, asked him. He calls this an evaluation? The commander replied, everyone knows it. The training camp of Regent City. That's essentially what she sees. The female priests are knights, virgins, but that's just a rule they publicly proclaim. In reality, their function is to present their bodies to the higher priests, and so of course, the final evaluation is a bacchanalia. She angrily screamed his name and wanted to run away, but the commander took the magical object hanging from his chest and touched her with it, immobilizing her. Confused, she touched the object with her hand, but her fingers became unresponsive. She cried out in horror, what is this? This can't be. Raven laughed smugly and exclaimed, oh, absolutely. As she could see, the leaders of their church were also participating in this celebration. Indeed, the high-ranking officials were also in an interesting state, naked. The commander continued, these gentlemen are closest to the chief god, and yet they don't receive divine punishment. And more importantly, the fact that he can use this divine item means the chief god grants him power. In other words, this celebration is approved not only by the church, but by the god himself. Everyone present began chanting the word God, exclaiming that the god was protecting them. This is the god's command. Raven continued, clutching the chest item in his hand. Therefore, resisting it is the same as resisting the great god. With these words, he grabbed her and pulled her towards him, telling her that she will suffer divine punishment. At that moment, Mark turned to him and said, enough of this chatter. This girl will be his after him. The commander apologized to his comrades, explaining that he'd gotten a little carried away. He roughly lifted Rachosas by the collar of her dress and, looking at her battered face, solemnly declared, she is a priestess, the embodiment of beauty and a noble heart. He will let her know despair what it's like to lose what's dear to her. The priests eagerly awaited their moment. Mark stopped them. First Raven. Rokoses, sitting on the ground in shock, wondered, God approves of this? But the fact remains, so far, none of the priests have been punished in any way. Raven's divine item on his chest is still imbued with the power of the god, meaning the god approves of his actions. Then, she's powerless. The commander laughed carnivorously and asked her if she knew what it was like. All the pride and purity she'd maintained till now, he would destroy. Oh, this feeling of power from humiliating someone's dignity. Rokoses looked at him in bewilderment. What was he talking about? How could he say such a thing? Raven added, there's nothing more pleasant than that. At that moment, the protagonist, standing behind him, said, as he can see, they're having fun here. Everyone turned to look at him in confusion. The priests exclaimed in confusion, is it him? Panic immediately set in. Who is this? Where are the knights who were supposed to guard them? One of the dignitaries told him he didn't know how he'd managed to get in here, but they couldn't let him go. He gave the order, someone, let them seize him immediately. But everyone stood there, unable to move. The protagonist chuckled and said, no one's coming. They probably just didn't want to interrupt their enjoyment. In fact, all the guards had already been killed by him. He continued, by the way, he'd been watching them for some time, and he wanted to tell you they knew how to have fun. Let him join them. MC activated his terrifying black magical creatures and unleashed them on the priests present. They all began to let out shrill screams. Inori wondered what they would say. Maybe they'd try out some new toys. The worms instantly multiplied, engulfing everyone present. Raven exclaimed in confusion, what is this? He clutched his magical item tightly in his hand. But the worms attacked him too. The protagonist exclaimed, he forgot to mention, they attack both men and women, so good luck to them all. But watching his magical creatures devour their victims alive, he added, it's too late to wish them luck now. Rokoses, still in her place, looked at him in confusion and asked, is this true? But why did he hide it? His frantic expression when he summoned the magical creatures was imprinted on her mind. She remembered the night he'd kicked her and Aaliyah out of his room. Then she'd pestered the girl not to leave, because they hadn't finished talking yet. She told Aaliyah that she'd better break up with the main character. He can't use magical items, and because of that, they can't be together. She cares for him, in other words, she spoils him, and their relationship is very strange. He's become so lazy and selfish precisely because of that. Doesn't she think so? For him to become strong and independent, they need to break up. Aaliyah looked at her for a long moment and asked, what's in it for her? She trains him, guides him on the right path. What's in it for her? Rokoses was surprised. For her? Well, it's not like she's doing it for free. If he becomes independent, then maybe he'll become a night priest. The more of them there are, the fewer monsters there will be. People will be able to in a more peaceful world. Aaliyah chuckled. Peaceful? She said. The saint answered her. Exactly. She would like everyone in the world to be happy. What's so funny about that? Aaliyah chuckled again and remarked, a peaceful world where everyone is happy? That's impossible. Rokoses was surprised. Why? How did she know that? Aaliyah laughed and said it was impossible as long as the protagonist lived. If her wish was for peace in the world, then she needed to kill him. And now, looking around at what was happening, how worms were devouring her comrades, she was in shock. Raven was the strongest of them all. He tried to fight off the monsters with his sword, shouting that he couldn't be defeated with such trifles. He shouldn't underestimate the hero. The protagonist laughed and exclaimed, a hero? He's an imposter. The commander continued to desperately fight the creatures. One of the worms had firmly attached itself to him, and the man was unable to overcome it. Transforming his weapon into a more powerful one, he managed to defeat it. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, a shape-shifting weapon? Raven laughed maliciously and shouted, even if they sent 100 of these insignificant creatures, they would still be powerless against the power of a god. He grabbed his magical amulet, tore it from his neck, and began waving it around. Looking at the fallen priests, he loudly urged them to take up arms. How much longer would they lie there? 2 of them responded that they understood him and assumed a fighting stance, grabbing their weapons. Inori grinned. 2 more had returned to the front lines. Well, just in time, he snapped his fingers and said, well, he'll add a little more despair. Activating his magical power, he eliminated the 2 who had risen up against him in no time. Raven, who had been trying to approach him unnoticed from behind, simply froze in astonishment. Seeing the full force of the protagonist, he asked in confusion, what kind of blow was that? This wasn't human power. A magical artifact? So how did he use it? The protagonist turned to him and asked, he's not coming? How so? He sacrificed his subordinates to sneak up behind him. And what happened? Why was the hero frozen in place? The commander bared his teeth and shouted, he'll show him now. Raven held his magical object to his face, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a protective helmet with a magical emblem on the forehead. A sharp tip appeared on the top of the helmet. The commander bowed his head and rushed furiously at his opponent. But the protagonist activated a magical barrier, and Raven slammed his horn tip into it with all his might, nearly breaking his neck. Penetrating the barrier, the tip missed the protagonist's neck by a hair. MC told him with a grin, not enough strength, not enough enough speed, not enough experience, not enough determination. He grabbed the tip of the helmet and gripped it tightly, not giving the commander a chance to break away. Raven tried to break free, but Inori told him, hopelessly, not enough power. With these words, he turned Raven upside down, holding him by the tip. The commander, in disbelief, exclaimed in irritation, "This can't be happening. A divine artifact. How is this possible? Stop him with your bare hands. Let him go already." The protagonist turned to him and said, "He didn't tell him about the bug still on him. It doesn't have the teeth to tear its prey apart, but it secretes digestive juice that slowly dissolves the damaged area." Having said this, the protagonist laughed loudly and remarked that if he didn't believe him, he should see for himself. He released the commander, and when Raven verified his words, he let out a heart-rending scream. Part of his body had indeed disappeared. MC mockingly remarked, "Wow, the only treasure he had on him, and he lost it." Inori grabbed him by the helmet again, lifted him into the air, and used advanced mind control magic. Then he tossed the commander into the pile of dignitaries and declared, "Excellent, hypnosis complete." The protagonists looked at the priests and asked them how they were. Were their spirits broken enough? Ritosis had been watching all this, stunned by what she had witnessed. Then she asked him, "Is it really him?" The protagonist addressed her as a teacher, noting indeed that she had participated in that training camp. The girl reproachfully said, "These worms, what has he done? Enough already, make him stop. How many more people will he hurt? Sooner or later, divine punishment will overtake him." Inori nodded at the group of dignitaries and said, "By that logic, they should also be sentenced. Were their actions for the sake of the church and for the sake of God? She must understand, they don't serve God, rather they use him. For them, God is just a convenient and suitable ideal onto whom they can blame ignorance, irresponsibility, guilt, and sins. They simply used God as a cover, doing whatever they wanted. And what about her? Wasn't she also imposing her own ideals on God?" The girl looked at him with fear as he loomed over her. An ominous energy emanated from him.